a different world we're in.
Right. Suggested that we black out the 6, but I think they thought they could manage it.
Yeah.
So, and it probably, once people get used to it,
Yeah.
it'll be fine. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We appreciate your adherence to our social distancing guidelines. These are guidelines that we've adopted from the county. We think this is the best way to keep everybody healthy and safe. So thank you for sitting 2 seats away from your neighbor, or more than keeping 2 seats between you, I should say. And every once in a while, Lori or her team may get out there and remind you. We appreciate you following her direction, because if you don't listen to her, then you'll have to hear me. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. So welcome, everyone. Today's invocation will be given by Mike McGee, a Santa Clara County Poet Laureate. Councilmember Perales will tell us more.
Yeah, my pleasure to introduce Mike McGee. Mike is a very funny stand-up poet from San Jose, California. He's performed in comedic storytelling and poetry in thousands of cities and towns for millions of years throughout the United States, Canada, and Europe. Mike McGee won all of the most coveted U.S. Poetry Slam titles and is one of the best known and liked people in the world of chatty writers. He was appointed Poet Laureate of Santa Clara County, the Silicon Valley, for 2018 and 2019. He's been featured on CBC, NPR, and HBO multiple times and takes pride in making people laugh and cry from the stage. Let's give a warm welcome to mighty Mike McGee, who will be delivering today's invocation.
This is called Ode to the Delightful Hearts of the Valley. It is an ekphrastic poem. An ekphrastic poem is a poem that you write that is inspired by another piece of art. Could be a painting, a statue, what have you. This was inspired by the mural inside of the cafe at the San Jose Museum of Art, painted by Julia Chang, which is entitled In the Valley of Heart's Delight. From this basin, between these ranges of hills made for feet and hooves, I've seen the sun at every angle, at every moment of the day. I've seen moon rise up from every possible hill. This goes to impossible beauties, even when I was unprepared with eyes closed or overtly selfish and unblinking. In my time here, under the newest trees, in this land of graveyard orchards and industries that fed 3 generations of my people, keeping my mom and her mom struggling to keep us from struggling, I have worked for a paycheck at every hour of the day. In all of the seconds that come in a year, there are none I have yet to laugh in here. This goes to those who've made me laugh. In every city this valley cradles, this goes to a family that taught me to worry less about money and to make laughter instead. I miss the folks that I've made it to 4 a.m. with. The sunrise set, protectors of the block, guardians of bookshelves on 2nd and Empire, 6th and San Salvador, 5th and Julian, all the way up North 1st Street. Maybe I was the mayor of Alviso, all 9 acres. The love child of Sunnyvale and Santa Clara, Campbell's loitering layabout. I could write odes to my crush on Milpitas. And Los Gatos, I've heard of you. This goes to the protectors of Nancy Lane and the East Side. I still worry about you. To the living history at Alum Rock and King, to the cherry blossoms in Japantown, to the midnight at the Midtown Safeway, to leaving and always coming back here. To the children who will find love in this valley in between falling into industry and children and struggle and a balance like our 4 impossible seasons: light summer, summer, autumn, and extreme autumn. This goes to the streets in all of our cities and to the people who use them to get somewhere, but especially to those who the streets got to first, to those who push everything they own in front of them and yet have nothing to speak of. This too is for you. This goes to the valley I hope to die in. If only this body would generate enough ash to cover all the streets I've lived on. There is no perfection in perpetuity. Even a noble, ancient industry of fruits and vegetables will be paved over for something easier. But the sun shines brighter here. It's why we're here, to see the impossible beauties. They come in glimpses, sometimes in a breeze of mock orange blossoms, or in how our motherboards help us put together the right combination of emojis to let the best person we know how much we love them, or how we love orange sauce, laughter, sunlight, and whatever us is. This is for the thousands of seconds we've spent together already here today, yesterday, and tonight. Thank you all. Thank you for filling this valley with your delightful hearts.
Thank you for inspiring and delighting us, Mike. Let's rise, if you're able to, for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we have two ceremonial items. First, Councilmember Davis will be proclaiming March as National Nutrition Month.
Good afternoon. I am honored to proclaim this March as National Nutrition Month in the city of San Jose. National Nutrition Month is a time to reflect and improve our food choices and the amount of time we spend exercising. For example, starting our day with a balanced breakfast can set the tone for a healthy day. Filling half our plate with fruits and vegetables and the other half with grains and lean protein can help control portion size. Planning our meals and moving more in any way will help us nourish our bodies and push us to stay fit. The Health Trust is a champion of providing quality food services to programs like aid services and housing. They provide more than 107,000 meals annually through their Meals on Wheels program and medically tailored meals for a variety of chronic conditions. The Health Trust is committed to nutrition and health equity in our community. They accomplish their mission as a funder, provider, and advocate in the city of San Jose. Teresa Johnson is the Director of Food and Nutrition Services at the Health Trust. I invite her to say a few words and then accept the proclamation.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, Mayor Liccardo, and other members of the council. The Health Trust is very, very happy to be here today. As the council member noted, nutrition is really fundamental to all of our programs. We have chronic disease management programs, diabetes education. We provide a wellness pantry. All of our food is very fresh, very nutritious that we provide. Our most recent program that she mentioned, our medically tailored meals, we're part of a statewide pilot looking to reduce hospitalizations for congestive heart failure by providing them 100% nutrition. And our initial results have been very, very promising, and we've been able, with the help of partnering with some of our local healthcare agencies, to provide those meals to other people in the community with chronic disease. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your work. And today we're proclaiming March 11th, 2020 as National 311 Day to recognize the significant contributions of our emergency and non-emergency dispatchers and call takers. I'm sorry? Oh, okay, Adam is here. Okay, wonderful. Adam Hall is here from Google. And I know Google's going to be part of a very exciting announcement we have tomorrow. We don't actually have our 311 dispatchers here, though. Okay. Should we maybe do this a week later when perhaps they can be here? Yeah, why don't we do that? Because I think it'd be important for the hardworking city employees to do the work to be here too. And we look forward to the big announcement we'll be making tomorrow. And we're so excited that Google is going to be helping us in so many ways with this. Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you. Okay, on orders of the day, I know we've got a couple of items that are unique. First, 3.5 is ratification and extension of proclamation of local emergency. That is proposed by city manager. And item I've requested 8.3, actions related to income loss and evictions due to novel coronavirus. I would ask that these items be added under orders of the day and heard concurrent. They're not to be heard concurrently, is that right? They're separate. Yeah, they're separate. Okay, we're going to hear those separate. And I believe we need a vote of 2/3 of the council. And if we've got roughly 10 members present, my math says that's 7? It's 2/3. 2/3 of those present. Okay, great. So is there a motion on orders of the day?
Move to add coronavirus.
That is both 3.5 and 8.3.
Sorry, 3.5 and 3.3.
Great, fabulous. Any comment? All right, before we vote on those items, I know we do have an adjournment for dear friend Dr. Jerry Hira. Councilmember Prowls?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Today's council meeting will be adjourned in honor of Dr. Jerry Hira. Dr. Gerald Hira passed away on December 26, 2019, at 72 years old, after bravely battling late-stage esophageal cancer. Dr. Jerry was born in Chicago, and he moved with his family to San Jose when he was 7. At UC Berkeley, he earned a BS degrees in both biology and physiologic optics. After earning an MA degree at Harvard, he earned his DDS in 1976 from Washington University in St. Louis. He joined his father at his San Jose dental practice soon after, and later took over the practice in 1987. In 2008, he fulfilled his dream to expand Japantown Dental by moving it across the street to a larger, completely renovated space. Dr. Jerry was also an active advocate for multicultural arts and spent his life passionately involved in bringing diversity to organizations at the state and local levels. He served as chair of the City of San Jose's Arts Commission and as president of the Arts Council of Silicon Valley. He co-founded the Contemporary Asian Theater Scene, CATS, and the Japantown Community Congress of San Jose. Dr. Jerry helped establish the 3 Japantown landmark public arts projects and their quiet resting places, which can be seen throughout Japantown. He was on the board of trustees for the San Jose Museum of Art and Chopsticks Alley Art. In 2002, he was appointed by Governor Gray Davis to the California State Arts Council, where he served as vice chair. Dr. Jerry is survived by his wife, Lucia, his sister, Barbara, and his mother, Dorothy. He also leaves behind his stepchildren, Audrey and Larry, and their spouses, Evan and Heather. He nurtured his 4 grandchildren, Graham, Chloe, Caden, and Carter. Dr. Jerry also leaves behind the team at Japantown Dental and the patient community they serve. Dr. Jerry will always be remembered as an important and spirited community leader and a tireless force in San Jose's arts and cultural community. And I'd like to thank and recognize his family who is present with us today. Dorothy, Dr. Jerry's mother, Barbara, his sister, Lucia, his wife, Alicia, his niece, friends and family like Ron Murieta, his son and his wife, Heather, and other friends and family that are with us today. And I apologize if I did not get everybody's name. If you would please stand just so we can recognize you. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just wanted to add, how sad I was to hear of our loss of Jerry. And Lucia, our hearts go out to you and to everyone who has been in his incredible circle. I say circle because he was a leader in the true sense of the word. He just loved to bring people together. And he was such an incredible force for good in bringing people together, whether it was through the arts or through his engagement in Japantown. And you know, I think he probably endured more community meetings over that project over on the courtyard than any human being in history, and had incredible patience, but it was because of his passion for all of that. All that meant was community to him, and that's why he was so beloved. I very much will miss Jerry. He used to always greet me with the Japanese version of the word Sam, which I tried to use a couple other times, and people told me I was mispronouncing. But nonetheless, he was just an incredible lover of community, and I'm so grateful to have known him for all these years. So thank you, Councilmember Perales, for those words. Okay, on orders of the day, let's vote. And thank you to all the friends and community members that came out. Thank you, Lucia. All right, that motion passes. Thank you all. Okay, we're on to the closed session report. There was no closed session, was there, Ray? All right, we'll move on. The consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull? Okay, we'll consider it a motion. Motion to approve. Mr. Beekman?
Hello, thank you. Public comment on to speak to items 2.1 and 2.3 on the consent calendar today. There will be a total of 12 City Council and Community meeting minutes to be given final consent and approval today. This is a total of about 100 specific items within these 12 public meetings. At this early, mostly definitive time frame, at the beginning of a City Council public meeting, usually between 1:30 and 2 p.m., a person can speak and talk about council and committee items that are approved at this consent calendar time on the days of a City Council agenda. To want to speak at this podium, I hope people at this time will want to offer a certain politeness and decorum for the local democratic process. I hope there can also be a certain respectful latitude in how to allow public speaking on these council and committee items as well, as you have done for myself many times. From the public forum at an everyday person should not be fearful to follow up and to socially engage in dialogue with people from city government after the time here at the podium. For people of local government, good interaction skills should simply be an enjoyment and a requirement for people who work in local government for their local community. With 30 seconds, my ideas here today are some of the better ideas of good local community democracy where all can be invited and everyone's voice can be listened to. Yet it is also currently a time people cannot gather together in large numbers. Our life on this planet is finite. I hope all of us that are here today want to work in how to create better practices compared to when we first arrived on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on the motion, Councilmember Perales.
Wanted to speak on item 2.10 if I could. The event is actually being postponed due to our current practices of coronavirus, and so I don't know if we should, we don't know what the new date will be, so I don't know if that should just be dropped and we should reissue it, or if we leave the date to be determined. I guess I'm looking to maybe Rick for advice on that. But that event is being postponed. Or should we just approve it as is, and then maybe if we need to submit another one later, we can do that too. So.
I think you could approve the item as a council-sponsored event that allows you to expend city funds and accept donations, noting that the date is going to be rescheduled.
Okay, maybe we can just make that change then to note that
Yeah.
the date will be rescheduled for item 2.10. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on that motion. All right. We're now on to the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I will have comments under item 3.5, so no further report.
Okay, thank you. Item 3.3 is the second quarter financial reports for this fiscal year. We do not have a report. Is that right, Jordan? Okay, but she's here to answer any questions you might have. Let's vote. Item 3.4 is the City of San Jose Investment Policy Annual Review. Several colleagues and I have submitted a memorandum. I hope that the maker of the motion might consider. If there are any questions, Julie is here as well. Councilman Camus?
Yeah, I appreciate Mayor and my colleagues' thoughts on this. I just wanted to see our policy already includes a social responsibility investment guidelines based upon best practices of others, of the city's. In the secondary requirements, under secondary requirements, does your memo make the social responsibility a primary requirement rather than a secondary requirement? Is that what I'm understanding from the
It would
memo?
be an absolute bar to investing in that specific sector with those companies. That's my understanding. Is that right?
Yeah, and as this memo was written, it's going to give a finance department an opportunity to kind of go back and do some language refinements. So we make sure that it's written in a way that we can operationalize and ensure that we don't become in violation of the policy. So we'll take the recommendation and then hopefully plan to come back when we present the fourth quarter reports to the committee in August of this year.
What about if a company such as Chevron, I think, is the only company I think that it's in our portfolio. What if that company does a whole lot more than drill for oil? Because I think Chevron also does energy efficiency, solar farms, and other sustainable things. Is it precluded from being in the mix of things that we can invest in if it's just one of their operating?
And so that would need to be one of the criteria that we look at in terms of, what is their primary business, defining what that is, so then we can make investment decisions kind of based on a prescribed set of parameters.
I'm also kind of concerned about getting out of, especially Chevron at this particular time, because
We're proposing to hold it to maturity.
Okay.
We're not proposing to sell that security at this
right,
point.
because we could lose the market just killed Chevron over the last few days.
Yes.
And I don't believe in buying high and selling low, so I'm hoping that's not our strategy. And quite frankly, I have to say that you're looking at a person who dislikes Chevron quite much. I mean, they literally ran a campaign against me in this last, but I don't necessarily feel that we should be taking a loss on things where we are the fiscal agents for the city's taxpayers, and I don't want us to have losses according to this investment strategies.
Yeah, and that's the direction. We'll hold the security until maturity. And the investment policy does, we invest as a buy and hold. So we make investment decisions based on the cash flow needs we have at the time. And then we generally hold those securities until maturity. So we're not an active trader at all with respect to our portfolio management.
Okay, and so one more question, I hope you don't mind. What if we invest in a portfolio, like a mutual fund that invests in a basket of investments? Like I currently invest in California tax-free municipal bond funds from Franklin. What if that bond fund invests in in one of these investments, are we then in violation of our own policy if that mutual fund company invests in something that we don't agree with?
Our investment policy doesn't allow for mutual funds, only money market funds.
Okay, all right. So
and there's
we have
very
to do
prescriptive-
individual investments then.
Correct.
Interesting.
And then we're limited on the corporate security side to the percentage of the portfolio, the percentage of a particular credit risk, and then to a 3-year maturity on corporates. So it's very, very limited.
Right, it's very prescriptive because we want to
Yes.
make sure that there's built-in safety into the portfolio,
Yes,
and that's why you're,
yes, and highly rated as well.
right. Okay. Thank you for your efforts.
And to clarify, this is not a divestment, this is a no more investing direction, so we won't be specifically selling.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. I think those were very good questions, and I think as we've seen in other memos in the past, that I suspect the signers of this memo recognize that, for example, in the language, number 1, return to City Council with language for a potential amendment, and so I think there was built into some of the language in the memo, it seems to me, at least why I signed on, it gives a certain amount of deference to your department to go back and put some items together, some language together to submit for adoption. So I very much appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that this is consistent with some of the actions we've been doing around the environmental work on many different fronts, and I think this just is a continuation of that, so I'm very much supportive of it, and I'd like to move the memo.
Second.
All right, any other comments? Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. This is your work towards slowly leaving fossil fuels is incredible work that you're doing here in San Jose. I can't thank you enough for this. And in this time, and we're all kind of down and sad. It's a nice reminder that you're building a fossil fuel less world at this time. I mean, you're taking really important steps, and that will leave us less compromised within the 2020s and into the future with fossil fuel companies, and it'll just give us a myriad of more choices, of more good choices, and how this can eventually relate to local community energy plans. I hope we can really want to exponentially grow from this thinking, and that good ideas can really develop, and we want to take on those good ideas and not be fearful of them. Solar energy is really coming on. How can we really push for solar energy and work towards those goals? And so I thank you for these efforts that you're doing here. A polite reminder with the past weekend with what's happened in the OPEC land, OPEC world, I've been speaking up here, we're at a time to really wean ourselves from fossil fuels and really question what our future is of frack gas and the frack gas boom of this country. And we're addressing that now, and it's coming home hard right now. And I just hope we just have patience and respect of what these kind of items are trying to build. And I just thank you very much for what you're trying to do at this time. And I really hope we can bring that thinking to all parts of our community and government. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Let's vote. All right, thank you. Thank you both. Item 3.5 is a ratification and extension of a proclamation of local emergency due to confirmation from the St. Clair County Department of Public Health that community transmission of the 2019 novel coronavirus is happening at the local level.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll kick things off, and then the team will be here for additional information and to answer questions. On March 5th, the City of San Jose and other agencies received new county guidance related to COVID-19 and social distancing. This development led our pandemic management team to progress to stage 4 of our pandemic response plan. In further response to this county guidance and in the interest of leveraging our resources and emergency powers to the fullest extent possible, I signed a proclamation of local emergency on March 6th. This also prompted the pandemic response team to be activated throughout the weekend. We are, in fact, seeing the impacts here in San Jose with potential cases of exposure within our organization. And we are working with the support and guidance of Dr. Sarah Cody and County Public Health to take the necessary measures to prevent further spread of the virus. We are also taking steps to reduce the spread in the community by modifying programming for senior residents, proactively canceling events, emphasizing high touchpoint hygiene protocols, and communicating social distancing strategies to our workforce and the community, as we have done in the meeting today. We are actively working with each department to incorporate response to this issue into our daily operations. This extends from law enforcement and our operational plan to enforce the county's legal order to halt mass gatherings, to suspending homeless encampment abatements for a period of time. I want to thank our city staff for their diligence on this, and we will continue to pay close attention to this very fluid issue. The health of our employees, residents, and businesses remains the highest priority for us at the City of San Jose. I do want to highlight, somewhat off script here, that we are committed to putting out flash reports on a daily basis at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. or close to there. And so would really encourage all of the community and public to take advantage of that information. I will now turn over the presentation to Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. Kip is our lead on this effort. Also in the box is Lee Wilcox in his role as one of the EOC directors. He's the EOC director of the Gold Shift. And then also in the box is Ray Reardon, our Director of Office of Emergency Management. Kip.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. Building on Dave's comments, this is no ordinary time. We have escalated our city response up to stage 4 on a 5-point plan, and we are continuing to work through our Emergency Operations Center to respond. I want to give you a general update on the status of what we know about the epidemic and our response, and then we'll pause to take any questions that you may have. We know at the local level we have community transmission that is spread that is not traced back to either a known cluster or travel, and that these cases are increasing. We should expect these cases to continue to increase in the days and weeks as testing expands and the virus continues its spread. That spread could be exponential, and we should expect to see a potential rapid increase in the number of cases. We'll also begin to start to see an impact on the healthcare system as more and more people begin to seek treatment. At this point, we have plenty of capacity there, but that is one of the issues that the county is worried about and in the lead. Nationally, I would point out that there are a lot of locations that are beginning to see cases. We, King County, and New York City continue to be sort of the three areas of the city which are farthest, areas of the country which are farthest along. Part of that is a result of our testing, but I suspect that we will see a dramatic increase in the number of cases nationwide, again, over the next days and weeks. As a result, we expect that the national system will also be under a great deal of stress. So our focus internally is on a number of factors, but everything that we do, we need to think about those who are most vulnerable to this epidemic. Most vulnerable both in terms of the health impacts and most vulnerable also in terms of the economic impacts. On the health side, we're particularly concerned about seniors and those with medical conditions. We know that the severity of the disease and the morbidity and mortality of the disease is higher among seniors, especially starting at those of us who are at 50 and going up stepwise fashion of every decade with a special prevalence in those who are 70s and 80s and above. Also, for the health side, we are very concerned and paying attention and building strategies specifically to deal with homeless, folks who are unhoused and unsheltered, face a difficult time staying hygienic, staying clean, and dealing with disease in a normal environment. This is even more so. We're building a strategy with the county to address that. On the economic side, we're beginning to think about the economic consequences. In many ways, they might be longer and more severe than the health consequences. And so some populations of note are those who are low income, especially hourly workers, who are already being affected by this and will be affected. Also affected, we expect small businesses and small nonprofits in particular to feel the brunt of this, especially those that are either related to entertainment industries, hotel, and those who depend on tech workers who are now telecommuting for their livelihood. Finally, if we get to the point of school closures, and Dr. Cody has made it clear that that is a very difficult decision, we know that those school closures will have impacts not only on the children, but also very much so on the families. And that we expect to be as much of a economic impact as a health impact if that measure is taken in one or many schools. Also, as is the case in any disaster, we are paying particular attention to the impacts around language and how especially we work with and engage speakers of languages other than English, the impacts of race and disproportionate impacts of race that might be there on people who are affected by this, and of course access and functional needs. People with different ways of getting around, mobility, or being in the world will be disproportionately impacted. So those are some of the frames that we're thinking about. In terms of our plan, we have 4 key points again, as we mentioned: protecting our people, delivering essential services, communicating effectively, and supporting county public health. We have launched the formal shift from a general plan to a specific week-by-week action plan with about 40 individual items that are tasked out to leaders and leadership teams to begin working on in all of those areas that I mentioned. So at the very high level, in terms of protecting our people, this includes enhanced cleaning of hotspots, provision of hand sanitizer and cleaning messages, guidance on hygiene and social distancing to our workforce, for meetings of all kinds, and making sure that our first responders in particular have the needed supply of PPE, personal protective equipment, and that they are trained and solid in using that in every instance where it's required, and enhancing our capacity to work remote and telecommute for those for whom that is an option. Delivering essential city services, we're developing and deploying our continuity of operations plan and looking again at the question of continuity of government. And we are beginning to modify our own meetings and gatherings in accordance with the county direction and guidance, as well as modify our services in accordance with that direction and the CDC's guidance as well. This includes things like changing the way that we are providing services to seniors and others who are particularly vulnerable. Communications, led by our fully activated EPIO group and Rosario Nieves, is point on both internal communications to our workforce and external communications, amplifying both the county's messages and letting people know about our closures and service operations. Also working to make sure that as much of that information as possible is available in multiple languages. And finally, we continue to work tightly with and coordinate with County Public Health and are seeking ways to work as one team to have an increasingly swift response, comprehensive response, and coordinated response. With that, I will close our presentation and take any questions or guidance that you might have for us at this time.
Thank you, Kip, and thank you for all the many hours that you've been investing, and Ray and everybody on the team Lee. I know this has been round the clock for all of us, and I know it's going to be many more weeks ahead. So I just want to say thank you for all the work. And I should note in particular, I think it was January 27th that you started getting ready. Is that right, Kip?
24th.
24th, right. So fair to say Kip had to jump on, I think, the CDC and everybody else. And I really appreciate that our San Jose team has really come together quickly to try to do everything we can to prepare. Obviously, we're not the lead agency here. We're not the health authorities, but just an enormous amount of work has already been invested to prepare for what we suspect may come, and obviously we don't know exactly, so we're just going to keep learning, do our best. We do have one member of the community who'd like to speak, and then we'll come back to council. It is our former Vice Mayor, Rose Herrera. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable City Council. It seems almost surreal that I would be coming here to talk about a pandemic, which is what we're facing, and an epidemic in San Jose. First of all, I just want to thank all of you for your leadership, sincerely.
I'm representing the community. I'm representing people that are talking to me, veterans, seniors, all kinds of folks in the community who are very concerned. But you're doing a great job. We just want you to know that it's a tough situation, and we all appreciate everything you're doing. A couple of things I just wanted to highlight. And I know that you don't have control over the county, or Lord knows the federal government. But the thing that many are concerned in the community is testing. Testing. Because if we don't test this widely, we're not going to know how big the problem is. That's still an issue. I talked to a doctor yesterday, a private physician, who said he now can receive tests from one of the labs that have been allowed to produce those tests. But I talked to Kaiser yesterday also, and Kaiser's limiting tests. They're not widely available. And for a lot of people, they're just not widely available. The doctor yesterday, I asked him, what could I tell the city council that you would want everyone to know? He wants everyone to be tested. And he realizes they can't be, and he's wondering if we're not speaking about it because it would cause concern. Which brings me to another thing. Our community can hear the truth. They want to. So don't be afraid to continue to speak out. I would like to see the city council have more frequent conversations with the community. I know that you're letting the county take the lead and the doctors and the scientists take the lead, but our community needs to hear from city leaders. And so we need to hear from you more. We need to have that, and a two-way conversation if possible. There needs to be, probably the county needs to do this, but you need to stand up a hotline. There needs to be a hotline for people who are not getting their information from the web, but who would like to be able to talk to somebody live. I can tell you that's a real urgent concern. If we want to tamp down the toilet paper issue of 2020, of everybody trying to run in and be panic buying and all of that, give people more information. That's a signal. The fact that people are going to these drugstores and going everywhere and buying out everything in the stores is a sign that they're afraid and that they're doing the one thing they think they can do to take control of the situation. If we want to change that behavior, we need to give them more information, not less. And I would not be afraid that you're going to panic people. They already know. They're panicking themselves with the worst fears. So please, more information, a hotline from the county, and whatever you can do, Mayor, to encourage testing. We should have drive-by testing by now. If we want to avoid Italy, if we want to avoid being Italy or these other places, and I know that's what we're trying to do, then we need to get the testing out and we need to get it done rapidly, whatever we can do. And I have faith in you guys. Stand up, make your voices heard, work with the county, and thank you for everything you're doing. We're going to get through this. I have a lot of optimism. I think we'll get through it. But the next 2 weeks is critical, very critical, what we do in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. And Kip, maybe we'll just start there, because I know that very point I know is something I just articulated in front of the County Board of Supervisors a few hours ago, and I know it's something that's been foremost on your mind in particular. Maybe you could say a little bit about, to your knowledge, why we don't have drive-by testing like they do in Singapore or South Korea or other places.
I'd be happy to. I would say on the hotline issue, the county is activated their 211 line.
Good.
So 211 is now the place to go for questions and information county-wide on that. No, it isn't. So it's part of what we'll start getting out. On the testing, it is an extremely important issue. And again, we are not the public health experts, so I'm going to sketch this from our perspective and what we know. But it appears we raised this issue with the county back as early as 10th of February. We'd had a chance to talk with some colleagues in Singapore, where they had initiated early testing in Singapore, and they there in Singapore had done testing on people in the hospital system who had pneumonia or flu-like symptoms starting in the first week of February. They were able to identify rapidly several cases that were not travel-related and then begin to contain those clusters. And so part of our question to the county at that point was, when do we do that? What can we do? Their response back to us is that the CDC guidelines don't allow us to do that, and the testing capacity isn't there. So essentially, they were constrained by the federal government in two ways. One, by the capacity, was very, very limited for a very long time and continues to be limited. And two, the protocols that the CDC was authorizing were extremely narrow and continue to be extremely narrow for a long time. And it's only now that they're loosening them up. Now that the protocols have loosened up, it is a matter of them catching up with the capacity to do the testing. And since they do not have the complete capacity that they need, they are still having to prioritize and triage who gets tested with priorities being active cases, people who are symptomatic, and we've also asked them to prioritize first responder related cases where people have exposed first responders or where we have first responders that we are concerned might be symptomatic. But there is still very limited capacity. Private companies are scaling up now, but not all of those tests have been scoped out, so there is some question on the degree of reliability. But all in all, this is much later and much slower than what we've seen in areas like Singapore or South Korea, where we've seen that testing ramp up. I think you had the latest statistics that you mentioned on South Korea. It's about 150,000 tests that they've done there. Even a couple of weeks ago, they had done 100,000 tests, which is orders of magnitude higher than what we've done for a much larger population in the United States.
Yeah, thank you, Kip. Yeah, the most recent was 190,000. It was literally 100 times more than the United States. It's a much smaller population. You're absolutely right. So I certainly carried that message as we have continually with the county, and they are looking for labs and for test kits and for, I think, frankly, we still don't have the gold standard, which is an antibody test that would enable us to be able to confirm testing before someone is symptomatic, which is really the most valuable thing. But even getting some of the spot testing done like they're doing in South Korea, Singapore, even in Wuhan, where I think they've had 320,000 tests already. In all of the United States, as of a day or two ago, is about 1,900. So we are well behind. And the way they are containing the spread, or at least mitigating the spread, I should say, is because they're testing and they're doing a lot of active contact tracing, and that is work that needs to be critically done here. I've conveyed that message to the governor yesterday. They are working on trying to get more private labs open and running, but it appears of the two major labs, I know there are 4 that have announced, 2 of the major ones, only one of them really has an operation here in California. So we're going to do everything we can, certainly to expand access and encourage the county to do the same. I suspect we may end up having to go abroad because they've clearly figured it out in other countries and we have not figured it out in the United States. And it is beyond me to understand how they can be testing 190,000 people in South Korea and we can't test 1/100th of that. It's crazy. So I know there are going to be lots of questions. I just wanted to throw out a couple here, Kip. One was information that we had discussed a bit this morning, and I announced in front of the county that we have halted encampment abatements. And can you say a bit about why we're doing that?
Yes, and I'll ask Jackie to come down and assist me on this item. She has been working comprehensively with the county on our support and response for the homeless community, and this is the decision to halt abatements during this time is part of that, so that we do not further exacerbate the issue. You can take the social distance.
Yes, thank you. So, I wasn't sure of the social distancing there. So, yes, so we have been working with the county health department, and we were also fortunate to be on a call with representatives from the CDC who are embedded in the county to talk about our response, or our planned response, on how we can address this issue on homelessness. And based on those conversations, we felt like it was most prudent to suspend the encampment abatements because disrupting where people are living and actually having them move can actually, if they were sick, it could expose more people, and if they're not sick, it could expose them as well because they would be intermingling more. So they're kind of settled in their own communities where they are right now, and we are working on a plan in order to start providing additional services for people who are in encampments.
Thank you, Jackie. I might also add, when we're able to get to the point where we're able to test more proactively, and I really hope we're able to get there, I expect some of those homeless people will need testing, and we want to make sure we can go find them again if they're testing positive, so we can help them and get them isolated and help them with medical treatment. Okay, and then secondly, a question I've had quite a bit from arts community in particular, as we've certainly been supporting the county's order to shut down any large public events of more than 1,000. Certainly there are many community events and arts events that are less than 1,000. Do you want to I'm being texted, hey, Sam, what should we do? What do you suggest, Kip?
Well, we have a team that has developed guidance, and we put that out in one of the flash reports. But Carrie Adams-Hafner, who's in our Office of Cultural Affairs and Office of Economic Development, has been the point on that and developed a coherent set of guidance, and is becoming our kind of advice nurse on meetings and gatherings. So I'd ask you to come up and speak a little bit about what we've done and how you would suggest people help make those decisions.
Thanks, Kip. And Carrie, maybe you could also tell us, is there a single web page that we find all this information, or is it?
That's an excellent question. And so this is very fluid, so that's a good recommendation. Right now, we've been communicating to our arts partners mainly by email, some by phone and so forth. So essentially what we've laid out is, we have the moratorium for any events over 1,000, so that affects a lot of our theaters and our venues, including the convention center. It affects the Civic, it affects the CPA, it also affects the California. But in addition, it affects our outdoor special events as well. So a lot of those partners, they rely on those revenues for their viability. So we're taking that, and we're well aware of that. What we're doing is we're communicating to them as the county health department comes out with any new announcements. So right now our team is actively working on the moratorium, making sure that they're informed. In addition to that, we're giving them some guidelines about should they continue to hold events because it doesn't meet that criteria. We're recommending that they, practice distancing, and also that they're communicating to their patrons well in advance of them arriving to the facility. So there's a number of different recommendations we also have related to that. We're also providing resources in terms of for nonprofit arts groups in terms of planning and financial planning for things like this. And then there are other resources that we're providing to them, like the CDC and the World Health Organization's websites. But as I mentioned, we know that this is very dynamic, so there's probably going to be some other types of support that we're going to be looked to provide for them as they're kind of grappling with, loss of revenues.
Right.
Does that answer your question, Mayor?
And we do have a banner, COVID-19 banner, that comes up on our webpage. We'll make sure that the information on our interpretation of the guidance is clearly there once you click on it. It's a little bit down in the weeds at this point. You have to kind of double click into a few things.
Okay.
So we'll clarify that and pull that up a little bit higher on the website.
That'd be great. And Carrie, just for a typical event where, you've got an art performance in a black box theater, it's maybe 200 people, are we saying, hey, go have 2 empty seats between every patron, or what do we tell them?
So the city is not directing at this point. The one thing that we've directed is that we've asked them to post the notifications from the county health department in their facilities where they're providing any events or activities. And we also are asking them to communicate to their patrons in advance. We're not directing them to cancel unless they hit that moratorium level, that criteria. But in some cases, I'm seeing theaters that are continuing to provide that kind of information to their patrons. In some cases, I'm not seeing it on the web. So I think we're going to reinforce that as an important ongoing thing. And that also before any type of event, that the organizations are communicating to their patrons as well about staying home if you're sick, wash your hands, all the things that we've been talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate we're not the county, we're not the health experts. I'm just wondering if we should be a bit more direct or proactive. Just raise that as a
Yeah, I think that's a valid question that we can look at. Certainly events that fall below the threshold, and if those events are unable to incorporate the county guidance, what should our response to that event be? So we will look at that.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
And I will also just say quickly, we're tracking what we're seeing coming through our office in terms of cancellations or modifications or postponements. So I will say a lot of things have been postponed that did not meet that criteria. So I would say that the arts organizations have been really good partners to help steward public health in this situation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Pearls?
Thank you, Mayor. My question, Kip, is in regards to the preparedness around, I don't know if it would be quarantine sites or even just assistance for the hospitals. As you said, we're not there by any means, but at the potential moment that our hospitals start to get burdened, and you have a lot of individual that we're talking now about testing, right? Like sites for testing, and so do we have either ourselves or in partnership with the county identified locations that would be able to support operations like that?
Let me understand what you're talking about. Which sort of sites for what kind of operations?
So the two examples would be one for assistance for people. I guess if our hospitals are actually sort of overrun with with a lack of beds, or combination of a lot of people wanting to come in just to get tested or get their symptoms checked. A location for that. So if we did just lift up a testing spot. Or testing locations like we've seen in some other countries, these drive-through locations, have we identified locations for either of those two activities?
I know that the county is working on both of those questions. And in terms of the first one, just from what they shared at the board meeting this morning, they have the capacity to stand up actually mobile surgical hospital units. They have 2 of them that they can stand up, and they can stand those up in open areas. They can handle many hundreds of additional patients and could be specific to COVID only if they wanted to. If they get beyond that, then they're in a mutual aid situation, and they are looking down that road and preparing to both deploy those mobile units as needed and to ask for mutual aid if it gets past that point. A lot of that will depend on how high the peak is and how rapidly it is. This is why the slowing of the spread is as important in some ways as the elimination, because if you, to paraphrase Dr. Cody, if you have 1 patient a day over 14 days, that's a lot different than 14 patients in 1 day. And so part of what their strategy is to slow the spread, even if the same number of people are infected. That will reduce the strain on the healthcare system. But to directly respond to your question, they have and are looking at capacity for immediate expansion within their own and preparing to do requests for mutual assistance when that goes beyond. In terms of the testing, at this point, I think they're really just trying to increase the capacity in any way they can. And so I'm not privy to their plans for sort of pop-up testings when they would have that capacity. Part of what I'd like to see is make sure that we are even closer and closer involved with them so that we can really ramp up our support. For example, there will probably be traffic control and law enforcement issues related to all of these things, and we want to be there without any daylight between us, supporting the county when they need to take these measures.
And so 2 follow-up questions. Do you know the locations that the county has identified where they would potentially pop up these 2 mobile sites? And then the second question would be, if they did elevate to mutual aid, have we already identified what capacity we might have for locations?
I'm not privy to which locations they are looking at, and we are certainly have let it know that all of our resources and spaces and places are available to them as needed. And we've been in coordinating calls with them. At this point, they have not asked the question around locations, but that is something that we've got a GIS team on tap to sort of do that analysis and make suggestions on what would be appropriate depending on where the need is.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Kip, this is probably dangerous because I read a couple of articles yesterday about COVID here and elsewhere. And I did read that Stanford and I think it was UCSF at their university hospitals are doing their own testing. Is there a potential for the county to partner with the university hospitals in our area to expand testing?
There absolutely is, and I have to give credit to Mayor Liccardo personally for doing the connection between the Stanford team and the public health team. Dr. Maldonado and a few others at Stanford have developed their own test, which is preliminarily approved by the FDA, and that is capable at this point of doing about 80 tests a day, which actually exceeds the county's capacity, and they're doing it in coordination with the county right now and in increasingly tight coordination with the county. Again, that's an early test, and so it hasn't gone through the same rigor of testing as some of the others, but it is an additional assay that is in the arsenal of testing weapons and is available now to the county that they've connected with Stanford. And so yes, all of those should be part of what the county is looking at. And as we learn of them, we'll connect them, and I know they're reaching out and are increasingly looking for private hospital and other support on this testing as they reach their capacity.
Okay, thank you. And then I did read in other countries, they are providing detailed information about where people who have contracted the virus, where they had been in the days prior to contracting the virus. We don't appear to be. I looked on the county's COVID website, which, by the way, is very well organized and very easy to navigate. I looked on there, and there is it's right at the top where you see how many cases there have been and how many deaths we have, and then it goes down into for businesses, for individuals, for schools, et cetera, and gives resources and information. So that's great, but we haven't gotten into the level of detail, and we have an increasing number of cases, and I'm wondering if there's been discussion about whether we're going to get that level of detail so that we can, again, mitigate the spread.
And we've discussed that question with public health, and their perspective is that we are not doing that. They are not doing that for two reasons. One is privacy reasons, and one is tactical reasons around public health. So the way that it has been explained to us, and again, I'll use Singapore as a contrasting example. You can go on Singapore website and you get very detailed information on, female individual age 32 who went to this church and, is married to male individual age 35 who's Chinese who went to this church, right? Very, very detailed. My understanding from Dr. Cody is that they are choosing not to put that kind of information out in the public for two reasons. One, some of it would be a privacy violation under our laws and HIPAA laws in terms of what we're able to share about people's individual information. And two, her public health assessment at this point is that there is nothing in that information that would actually be helpful to people in terms of changing their behavior or making them any more or less safe, and might inadvertently result in either a panic or stigmatization of certain individuals, which wouldn't result in better public health behavior. So her advice at this point is that we focus on the behaviors and the interventions, and that they are working to follow up and contain the cases as they identify them, but they do not at this point feel that the sharing of that information publicly is a strategic use either in public health or in line with what they're able to do on privacy. But we continue to have the conversation with them on this.
So I completely understand not wanting to identify, age, gender, ethnicity, all of that, but I don't understand not identifying either to the public, not identifying the locations, or at least notifying those locations that they need to do some deep cleaning.
Yeah, and one of the conversations we were having is clarifying what the notification requirement should be back to an organization, so that the organization can take the measures it thinks are necessary between notifying its employees and our deep cleaning. So we'll work on pushing on that clarification, both for our own organization and for others. It's a very good point.
Are they gathering that information from each of the identified cases, where they have been in the prior days?
Yes, the case tracking and surveillance is very, very rigorous, especially the earlier cases. As the numbers are expanding, it gets less so because of capacity issues, but they will literally go through and figure out who are the last 80 people that you spoke to, when did you speak to them, where are they, where did they go? And so there are, for each case, there are typically dozens or more of cases, depending on how gregarious the individual was, who are in turn recommended to self-isolate or quarantine. So all of that is going on as part of the containment. And now that we've shifted to mitigation, you see more emphasis on the measures like the closing public gathering, but those containment efforts continue on. And in fact, the county is asking for our assistance potentially in the case work required to do that. And we've told them as soon as they tell us kind of how many bodies they need and of what time, we're willing to send folks over to assist with that kind of case tracking and surveillance work. But it's very rigorous, very intense for each and every individual who's been infected.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I know we get very detailed information when somebody has been exposed, when somebody has been identified as having measles. We get really detailed information. It's on the front page of the Merck, or at least on the front page of the local section at the very least. And so I know that has a very long dormancy time, or a long time where it is contagious just out in the air. Do we know for about COVID-19 how long it is like an area is contagious and how, I know we're talking about social distancing of 3 to 6 feet. Is that based on something we know about how far those particles go and how long they are contagious?
Yes, so the science, of course, on this is emerging. It's a novel virus that we have no previous known history on. So all of this is still very much something that the scientific community is figuring out as we go. What we do know is it appears to be primarily transmitted by droplets and very close contact. And so the social distancing is based on the understanding of the respiratory nature of the transmission and also the contact nature of the transmission. The virus is capable of surviving on surfaces for extended periods of time, thus the necessity of the frequent spot cleaning and also of washing your hands in between contact with surfaces that may be infected and not touching your face in between times. The exact number of hours is a subject of much debate, and I think actually misses the point a little bit because there's a lot of variation in how long a virus can survive. So if a virus is very dry, it will die sooner. If it's very wet, it will live longer. But I think basically the rule of thumb that we used to tell each other when we worked in Central Africa was if you've touched it, you might be contaminated. So go ahead and practice the hand washing as that primary behavior and break the transmission cycle yourself. And then the social distancing is so that you minimize the chance of transmission even when you're asymptomatic. So that's a very general, all of those recommendations that Dr. Cody has made are based on the combination of the data of what we know now about who's most at risk and the data of what the scientific community believes are the most effective means of slowing or stopping the transmission.
Thank you. And then slightly changing gears, you had mentioned that there's a plan being developed for the unhoused population. Jackie, can you elaborate on the elements of that plan and who's involved in that plan?
So again, the Housing Department has been working very closely with the county and also public health and the CDC. And the reason is because everything that we're providing, we do coordinated. We have the same outreach teams. So we are focusing on 3 populations. So we're focusing on the unsheltered homeless and the agencies that serve them, sheltered homeless persons and the agencies that are operating shelters, and also persons who are housed in our permanent supportive housing. And why we selected that target group is because we've just recently opened them, and so many of the people are very vulnerable even though they've moved into housing. And as you know, persons experiencing homelessness are at a heightened risk of COVID-19 because of the many prevention and mitigation measures that are not easily available to them. So some of our efforts include working with our outreach teams to have them continually to be engaged with the homeless population on the street and in homeless encampments. They're sharing best practices and the latest guidance we've been receiving on personal hygiene and precautions to protect against COVID-19. And whenever practical, we are providing information in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and in Chinese. We're reaching out to our churches and other participants in the city's temporary and incidental shelter program to determine if any of these organizations can expand access to their hygiene and laundry facilities to help more people. We're cleaning city facilities, including owls, multiple times each day. After consulting, we already talked about we've suspended all of our abatements. We're also coordinating our activity daily and actually twice a day at this time with the County Public Health, Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, the Office of Supportive Housing, Destination Home, our shelter operators, PRNS, and the City Manager's Office, all in an attempt to bring a coordinated plan. And we're also sharing hygiene guidance and recommendations with operators of permanent supportive housing in the city. In addition to that, we're also looking at further steps that might require some budget authority for us to move forward. We're looking at increasing hygiene supplies and services for unsheltered persons. This could include expanding the number of hand washing stations and porta potties near homeless encampments, and expanding the use of Dignity on Wheels, which is a mobile hygiene provider. because we've suspended encampment abatements, we're looking at providing trash bags to encampment residents and contracting for garbage collection services at encampments that are large to improve overall sanitation. We're also collaborating with the city's park department to look at if there's a potential to open any restrooms, again, near large encampments only, to allow for more frequent hand washing. And then, most importantly, we're working with the county to see if we can identify large facilities where we can put people who are most at risk, that are living in our shelters, who have potential to contract or would have serious outcomes because of the virus, in an alternative location. And then the county is looking at a place where we could actually isolate someone who's identified with having the virus. So we're trying to come up with comprehensive responses.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question, well, maybe two. The hygiene guidance that you're providing to the permanent supportive housing, are you also providing that same guidance to places where people eat or go to get food? So City Team, Martha's Kitchen, Sacred Heart, Grace Baptist, are you providing that guidance?
We can.
In those places? I think I was just thinking about that when you were
Listing
talking.
everything? Yes.
Yeah. So I think that would be one suggestion that I have, and then the other suggestion is to work with any other volunteers or advocates. I know there are some. They're not nonprofit groups, but there are some sort of loosely organized groups that go to the encampments pretty regularly and help connect with services. So connecting with them and providing that hygiene guidance to them, and any supplies that we would receive might be a helpful way to get the word out. I know people need to hear things. That's why everyone's like making fun of the hand washing, right? Because they're hearing it everywhere, and people need to hear things multiple times before they get it stuck in their head. So
no, you're absolutely right. So we are going to be looking at, we've seen some of the recommendations from the homeless advocates, and we'll be reviewing that today to see which one of them we can accommodate. So
great. Thank you so much. And it sounded like you're doing a lot of that already. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion? Or I move staff recommendation. Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco. Excuse me.
Actually, I was going to ask Jackie. Well, I'll ask you in a second. I'll get there. But I wanted to thank our staff. I know that everybody's working on double, triple time to get a handle on this, and I've been in conversation with some of you, and so I know that this is all-consuming at this point. So I want to thank you for that. I really just have a couple of really quick questions regarding this, having heard everything that we're talking about, and the guidelines are coming from the county. A couple of things are alarming to me. One is, there are folks in the city. I have a huge concentration of families who live, multiple families, to a house or to an apartment. This is happening not just in District 5, it's happening throughout the city, but I just have a huge concentration of it. And so my concern is, when I look at the guidelines that were put out by the County Office of Public Health, one of the recommendations is that you isolate the person because of the nature of this. It's so contagious, right? And has such severe outcomes in some cases. But have we started to have these conversations with the county, with the director, among ourselves, in terms of what we're going to provide, not for those that are necessarily, that need hospitalization, but those who need to be just isolated so that we can contain this? If you have just two families in a 2-bedroom apartment, you could have up to 8 people sharing a very, very small space. And so I just want to know, what is our game plan as we're talking about this?
Councilmember Carrasco, you are absolutely correct. What we know about the transmission is that it is most likely to happen when you have tight quarters over long periods of time and close contact, right? And so that is the definition of the way that many of our community live, and that is a concern. If you have one member who's coming in, and if if you have a 5-bedroom house with 4 people, that's fine. The person self-isolates, you can pass the food back and forth, and the risk of contamination is low. If you reverse that and you have 15 people in a 1-bedroom, then the self-isolation is practically impossible. And so we view that as a concern and a consideration. It's something that we want to work actively with the county on, and I believe that is an example of one of the policy issues that we need to think through at a very high level with them in order to think about this comprehensively. It is one thing to solve that problem if it's 1 or 2. It's a very different thing to solve that problem if it's 10, 100, 1,000 people. And so what type of facilities do you procure? How do you do that? Part of that's on the county, part of that's on us. It is a shared responsibility area where I think we need to more deeply engage the county. So we have some initial groups working on it. Those are in the 40 points that we've sort of farmed out to the various leaders in the city, but we are still at the very early stages of figuring that out. And to be very candid, we need to do much more thinking in collaboration with the county and other partners to figure out this question, because you've raised a very important issue.
Thank you for that. I hope we have something very soon, because I don't think that we want to wait until suddenly we have 10 families in 3 different blocks that are ill, and then are scrambling to make rash decisions. I think being prepared and maybe having a facility that's not necessarily a clinic. I don't know. I don't know. I can't think through this because I don't have the medical background, so I don't know what kind of level of care people would need. But in terms of when we talk about self-quarantine, some people just can't do it. They don't have that kind of space. So I just hope that we can put something in place very quickly, not because we need it now, but we may need it in 3 days, or we may need it in 10 days from now. And let me tell you why I also have this concern. My daughter goes to Notre Dame, and I'm on a parent text because the parents are very informed. They're reading all the material. They're initiating and asking administration to go online. So the parents want to close the school down. This is a different population, though, when we think about it, right? These are families that probably have resources, or a parent that can stay home. They have some flexibility. Bellarmine is thinking about the same thing. They're all going to go online. So this is very timely when we were talking about the digital divide and how we were going to assist our students. But the reason why they're not doing it is because they recognize that there is diversity in the community itself at the school, and some parents can't take that time off. So it's the only reason why they're kind of holding back. But as I'm thinking this through, and I'm thinking of what could potentially happen on let's just say the east side of San Jose, District 5, and we have an impacted Alum Rock School District. We have the East Side Union High School District. It just feels that if we're not prepared just to be able to take care of those that need to be quarantined or that need to be isolated because they've been confirmed, this just can have a real, it's grass fire in certain communities. Not in the whole city maybe, but in certain communities. And then the last thing I just want to add, because I know that I mentioned this before, was my concern with the faith-based community, because we have one of the largest congregations on the east side, Our Lady of Guadalupe and Most Holy Trinity, 2 very large churches that hold Mass very regularly, and the congregation are faithful churchgoers. I just saw, and I sent it to you through a tweet, a pastor, a priest, gave communion just last week and shook hands, and he was confirmed. Now 500 people are on quarantine. We just the sheer
That was on the
number
East Coast. Is that
in
referred
DC,
to? Yeah,
Washington,
yeah,
DC.
right.
And just the thought of that on any given Sunday or Saturday evening on San Antonio Avenue is a frightening thought for me if we don't truly have our faith-based community leaders on board talking about this and doing whatever they can to lead their congregation spiritually without having to necessarily be there physically. So I'll leave it at that. I know we're going to have more conversation regarding this.
Yeah, if I could just offer, Councilman Kraska, your concern is absolutely on point, and trying to think through this, as you mentioned, is not easy. I mean, I raised this issue 2 weeks ago with Kip and said, hey, Kip, why don't we just open up the South Hall tent? Won't that be a great idea? And of course, he mentioned, oh, it's a really bad idea, by the way, to have a whole lot of people who are positive for the virus under the same roof, obviously. So that's not the typical response in emergency is mass care, and we bring people together to do that. That's an efficient way to deliver services, and obviously this demands a completely different response, which is not in our standard playbook. And the only thing I would suggest is, perhaps this is an opportunity for our business community where they are sending their workers home. If we've got empty offices, that maybe there may be opportunities there where we can enable some space to be able to have folks self-isolate, and that could be something we could ask our business community to help us with. But I know I've talked to a couple of CEOs that are telling their entire workforce to stay home. That may be our opportunity. I don't know, Kip, if you want to.
Yeah, the only distinction I would make there, Mayor, is that if somebody actually has tested positive, then it may make sense to bring them together in a single place. Places have been buying out entire hotels or motels or entire places, because if you are positive, but you are mild,
Right.
then that might be a viable option. The danger is people who are quarantining but don't know whether they're positive or not, and bringing them all together may just in fact make sure that they're all positive.
Yeah.
Right. So these are exactly the types of steps that
point.
we need to be thinking through, and the impacts, especially on school families, are very profound. Everything from getting the lunches and breakfasts that they might be getting for reduced cost to free, and distributing those, to making sure that people can self-isolate. So again, from my mind, just to bubble it up to the top line, what I think is most pressing for us is that we truly engage the county, the schools, the transportation agency as a single team on this, and I do not believe we are yet there, though our collaboration is increasing.
And I think we're going to get there based on the signals we're getting from our friends at the county. So hopefully we'll be there soon. Okay, Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you, Mayor. So first I wanted just to thank Kip and the whole team, Ray, yourself. The way that you're managing the information to all of us, at least I know that it's probably whatever you do, you connect, however you connect with me, you connect with everybody else, and that's been greatly appreciated. And it's allowed us to remain calm and practical and rely on our experts who are public health or the CDC. And I myself have given the phone number for the call center, so I'm glad to hear that 211 is now connected. And I was wondering if we are doing anything to have our 311 system maybe have something recorded, like please call 211 or the local phone number, just so that we don't get boggled down with some of these questions that we might not be able to answer for these folks, and that public health is more apt to answer.
Yes, we can certainly follow up on that. We discussed having scripts in place, and we can see what are the ways that we can direct people to the appropriate channels if they don't have city-related questions that we can address. So we'll work on getting the scripting and the call messaging correct.
Wonderful. And I wonder, and this is in response to Vice Mayor Herrera's comment earlier about having our residents want to know more about what is happening. At times I think we over-rely on electronic transmissions, either email or Facebook or Nextdoor, and I think the good old paper is sometimes much more effective, maybe for a certain number of or group of this population that is susceptible, and which is our seniors. And I wonder if we are able to send maybe postcards in the same way that we send out when we have a notice for dumpster days or things of that sort. I was thinking maybe each council could send out a notice, but we have a 199 limit for our letters, and so it would be wonderful if maybe the city manager's office could help us handle some of that, and that way we're not restrained from just sending 199 letters on one certain subject. Or if you have if we can provide you access to our database, and then somehow get these letters out, cover everybody in our district, so that everybody has the information.
Absolutely, Councilmember. We'll look at that, and certainly appreciate all of the council's help in terms of the whole communication.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't know if she's still here, but thank you for relaying some of that information. The other thing I was going to talk about is the volunteers. I know that there's folks who want to help out in my community and have connected with us. Who should we forward those folks to? Because they're concerned about maybe some of the seniors that are not getting their meals, or parents who have children without any child care, things of that sort. And so I'm not sure where to send them.
You know, we have primary focus has been on our own internal workforce. So to be honest, we don't have a good coordinating mechanism for volunteers yet. Let me take that back as an issue and put that within the work for over the next week to figure out what our stance will be and who we can have as point on coordination of volunteers. At this point, as I said, we just wanted to make sure that we're getting the message out to our 7,000 employees and the programs that we affect. But that is a good point. There are a lot of good people, and ultimately this needs to be a whole community response. It will be the community and our engagement with them as part of the solution, which gets us to slow and deal with this, not just our governmental reaction. So I'll take that back as a point where we have yet to develop a good protocol on, but we'll follow up on.
Wonderful, that's great to hear. And while I'm on the subject of volunteers, I know we have a community SEVA group resident that leads that organization, and they provide meals to our homeless or unhoused folks at shelters. Plus, they provide backpacks to the unhoused community, and they're continuing to do that. And I've received confirmation that they're going to continue to do that. There's no disruption in their service because now they're cooking in their kitchen and dropping off their food. I think before their practice was to actually cook on site and then distribute the food. And so I think they're minimizing the exposure to their volunteers, but continuing to do something just really important and essential, which I'm really glad that they're continuing to do that. So I want to just publicly thank our community SEVA group. And it leads me to my next question about food distribution. So I know that many of us have the Second Harvest Food Bank distributions within our districts. How are we dealing with that? Because it doesn't reach the 1,000 person limit, if you will, but there are a lot of folks, and primarily folks who are seniors.
Yeah, our guidance to I would give similar guidance to what we've been giving to our own programs, which is for those programs, and we'd be happy to reach out, and I think to a certain extent we already are, helping them think through, is there a way that we can safely deliver this service? What modifications do we need to make to the way that we deliver this service to improve safety? And are there particular vulnerable groups within our population that we would want to have a different model altogether for delivering that service? Again, very, very high correlation between age and medical condition with risk. So what we've felt is for the very vulnerable population, that's where we might try to go to home delivery on things like that, or be very clear that we have a pickup where people aren't in a big line where they're coming in one after the other. But we'd be happy to have our Parks and Rec folks work with any of the providers who may be asking you questions to think through safe alternatives so that they can hopefully continue to deliver this important service without having to curtail it completely.
Right, and most of these food distributions rely on volunteers. So the one that we have, two of the ones that we have are neighborhood associations. And so this is a neighborhood association with their group of volunteers, and they do this once a month. And so, they don't have the capacity to maybe change the type of model. They rely on this model because it's easy, it's true, and they're accustomed to it. And so I would love it if we could connect with this group in particular, one of the groups in particular.
Yeah, if you could send us the contact, we will try to help them think through the smaller, bigger modifications they may need to do to make sure that they're able to deliver the food in a way that we feel is appropriate within our guidelines, and help them connect to the county health if the questions go beyond what we're able to ask.
Sure. Wonderful. And the last question I have is around farmers markets. Now, I know everybody has farmers markets in their districts, or many of us do. We don't I don't think many folks reach the 1,000 person at one point, although there might be 1,000 people coming through at the end of the day or throughout the day. What is our rule of thumb there for farmers markets?
Excellent question, and that's one that I'm going to bring up with the county and get clarification on that, because that feels like a particular type of event that I don't want to speculate on here, and so we'll follow up on that.
Wonderful. Okay, and those are my questions. And the follow-up would be for that farmers market is there are folks who rely on those markets to have fresh fruits and vegetables, and so then the second question would be, how can we get fresh fruits and vegetables to those folks? Or can we change the format a little bit for our farmers markets? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diep.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of the questions that I wanted to raise have already been addressed, but one thing I guess I'll use my time for is I was on social media like a few days ago, and I understand that we're under-resourced, and perhaps compared to other countries, the response may seem underwhelming, but for what it's worth, I still think in the United States our public health protocols and kind of the plans that we have in place generally for disasters, we're still very well equipped, even relative to other nations in that regard. But one of the comments on social media that kind of like caught my attention, I was hoping that Kip can shed some light on, is the comparison that within a few days of this outbreak in China, they built like a hospital or a couple hospitals, and there was an image of us in Santa Clara County, I think, putting up a tent to kind of triage people who've been affected with COVID-19. And I don't know that that's necessarily the wrong action to take. I mean, I know you're not a public health official, Kip, but can you kind of help me kind of address this notion that we're somehow falling behind because we're putting up tents when other countries are building brand new buildings?
I think at this point, from what I understand from the county, that our critical path item is not the lack of hospital beds or the ability to care. We have not reached that point. The critical path items are our testing abilities and our abilities to do the coordinated planning to prepare for what's happening next. And so at this point, I don't think we would approach the situation the same way that China would by building a hospital. We would probably distribute the need regionally. But that's not our critical path item in my estimation. The critical path items are expanding the ability to test and understand what we're in, and the ability to do the planning and preparation work to respond to the range of social issues as people fall out of work, as we deal with having to close and curtail services that people depend on, more so than we need to put together 3 new hospitals in Santa Clara County for some reason. A little bit of that is my personal opinion. I'm not an expert on this, but that's where I see the stress points being, less so the triaging in front of a hospital.
Sure, I think that's important to reinforce out there. Thank you, Kip.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. So I had some questions about our homeless population, recently homeless population. So I don't know if you or Jackie would be the one. Thank you for your comments earlier. But in terms of just seeing what San Francisco did, which is put out trailers so that folks have a safe, secure place to self-isolate if they've been deemed positive, do we have, or are we in talks with the county about something similar?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
They've committed to trying to find a place to do the isolation. So they're working on something now.
Are we allowed to use like the trailers we got from the state for that? From the governor that gave it?
I think the county got those.
The county makes that call. And then I had another question. So I believe District 3 and 7 have the largest numbers of permanent supportive housing developments. And that was one of the things that caught my attention as well, because they're everything from old-fashioned, right, with not a lot of space, shared space, to the new Renaissance place that has a lot of shared space for services. How can we support them in terms of food delivery or other ways so that even if they're newly housed, that they can still sort of get the support to self-isolate in a facility, at their home?
Yes. So we are going to be having calls with different groups. So we're starting with shelter calls tomorrow. We're doing outreach next. We can set up a call with the permanent supportive housing providers, and with that specific question of what do you need to support your population. For many of the existing groups, developments, they already have food insecurity plans. It's actually one of the things that the city now requires for everyone, because we have found that the reality is for most of the people living in these sites, they need additional food support. But I think it's a great idea. We hadn't considered calling them in on a separate call. We can do that to make sure they're supported as well.
Because the food support plan is, so for example, Renaissance Place has a fancy, it's a beautiful new facility. They have a place to store food. They have space to distribute it, but the cooking and all of that is still shared. And then other facilities don't even have that.
Correct. So a couple years ago, we met with different facilities to say specifically, you have a large population of extremely low-income people. We brought together the different food banks and the different food providers and said, we need to create some opportunities for you to be talking to each other, because people are food insecure, especially in your sites. And so many of those developments did work with the Health Trust to establish proactive food plans for their residents. But again, I'll follow up.
Okay.
We can follow up to make sure the ones the ones that we know have permanent supportive housing to check to make sure.
That would be really helpful. Thank you. And then I had, before we talked about some other things, I had a question about homeless prevention. So Jackie, is that you? I noticed, I see Poncho. Can you come up? Is Destination Home here?
Jennifer's here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. I was. So there's been a lot of discussion about homeless prevention particularly amongst hourly workers. Oh yeah, you're doing social distancing. Good job, social distancing. About preventing, homelessness amongst hourly workers in the in the era of COVID-19. Can you give us an update on how that is moving forward?
Sure. So thank you. So Sacred Heart and Destination Home already work together on a county-wide homelessness prevention system. So far, it's a mix of about half public and half private funding. It's spread out across 15 agencies. Sacred Heart is the lead, and they manage all of the operations, and Destination Home's job is to corral all of the funding. So the system has prevented homelessness for almost 4,000 individuals over the last 3 years, and we're in the middle of our third year right now. And right now, the prevention system focuses on extremely low-income housing families, mostly about 85% of the time, but it's really looking for families or individuals that are really on the verge of tipping into homelessness, and there's some criteria that we use to understand that. So to respond to what's happening right now with coronavirus, we realized last weekend and in talking with Mayor Liccardo that there will be a whole wave of fragile, largely extremely low-income households, but also other incomes that are really dependent on hourly service worker, low-income wages that we already know are severely rent burdened. Sometimes they're paying 70, 80, 90% of their income towards rent. So any slip, any missed hours, it could be catastrophic. So the Destination Home Board has allocated an additional $1 million of private money to go into setting up a fund in partnership with Sacred Heart to address really the needs that are responsive specifically to displacement associated with coronavirus. So same kind of thing, extremely low income, very low income households, but we would like them to be able to demonstrate a loss of hours, right, from 1 month to the next. It's related to coronavirus. And we actually saw our first case today at Amigos de Guadalupe, an employee who is working in catering here in San Jose, who they've lost so many events that there's no hours, and so they need our help. So we anticipate this to scale, and I'll let Poncho address the specifics of how the work is being deployed.
So as Jen noted, what we have are well-established protocols in terms of how we're able to get documentation, be able to provide assistance efficiently and quickly, and make sure that that family gets the resources they need so that they are not displaced into homelessness for those populations. But what we developed are additional protocols that that are not just about homelessness, but about displacement in general. So someone who, before they get to a place where they're actually in the eviction processing system, we're trying to get that financial assistance to them very quickly and provide that kind of assistance. So in fact, we just finished a call about 5 minutes ago with our partners, or about 30 people that are on the call, rolling out the additional protocols that we have. We've already been providing assistance today, and we actually are gearing up to be able to serve at least, we have some resources because of the investment from Destination Home. We're going to be able to serve the first 100 folks that are coming into this particular process, and we're ready for that. But we're also planning a next phase, which means how are we going to be able to help out more families that might be impacted in a different way that would not necessarily go through our normal protocols, being able to make it more efficient. So the analog that we are playing around with right now, as we're gaming the system out, is more similar to what we did in terms of flood relief 3 years ago, where Sacred Heart stood up a system that provided a very efficient response, working with the city, coordinating very closely with you to be able to provide direct assistance to families within a very, very efficient time frame to make sure that those families had the resources they need to be able to to be able to make sure that they weren't going to be just pushed out and displaced immediately, that didn't have to go through a extended documentation review and other things that we normally do when we're talking about creating a wraparound service model for folks. So we're getting ready to stand up that system. And
I'd like to have some more information on that system. So I was very active in the flood response. There were a lot of families that didn't get help, so it's not an analogy that I think the community would appreciate. So since you've refined the system so much, I think it would be helpful to get an update on the updates and the enhancements that have been made since then.
Could I make a suggestion, Councilor Esparza? I know that on the item that's coming up in just a couple items down, there are some suggestions around potential emergency budget allocations and so forth. I know that after talking to our city attorney, I know he'll be back here in a moment, he indicated there'd be some challenges with noticing if we were actually making decisions today. I expect what we'll have is a motion to consider that next week, and that might be a good time for us to take on questions of how and how much.
And I'm not asking that question.
Oh, no.
It's a process question so that it can come back and be included.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that those very questions could be answered.
Included in.
Yeah, included in response as we're considering this larger question of how do we participate more robustly in homelessness prevention through, in some ways, what we already have stood up, clearly through Jennifer and Pancho's work, but also obviously how it needs to be modified and scaled.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Yeah, I agree.
Could I say one more thing? We're happy to come back next week. Between now and then, we're going to be working on raising additional funding for this.
Right.
I think this is going to be a major catastrophic problem for people because of how much is being economically, I'm not a doctor, so I won't speak about anything else, but how much is being shut down already. And we have an opportunity to intervene before things get worse. So we're already working with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. They have a regional fund, right? But they've agreed to partner with us on investing whatever is donated regionally, but earmarked for here into this effort too.
And I had one more question that I think would be helpful to be included when this comes back, which is the something that you had said earlier, which was families who are being impacted by COVID so far that we're seeing are people who are paying 70, 80, 90% towards rent. They may not be, they're not following that traditional homeless prevention where we already have an established homeless prevention fund and protocol. This would be something separate. Is that what I'm hearing?
So if they are eligible for our existing infrastructure, meaning they meet the same areas of vulnerability that would qualify from that, we get them that resource, which is wonderful. But what we've done is we've actually added this as an additional criteria that gives them additional opportunity to be able to access it, more flexibility. It's not saying that they go to the front of the line, but this is a different funding stream that gives us the ability to address their issue straight away. And in terms of the one caution that I have for the conversations happening a little bit later on and a number of the memos coming up is the more that we try to think of these are some additional documentation or criteria or other things that we want to see layered on, only makes it harder for us to be able to serve more folks. So we are ready to stand up, and we're actually doing it already with these private resources that have been committed by the Destination Home Board, but we want to make sure that we as you deliberate this week and next week over what's happening, that we try to make sure that the maximum level of flexibility that we're able to serve that need right away, and giving us the financial resources to be able to do so with our network of 15 agencies.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for your comments, because I think including some of those protocols when it comes back to that level of specificity so that we can see that there's already, what's already happening, I think that's actually really helpful. Okay, that's all I have on prevention. I had a couple more points.
Do you just need us next week?
Good question. I would just suggest if we have any more questions about prevention, I know we have, Councilmember Esparza is going to finish, then Councilmember Foley. If anyone else want to ask about homelessness prevention, what we're going to do to help renters in need, you ask in this session before we get on to the item, and then that way they can go home. Okay, fair enough. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Okay, all right, thank you. I had a question about, or a comment and a question about multilingual communication. So first off, thank you for all your hard work. But I know it's been a bit of a challenge for both the county and the city, and so we're really partnering and working together. Can you share with me the plan about how we will have a level of multilingual communication moving forward?
Yeah, we've asked our language team to ask and answer that question. What would it take to be able to provide support in the languages other than English, which are broadly spoken in our community, primarily Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog in this case. And so that's one of the things that we're going to be asking and answering over the next couple of days, is what will it take beyond our existing contractual capacity and our existing employees. And part of the challenge that I've given to that team is help us understand what it would take to do this right, and spin up that capacity now, not only in support of our own services, but potentially how much we can support the county. So we'll have a better answer for that in the coming days. It is a severe challenge, and one that many of you have legitimately pressed us on over the months and years, but I believe this is an opportunity to at least try to resource that for the duration of this event in a way that we can build that capacity. But it is going to be a challenge for us. But I can get more information on our plan and approach to you as we hear from that team over the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to echo Councilmember Carrasco's comments about overcrowding. District 7 also has one of the, I think D5, D3, and D7 are the most overcrowded districts according to the last census. So who knows what this census will show, but multiple families living, unrelated families living in one household. And the other thing that I'll add, which is a layer in the area of COVID-19, is intergenerational families, right? Where the elders are often very isolated. And so I just wanted to echo her comments, because I think this is a really complicated issue, because we might need to shelter some of the families outside of their own home.
Yes, and the point you raise on elderly is really important. I cannot emphasize what we understand of the statistics now, that you see a stepwise increase starting at age 50 on these vulnerabilities, so that by the time you get up to 70 and 80, you are seriously at risk. And so a crowded condition, multi-generational family, one person infected is an area of high concern. And how do we support people's capacity to self-isolate and to test rapidly? All of those things are important in the response.
Thank you. And then I wanted to echo one last comment on the food distribution, and to see if we could look at delivery. In my district, I have some very large, we're a community that needs it, right? So there is no alternative to getting food from the food bank. It's to not eat, right? And so I have some large distribution sites, particularly at the Vietnamese American Cultural Center, and across the street from that, there's a very large, at Our Lady of Refuge, is a large food distribution and night market. And again, if those people don't get that food, they don't eat. I mean, and so is there a way that we could partner with those organizations to arrange a food delivery. Since everybody's registered, we know who they are, because 90% of them are elderly.
We'll add that specific question into the workload over the coming week to evaluate what the options are. I think that we've also heard from potential partners around this. There's some interesting ideas, but I don't want to get ahead of the teams that are working on this. But I'll add this in and make sure that this is a focus of attention. One piece I did want to get back on because it's related is clarification on the farmers market. Our best understanding at this point is it's possible to continue the farmers markets as long as you practice the social distancing within the context of them. So in that case, it becomes similar to a grocery store. And kind of the rule of thumb on this stuff is the shorter you're in contact with people, the farther apart you are from them, and the fewer people there are, the better it is. So it's not an absolute yes or no. So to the extent that you take something like a farmer's market and you can separate people more, have them not spend a lot of time there, those will all be practices that increase it. But at this point, our guidance, my understanding of the guidance is that they can continue with appropriate social distancing, just as grocery stores are continuing to operate with encouraged of social distancing. But we will add that item around food distribution and partners and looking at those to the work plan as we think about how we support, in collaboration with the county, our most vulnerable.
And Kip, if I could just jump in, I'm just seeing a text from Angel that I guess staggered food delivery is being coordinated, and we'll have more information to come.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you for your report and your updates and your daily information on what's happening with the virus. I'm very concerned about, of course we have the health impact, but the resulting impact is the economic impact, and we've talked about that a little bit as it relates to renters and the financial assistance available from Destination Homes and the generous donation of their private partners. And I know, Mayor, you wanted me to ask those questions now or later, or?
If it's specifically about that, how we get funding to people who need it to stay housed.
Okay.
I think
I'll
Jeff
get
and
to that
Pancho-
in a minute, Jen. But
Okay.
the first question I had from an economic standpoint is related to small businesses. Are we able to track, or do we have a plan, or what's the strategy for reaching out to our small businesses and assisting them? I'm concerned that small businesses are also renters, and they have a double economic impact on them. If they can't keep their business open, they're also not able to make their rent or pay their mortgage, and they're out on the streets as well, and that affects their family and them. So what do we have that we're thinking of as far as small businesses are concerned?
Let me just tee it up and hand it over to Jess. This is an example, again, sort of modeling how we're doing this. We prioritize 40 key work items that are important to us over the next week. Each one of them has a staff lead who has expertise and has empowered to work on this and is pulling a team together. In the case of small business and the impact on small businesses, that's Jeff and Jeff Ruster, who has deep experience in that area. He's been given some preliminary guidance, which he is beginning to work on and develop over the next week. I'll turn it over to Jeff, but I just wanted to highlight that in terms of so you see how we're kind of working each of these items in a very intentional and coordinated fashion. Go ahead,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
So, thank you, Councilmember Foley and City Council and Mayor. Jeff Ruster, Office of Economic Development. Yes, there are about 60,000 small businesses in San Jose. Over about 60% are all individual sole proprietorship. So obviously we're going to need a lot of different mechanisms and conduits to get the word out and to get feedback from the small businesses. So we have already begun to work with various partners that historically we have worked with. That includes the 32 agencies that provide free technical assistance to the Business Owner Space network that serve small businesses. These are agencies that provide free business planning, marketing, help businesses to access loans, tax advice, financial advice a broad array of services. They also have multilingual capabilities, so they're excellent partners given the diversity of our small business community. We will also be working with SVO, with the ethnic chambers, and with the business districts, and I've already begun to reach out to them to notify them that we are very interested in utilizing them as intermediaries to get the word out to the small businesses and also to receive feedback from them in terms of what their pain points are and the needs that they have at this moment. In terms of resources, again, I just mentioned the technical assistance networks. We will be convening the banks with the assistance of the Small Business Administration over the next week. Not just banks, but community development corporations, community development finance institutions, other lenders that provide financing typically to businesses that are otherwise not bankable. They have less strict underwriting criteria. Also in the works is a package through the Small Business Administration where Congress and the President have recently approved $7 billion worth of funding, emergency relief, in the form of either low interest rate loans or zero interest rate loans. We still don't know, but we are in close contact with the SBA, and as soon as that is available and the appropriate declarations are made by the state directing funding to the county, again, we will be working very closely with SBA to make sure that the businesses out there are aware of those funds.
That's really great to hear about the SBA. I'd actually forgotten about them. When my husband and I lost our house in the earthquake, the SBA was there to help us with a small business loan because my husband worked out of his house and we were severely impacted by that. And I had forgotten that the SBA administers that. FEMA actually took care of it at that point, but is it something that we would be administrating, or we would putting the small businesses together with the SBA or whoever's doing the conduit with them?
Right. In this case, when it's disaster relief, SBA makes the loans directly to the small businesses. In their traditional setup, they work through banks to make those loans, but not in this particular instance. And SBA was involved when we did the flood relief a few years ago, and when there was a fire, I believe it was in District 10 as well, when about 12 or so businesses were impacted, and we served that same conduit role as well.
As that is more solidified, how small businesses might gain access to that information, can you share that with all of the council offices?
Absolutely.
Because these are the kind of talking points that are really helpful for us to push out to our community. Some think we're overreacting in some areas, some think we're not reacting quick enough, but this is an area that I think would really be helpful for us if we can get out some really good information on how you can help your small business through the SBA. That's really, really great to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for that. So I think I'm finished as far as small businesses are concerned. Kip, a couple of the other groups that you mentioned were low-income hourly wage earners and then also small nonprofits. Over the weekend, several organizations I'm a member of announced their cancellations of their big galas, and some of them can't be rescheduled. And some of them are saying, I don't know how we're going to make it through next year because this is our big fundraiser. And we're not talking multi-million-dollar fundraisers. We're talking 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 fundraisers. What can we do? What advice? How can we help them? We don't have an endless supply of funds to help these small nonprofits, but the work that they do is so important to their community. Is that in your 40 list of things that we can do, that you're going to be looking into and reporting back to us? Or Jen's coming forward, maybe she's got a...
Jen would like to tee that up, so
Yeah, very
go ahead
good.
and take a shot at that.
I think that's the other thing that the Community Foundation is really concerned about. So as they're opening their regional coronavirus fund, if the city was interested in protecting, pull it down.
Yeah, pull it down a little bit, yeah. Thanks.
Better.
Yeah.
If the city is interested in protecting and supporting nonprofits that are facing some difficulties, I think you could probably partner with the Community Foundation, and they can make direct grants to nonprofit agencies.
Excellent. That's really good to know. I appreciate that. I worry about them because, as I said, they're very small nonprofits. They don't get federal funds. They're not National Endowment of the Arts recipients or things like that. They're just local, in many cases, school organizations that are really concerned about how they're going to make it from one year to the next now that they're losing their big fundraisers. So I appreciate that. And now that you're there, I want to ask you about your renters fund. I really appreciate your partners coming forward with $1 million and that you're working to grow that number. That's really fabulous because we really need to help renters pay their rent as much as possible. These are folks who are hardworking, who are trying their best to stay housed, but through no fault of their own, there's crisis is upon us. So how does one find out about this pot of money? How do they apply?
So, with the caveat that $1 million is not very much money, right?
That's my next question is how.
Just start with that.
Yeah.
So we're hesitant to publicize because we can help a couple hundred families maybe right now. We're going to need, we're working on trying to raise more money from the private sector as well. We are probably going to need a lot more money. So with that caveat, we're lucky because Santa Clara County is one of the only, I think, counties in the Bay Area that has a pretty sophisticated homelessness prevention program that is already up and going. Between Gilroy and Palo Alto, there are 15 organizations that are already on the front lines of receiving people who are in trouble, providing food, and providing this type of prevention assistance already. So we've gotten some discipline and some muscle around things like getting cash into people's hands within 72 hours, with making sure that people have what they need to pay their rent or pay 3-day notice. Part of this organizational structure includes the Silicon Valley Law Foundation, so we have eviction defense and some legal representation for folks, multicultural through partnerships at Amigos de Guadalupe or AKI. So meaning that we have tilted up a pretty sophisticated prevention system already. So families go to these organizations for help, right? So when they can't pay their rent, this is already the place that they go. And the truth is we turn away, we're only helping about 35% of everyone who's asking us for help right now. So we don't have enough money in general for this system. And what we're doing with COVID is we are loosening the criteria around income because we know that this is going to affect a broader swath of people because of the nature of this crisis.
I think it's fine. The only thing I'd add is to give you a sense of scale. Like the current network of organizations serves over 100,000 individuals each year through through the breadth of the program that we have. And the 15 partner organizations include the Emergency Assistance Network, which is countywide, but also the Domestic Violence Collaborative and other organizations. We also have feeder institutions through relationship with schools, with family resource centers, and with other partners. So this is, when other organizations want to find out how they can reach the low-income community or the families at risk, they come to our organizations to be able to get that outreach to them. So relying upon us to be able to do that, plus our ongoing relationships with over 160 partners that feed into our systems through volunteer support, churches, faith communities, civic organizations, they know where to come when they need help.
Okay. And do you have a maximum and minimum amount that you pay in rental assistance? Just to give me an idea of how far $1 million goes.
So what we can tell
Which
you
isn't
is
very, I understand.
What we've tried to do, frankly, is we're responsive to what people need.
Okay.
So what we can tell you is the average right now is about $4,200 per household.
Okay.
Some people need far less, and there's been few cases that need far more, but that's the average.
Okay.
In this situation, if we're just strictly looking at paying the rent for 1 month, we're thinking that might be less than 40, because when we're talking about this $4,300, we're really isolating the families that are really about to tip into homelessness, which is a little different than what we're talking about with this pot of money. So all we can do is base it on what we've been doing. What's important for us is that we're being responsive and putting money into families' hands based on what they actually need and not just some sort of arbitrary, like you only get $500 because that's all we have.
Right.
Like we want to solve the problem.
Right, 500 might not help them.
Might not solve the
Right.
problem.
Yeah, and the only thing to add with that is that when, like Jen was saying about the fact that some families need more, there's a different profile of families that are on the edge and those that have the kind of risk factors that we're primarily dealing with the homelessness prevention system. So when you're talking about someone who has a momentary lapse, maybe their paycheck drops by a certain amount or completely for a few months, it's different than families that have been tripped up in a well-functioning economy that have 10 different risk factors. For a lot of the families that we anticipate will be coming through this system, we will be able to provide that support for just this one risk factor and getting them back on the feet. It's typically much less of an investment, but we can't really know until we're right in there. And the other thing to note is any of the families that are tripped into this system that are eligible for homelessness, they will be picked up by our existing infrastructure as well. They'll get additional help and assistance if they meet the additional risk factors that aren't included where this is putting them to the front of the line, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Poncho and Jen. If I could, I just want to give the floor for a second to Lee Wilcox, my counterpart. So he can address a little bit about kind of the comprehensive thinking around all of these different potential funding streams in a kind of a general way that might address some of the common questions that you've had around providing support to seniors, small businesses, homeless individuals, those at risk for homelessness. Lee?
Yeah, thank you, Kip. One of the things that we've charged the team with on the assistance front right now is assessments on both fronts. Assessment of what are the needs of our residents going to be, and those needs are going to be quite different. And we've heard a really important need today, but those needs are going to be very diverse. Same within our business community and same within our nonprofit. Just as diverse and somewhat more complicated are going to be the different revenue streams that are available at a state, federal, and depending on private dollars. So what the team's working on this week is a framework that tries to address that and provides the maximum amount of flexibility for the city, or where we don't need to be involved at all, so that we don't get in the way and we can make sure, just as Jen and Poncho have said, that those solutions are actually really helping that family or that business, that we have a similar framework in place. So, as opposed to coming to solutions right away, we're going through that assessment this week so that we have an end product that is the best solution for everyone.
Thank you. So when we're keeping our COVID website very update and with the latest information, I'd suggest that we put a list of resources of financial providers that might be able to help in those conversations for people who are looking for financial assistance, the Small Business Administration and et cetera, as we have that information available. Because we're going to start getting those questions. We're not really getting the economic impact questions immediately right now. It's more the health issues, at least that's what we're getting in my council office. But I know that's close, because as the stock market does what it does, we hear how the economy is shifting and how that, and people start getting very nervous about business, and we already know that restaurants and hospitalities are suffering from that.
Yeah, and I would just say this is a role that we think the 11 of you will play a very important role in, as we can go through this assessment and operationalize something. That liaison branch will absolutely outreach to you. We will do everything on our power to advertise those resources as well as fundraising opportunities, because that is something that's a strong partnership between this council and this staff. So we're committed to doing that.
Great. And one last question, and I know this is not an area that we have any control over, but we get asked this question all the time, is when are we going to influence the closure of schools? And of course, we don't have any jurisdiction over schools, but our residents maybe know that, but they don't accept that we don't have ultimate decision-making power of our schools. So what can we do aside, maybe include that in a script on the website as well, that go to your school for their information and they're the leads on this, but any guidance on the school closure front?
Dr. Cody has spoken of this as one of the most difficult decisions that she is weighing and making. She is information on flu. We know that shutting down of schools in the case of a flu can be very effective. Information in COVID is a little bit less clear, partly because we don't understand the role of children as amplifiers, or what they call amplifiers. It's apparent that children are not as severely affected in this, and it may be that children are even affected at lesser rates. So the efficacy of shutting down schools is not clear, and at this point in her consideration, she is weighing that against the very high economic impact and dislocation costs as she makes those kinds of decisions. So that, again, that remains her decision to make. That being said, we understand that, if and when that decision is made, that'll have enormous cascade effects, both for the parents and the children, everything from feeding that we've talked about to losing jobs and the disruption of children's patterns. It is very unlikely that most schools can continue to provide effective virtual learning, or that all students will be able to receive effective virtual learning, even in the event that a parent is able to stay home with them. So clearly, in my mind, this issue goes beyond the schools themselves and has community-wide social and economic impacts. And so we will be working closely with the public health to understand when she is ready to make that kind of call, and make sure that we are preparing for the economic and dislocation impact that would come with that. In the meantime, I think the advice and guidance she's given to schools is very clear that they need to be thinking through their capacity for doing distance learning. They need to be thinking about the social isolating, or social distancing, not isolating, that they'll want to be doing, and providing ample opportunities for hand washing for children and teachers and visitors. But that is probably one of the toughest calls I think that public health will make.
Thank
and
you.
At this point, she said it's a case-by-case basis.
I appreciate it, and thank you for all that you're doing and will be doing in the next few months. Thank you.
Maybe I should just also add in on the subject of schools, because I know a lot of work's been done. You know, what you see is the duck, but you don't see the feet underneath the water. I know these folks are doing an awful lot. I don't mean to accuse you of being ducks, but yeah, I know I had a conversation with Eric Yuan, the CEO at Zoom, and I know Kip and your team have been working to see how we might be able to get more kids wired up in anticipation of school closures. We know the divide's gonna be a real challenge for an awful lot of kids to still get the education they need. There were, I think, 28 county superintendents of schools meeting with the governor yesterday, right before we met with him. And, you know, what's clear is there was some frustration because Elk Grove School District shut down without really any clear direction from the health department. I think that's not going to be the course for other districts in the future, but I think it's hard for us to imagine that this thing proceeds as we expect it to, and schools won't get shut down, at least as I see it. I think it has to be coming, because although kids are not particularly vulnerable, we know that they're pretty resilient here and maybe asymptomatic quite often, or certainly pre-symptomatic for a long period of time, but they're going home to grandma. And I think the point that Councilmember Carrasco made was a really important one. We've got 15 people living under a single roof, multiple family generations. It is, schools are, you know, in past challenges that we've had with flu and I think 2009 most recently, and in other episodes, closing down the schools was pretty important. So I think we should be prepared. That's coming. I know we're preparing. We're working hard to get there. But of course, it won't be our call. Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. I forgot to mention, and Mayor, I believe that you were there at our last VTA meeting. I don't know if you were if you had stepped out, but I have a real concern, Kip, and I know that you're meeting with a whole team of folks. So I'm hoping that you'll put this on your radar. I know that I'll be following up. When our VTA staff reported on the protocol and procedures for keeping our riders safe, they did indicate that they do a deep cleaning of the buses only once every 3 months. And so we want to, since we know that this is, you know, a highly contagious situation, we need to make sure that we figure out how we're going to change that protocol. And I did express some serious concerns, but I just saw them again and they're unchanged. So we need to make sure that they're following the county guidelines, which I'm sure that they are to the best of their ability. But cleaning a bus every 3 months is really problematic and concerning.
Councilmember Kimmis.
Kip and staff, I really just want to say, well, thank you. I think that we have a great team in charge here, and I really appreciate all the timely information that we get with our, emails and what have you, and the fact that you guys are so accessible to questions. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, appropriately so. Thank you. Councilmember Prowse.
Yeah, sorry to add on again. The conversation around supporting small business, I actually this came an idea Councilmember Carrasco had shared her and I after discussing at the last VTA board meeting, which was a lot of these individuals, as we know, the message has gone out for some of these major tech companies for people to work from home. And these are individuals that are fortunate enough to still be making an income, right, while they work from home. The conversation we were having was how do we ensure there are ways where we are still supporting the economy, especially for those that are capable. And so I think messaging around ways to do so would be helpful through our own, channels of messaging, and then maybe even in partnership with the county. Although this could be a place where we take maybe a greater lead, right, where the county is focusing on the health aspect and we could be directing a little bit of attention to the economic aspects of it. Are we already doing something like that? And if not, is that something you think, we don't have to dive into further here in discussion, but you think you get the idea and maybe something we can dive into?
If I'm following it correctly, Councilmember, one of the things that we are starting to think about is, a lot of consequences are negative, but clearly with any crisis, there's also opportunity. So what are the way we put it is, what are the flip side niche opportunities that might emerge for small businesses that actually increase, right? Good food delivery services, for example, support of people who are telecommuting who need different types of services than they needed when they were in the office. They probably won't be of the same magnitude as what was lost, but there is always these sort of niche things that turn out to be a positive upside of a downside. And so that's one of the things that we've asked the small business team to think about is, okay, let's game this out a little bit, and where will entrepreneurial small businesses and workers shift to in a way that's hopefully healthy for them, that they can take advantage, not in an unfair way, but to be able to shift their productivity to something that is needed and gets them paid. So we're beginning to think about that. We've at least raised that question.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I guess I know that in a couple items we're going to take up this issue, and probably I anticipate a motion to consider next week or soon thereafter this emergency funding issue. And I guess I would just ask if staff might consider, as we're thinking about that, obviously, Measure E money isn't going to be available right away. We know that. It's going to take a while. And although I've got a budget message we'll consider next week, it calls for tripling our commitment to homelessness prevention. I can't say I know, we know the existing dollars aren't enough. And as Jennifer said, they're only serving about a third of the families that are coming to her, or to the many nonprofits that are aligned with a bunch of Jennifer's efforts. So it would be helpful to understand from staff, are the reserves to which we would look if we could backfill with Measure E money, whether or not that would be advisable. And secondly, are there ways in which we make these commitments that make us more likely to be able to get FEMA and SBA money to ensure we can backfill from federal sources, because we know the homelessness crisis isn't going to go away after this virus has run its course, and we're going to continue to need resources to serve. So I would just ask if that could be in consideration for staff when we do come back.
Yes, and on the second point, we are already trying to make sure that the way that we're tracking time, the way that we're doing contracts, the way that we are doing our work is ultimately recoverable should there be a national proclamation that deploys FEMA resources and FEMA rule guidelines, and Cal OES follows suit. So it's a little bit, again, in the very intricate weeds of federal government policy, but it's something that we've learned is that we want to be able to capture those costs in a way that can be maximize reimbursement. We are working to do that now and have both our budget team and our finance team activated on that. I think the one thing I would say, if I could, in sort of a general perspective here is, we will not be able to do everything we want to do to respond to this virus. Right. So two things out of that. One, we will focus on what is most effective for those who are most vulnerable. And two, we will ask for help. We will be needing help. We'll be needing help from county. We'll be needing help from other cities. We'll be needing help from other states that are not as affected as we are. We'll be needing help from businesses, more wealthy individuals, those who can donate their time. We will be asking for help once we understand the help that we need. And the last thing I would say, and this is putting my deputy city manager hat on, but I would ask City Manager Sykes to add on if he wishes to, everything we do on COVID-19 means there's something else that we are not doing. And part of what we try to do in emergency management is minimize the size of the team until and unless there is truly an all-hands-on-deck kind of crisis. And so we have been trying to run this small and lean. We are at the point now where we are scaling and we are increasingly pulling in a lot of the brain trust and the horsepower of this organization to respond in a very significant way. 40 items and 40 people like Jeff Ruster working with teams is a great deal of our leadership capacity. And I think in the coming weeks and months, we are going to need to be able to clarify with you what we say no to as much as what we are saying yes to on COVID-19. So I do not mean to be negative or suggest that we won't do anything except focus relentlessly on doing what's right, but that will mean saying no to a lot of important things or deferring a lot of other important things, in my opinion.
Thank you. I think it's an appropriate shot across the bow for us to understand. We are both entering a period in which we are going to be, our entire organization is going to be consumed in one way or another with this work. At the same time, that organization itself is going to be stressed. We've got people on the front line who are vulnerable themselves, and we need to do everything we can, obviously, to keep those who are providing help healthy as well. And bluntly, I would expect we're going to enter a recession, and that means we're going to have fewer resources to be able to address these issues. And so all those cause us as political leaders to think very carefully about how we can focus, and that we're not going to be able to do it all. We're not the Federal Reserve or the SBA, and there's going to be severe economic impacts we cannot simply compensate people for. We're going to have to focus on those, as you said so well, Kip, those who are most vulnerable, where we can be most effective. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we close, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank all those service providers. Pancho and Jennifer, you are here, but you represent a lot of folks who work every day in your organizations and who help prevent homelessness for our children and families and stabilize them. And so I wanted to take that opportunity. I know this is a part of, you're going to provide the heavy lifting, if you will, in the months to come. And so we're going to really rely on you to do this with us together. And so please count on my support and whatever may come. But I wanted to take that opportunity before we close this item. And if there isn't an emotion on the floor.
There is, I think.
Oh, there
that's
is.
what it is.
Apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll take that back.
Any other comments? Yes, I do want to emphasize how grateful we are both for what's been done on homelessness prevention as well as during the flood. I know there are always many views about how well any agency can respond during an emergency, and undoubtedly there were plenty of reasons for people to be genuinely frustrated about a lot of things. But I thought the response from our community organizations was tremendous, and I appreciate all your work on that, Pancho. Okay. Let's vote on Councilmember Davis's motion. I'm sorry, we just got some late cards that came in after we had originally had public comment. That public comment exhausted, and then several folks came in to submit cards again. Why don't I ask you to speak now, and then if anyone wants to change their vote, they can do so. So Robert Aguirre, S, and Scott Largent, you want to speak now?
So Robert Aguirre here. I would like to emphasize the efforts that are being put forth for the people that are houseless, that are living outdoors, because it's near and dear to my heart, as all of you know. I'd like to thank you for all the things that the Housing Department came out and spoke about, the things that they're planning on doing. I would make a recommendation that we start requesting funds from the federal government, because this is a national emergency. And we use those funds to start expanding programs such as the trash, putting in trash dumpsters, put in hand washing stations, fresh water, porta potties, showers. Keep track of all that information. Because I can almost guarantee you that at the end of all this, we're going to find out that it was cheaper to do that than to be sweeping people from place to place night after night over and over again, and it just doesn't solve a problem. And if this actually allows us to be able to put people in a safe place where they feel a sense of security, they feel a sense of belonging, and then they can start working on whatever issues they may have, and we know where they are, we can reach them, we can help them out in a better way than just moving people around from place to place. When you sweep your home, you don't take the dirt from one area and move it to another room. You pick it up and you deal with it. So let's not treat people like that kind of trash. Let's treat people as human beings. Let's reach out to them and try to help them in the place where they are, and let's not continue to disturb their lives by stealing from them and moving them around and exposing them to the potential of a worse situation that they're currently in. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'll second everything he said. But we were all late because we were still stuck at Board of Soups that went on for a very long time. One of the things I'd like to address is I wanted to thank Deb for mentioning volunteers. We are often forgotten. I don't know how you guys do that. It seems to be a gift. But we are the front lines of the working with unhoused people. We are the ones who are there. And so we need to be partnered with the city and the county, especially working on this, getting out the word about COVID-19, getting out the word about the census, working with folks, getting out hand sanitizer and masks and trash bags to the folks that need it the most. But work with us. You know, we're here. We're like asking to be worked with. There's no mention of fever checks. I think that it would be really, really a good idea at the shelters to do a check before people came in, because there's so many underlying conditions that you can't say, oh, do you have these 3 things that, you know, are really a sign of COVID-19 for us, whereas at a shelter, they already have most of the things. Just do a simple check. Do you have a fever before you come in? Oh, you have a fever? No, we're gonna have to refer you for testing. That would be a really good thing to protect folks in a shelter, and I don't know why we're not doing it right now. Particularly at Sunnyvale, because their site manager's on oxygen, so I think we could, you know, try and protect her as well. I think that all elected officials could do a better job of destigmatizing unhoused people, because right now on social media, they deserve it. The COVID-19 will fix the homeless problem. That's the post that we're seeing. The old people that died, oh, that was sorry and that was sad. But the unhoused people that are going to be affected by COVID-19, that's great. It'll fix everything. So when you're talking about social media, if you could destigmatize COVID-19 among unhoused people, that they're not carriers of some sort of disease, that would be great. If you could really pick that up, that message, that would be awesome. And also hand washing stations at VTA stops, because BART has bathrooms and VTA doesn't. So if we could add portable hand washing or sanitizing at VTA stops, that would really help. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. There's a long meeting at the supervisor chambers this morning in regards to this virus. I'm just wondering, we have those hand sanitizer stations now that are kind of starting to appear everywhere. I was at the PD most of the weekend utilizing the free Wi-Fi and my desk in the lobby there. We have not put in one of those sanitizers right now. So we're doing everything here at the council chambers right now to protect all of you, but what about the police department? What about inside of their bathroom there that the public has to use? And I'm wondering why that's not happening. There is a facility where traffic court used to be on Rough Drive over there, and it used to be, of course, our traffic court. That building is for lease right now. And I know we're working right now on turning Grace, of course, into a navigation center, but that building is revamped over there. The for lease sign came up a couple of days ago. That's a prime area right there. We don't need to just shift all the homeless over there, but maybe we can start washing clothes, turn it into a real navigation center right there, get the county and city to fund this thing. We could get it off the ground within a week. We could really get on top of this, give people a place to go. Another shocking thing that I ran into, because I'm off and on homeless right now, I rented a U-Haul to move my stuff out of my place. I have a storage unit over there near the flight path right there, and I parked the U-Haul overnight right there. And I kind of slept in there so I could get my stuff into storage. There are hundreds of vehicles out there that park in that flight path right there, and they're BMWs, they're Minis, they're brand new vehicles, and it was really interesting. There's a lot of people out there that are really suffering that we don't even allow them to park there. Between 2 and 6 a.m. it's restricted. Maybe we could do a special permit program to allow people to be out there, maybe trailers, maybe motorhomes, get creative with it right now. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now, there was a vote. Is that right, Tony? There was not a vote. The vote didn't go through? Okay, the motion was already made.
We did vote.
We did vote. That's what I thought.
I already
Okay.
flipped my agenda page.
Yeah, would anyone like to change their vote in light of the public comment? Okay, we'll move forward. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the members of the community. Item 8.1 are the Hammer Theater Center Operations and Maintenance Agreement, and it is obviously coincidental that we just lost an incredible leader of our community. I guess it was Saturday night, actually. It was just a few hours after I saw her, and Susan Hammer. And I know that Councilmember Davis wanted to honor with an adjournment. We'd like to do so when the family's able to be available, and so we'll be doing that very soon. I want to make sure people know that we will be honoring her, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to reinforce that recognition of the late Mayor Susan Hammer, who was such a champion for the arts, who alongside with her husband, Phil Hammer, has the name on this beautiful facility. And I also want to recognize San Jose State University. When we transferred the operations and maintenance of this facility to the university, they absolutely embraced the name and really rebranded this facility the Hammer Theater Center. So it really has a wonderful legacy that I just want to recognize. So thank you for mentioning that. So I am really pleased to be before you today with a great news story. This is about the future of this really important cultural asset, the Hammer Theater Center. And we're asking you to approve a long-term agreement with San Jose State University. So I just want to acknowledge who I'm here with today. To my left is Karen Park. She's a senior art coordinator within the Office of Cultural Affairs. Shannon Miller, she's the Dean of the Humanities and the Arts at San Jose State University. And Chris Burrell, who is the Executive Director of the Hammer Theater Center. And also, we have Charlie Foss. I would not forget Charlie. Charlie Foss is with us today. Charlie is the Vice President of Administration at San Jose State University. So this is the team that's been working together to really bring this agreement together and have been doing the negotiations. I also want to recognize Walter Lynn, who's Deputy Director in the Department of Public Works, for his and his team's great stewardship of this facility. So our recommendation before you is as recommended by the Community and Economic Development Committee on February 24th, 2020, accept the report and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with San Jose State University for the operations and maintenance of the Hammer Theater Center for a 15-year term, with 2 additional 10-year options to renew starting July 1st, 2020, for an annual amount of $315,000, with adjustments according to the Consumer Price Index, subject to the appropriation of funds by the City Council. So as we've been going through these negotiations and leading up to this day, I've really been thinking about where we started 5.5 years ago, and I know some of you were on the council at that time. And, Karen and I have been working with the San Jose rep before it filed its bankruptcy, and then subsequently on the public process and the identification of a new partner and the development of a new model. And I was reflecting on what a difficult period this was 5.5 years ago. You know, our community suffered and felt a great deal of loss over the loss of the repertory theater. And there was a lot of anxiety about whether or not this important community asset would continue to be a viable community asset for the arts well into the future. And so we had a great deal of public process. In fact, we put together a Hammer Theater advisory committee represented by various nonprofit professionals, community leaders, theater professionals, and we had ongoing monthly meetings that were really well attended by members of the community. And we knew at that time, because we had worked with the rep for so long, that we were going to need a partner that was well capitalized, because the $315,000 of the annual O&M agreement is only a fraction of the overall operating costs to maintain this facility. So we knew we were going to need an organization that would actually do the investment and the ongoing maintenance and make sure this was an ongoing asset for our community. So we're really excited when San Jose State University stepped up and they really presented a very compelling vision to our committee, which we ultimately brought to the council, which you approved. And we then entered into a short-term agreement with San Jose State. We've had a short-term agreement for 4.5 years, and that was really to really kind of kick the tires on this idea and this concept to see whether or not this was going to be the right model for this community. So I'm really, really excited and so pleased. I can't tell you what kind of a big relief this has been, that this has been such a successful model in so many different ways, not only for our arts community, for our community at large, but also for the student populations, because now we have a theater within our university system that's probably one of the best within California. And we are now a destination university for the performing arts because of this partnership. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Park, who's going to walk us through kind of the key tenets of this agreement. Thank you.
Okay, so San Jose State. San Jose State is in the 5th year of a successful and sustainable incubation model, which features high quality and diverse arts and cultural experiences that reflect the unique characteristics and cultures of San Jose. Under San Jose State management, the Hammer not only showcases the best of university programming, but has also had a venue that arts and cultural groups can use to present their best work at a discounted nonprofit rate. Live theater is an important part of programming at the Hammer, and that honors community desires that were expressed after the rep went dark. Programming continues to attract increasing audience to the theater. Last year, over 57,000 people came to the Hammer to experience almost 200 engaging performances. And that resulted in an economic impact of all this activity being attracted to the downtown is estimated at about $4 million through spending and employment generation. The university partnership has kept the Hammer an attractive regional destination, as Carrie mentioned, and has served as a valuable training ground for the next generation of arts professionals, as well as the next generation of arts audiences and patrons. So the key contract terms, the current incubation agreement ends in June, and we're recommending a 35-year term, which breaks down to initial 15 years with 2 additional 10-year options. The subsidy is $315,000 a year with CPI adjustments capped at 3%. I wanted to point out that $15,000 of that subsidy is going to be placed into a capital maintenance sinking fund for the Hammer, which the city will match with $15,000, and that's going to be applied to capital maintenance needs that are above and beyond the larger planned investments included in the city's capital improvement plan and the San Jose State's ongoing investments. The mix of programming that has proved successful with university programming and discounted nonprofit community rentals will continue with this agreement. Partnerships for facility maintenance and capital needs will continue unchanged, with San Jose State generally responsible for routine maintenance and repairs inside the facility, and the city responsible for replacement of internal building systems and maintenance to the exterior facility. Because the Hammer is aging, it's over 20 years old, the city will be updating a capital repair and life cycle assessment to plan for future costs and timely capital improvement, including the HVAC systems, which are a special concern for San Jose State, so that we can avoid expensive emergencies and escalating operating costs. The Office of Cultural Affairs, in conjunction with the Public Works Department, will be monitoring this agreement by reviewing programming, financial activities, and maintenance records on a regular basis. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who's going to talk more about programming.
Great, thank you, Karen. So one of the hallmarks of the Hammer is the diversity of the programming that does include theater. But we also have film and dance, music, lecture series, and holidays at the Hammer, trying to make a point that we are attracting audiences from a large genre of audiences rather than just people that love theater. But we seriously do concentrate on theater. Last year we had an original play off Broadway called The Other Mozart. And anyway, we are really thrilled for this opportunity. One of the things that we do is we enable the rental of our facility to our community members. Starting Arts, San Jose Jazz, NorCal Academy of the Performing Arts. We were able to help a lot of the displaced musical groups out of the Trianon at our facility, and we're proud to do that. And we, of course, have the new ballet's Nutcracker, which thrills audiences both old and young alike. So those are some of the really quality things that we're doing, in my view. And I'd like Dr. Miller to pick up on what San Jose State does for in that theater.
So under the SJSU at Hammer, we provide a whole variety of the best productions across music, theater, film, and dance within the Hammer. And these are not just opportunities for our students, they are opportunities for the community. We are doing fabulous original programming, including the Dreamer Project that played this fall, a sold-out production of Lin-Manuel Miranda's first musical, In the Heights, 2 years ago. And we've continued to find ways to intersect the curricular possibilities for our students and the intersection with national touring companies such as dance companies like Jessica Lange and Kyle Abraham. In addition, we have musical productions such as the Bernstein Mass from last year and an annual event called Kaleidoscope. So we're continuing with our best productions out of the university to really underscore and contribute to the need for theater in this area, original theater, exciting theater. But all of this really speaks to the ways in which high quality and diverse programming has become the real marker of what defines the Hammer. And with that, we'd like to show you a quick video that highlights what it is we do and the many, many things we do at the Hammer. This is actually produced by our own student marketing team.
Turn it up.
So I think that Susan Hammer would love that video. And I just want to thank San Jose State University for their ongoing commitment and their partnership. And I want to thank the council for your support. So that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Certainly wonderful to see that Susan's legacy will be certainly sustained very well through this partnership. It's great. Big thank you to everyone who's been involved. Chris Burrell, thank you for your management of this effort for what, 3 or 4 years now. It's 4 years. Yeah, it's been wonderful to see. I had a question about, I looked at the revenues, it's about $2.5 million in revenue, about a little less than a third of that comes from rental revenue. And I was just curious, given the fact, I imagine particularly with students either rehearsing probably in the evenings and performing on weekends, does it leave you room during the daytime, during the week, for partnerships with, say, Team San Jose to be able to generate more rental revenue by having convention-related forums in that location? And have you already explored that?
Yeah, we have a very active rental inquiry team that's actually attending today's meeting. But we constantly are working with Team San Jose and other meeting planners about how we can utilize our spaces. We have 2 performing spaces and 3, really 2 other rooms that can be rented for a variety of purposes depending on the attendance. So we are constantly looking at more rental opportunities, including with Team San Jose.
Thank you. And Dr. Miller, thanks for the partnership with San Jose State. It's really, I'm glad to see it's working well for both. And certainly, Karen and Carrie, thank you for all your work, particularly running into the fire back in 2014 when it was looking a bit grim, and we needed to find some way to enliven what had suddenly become a very dark corner of our downtown, right in the heart of our downtown. And this was, I think, a wonderful partnership that was born from your efforts. So thank you for all your work. I had a question about the renewal. I know it's 15 years followed by a couple 10-year options. Who has the option? Both sides or one side, or how's it work?
How we frame these agreements is that it's mutual. You know, is that both parties have the opportunity to extend or not.
Okay.
But what we've done is we've worked out within this agreement that we're going to give the other party sufficient time. I think, what was it, 18 months? Yeah, in order for us to prepare, because this team, they're booking that facility well into the future because they're planning their next season.
Sure.
And so, and of course, as the city, if, you know, San Jose State, for whatever reason, determines that they no longer want to utilize that facility, we also want adequate time to come up with a solution for a reuse program. So we did build that in.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, it's, I know our downtown is evolving very quickly, and hopefully we'll have more performing arts venues and fill them with more performances. I know that certainly San Jose State is growing to the west as we're looking at potential development of housing and so forth on that block with the state building. And so this is, I think, going to be an emerging part of the campus, I suspect, as we move forward into the future. Councilmember Prowse?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. This is a bit of good news, obviously, in a day where we're discussing a lot of unknowns. And I do think that the timing, certainly, in regards to the passing of Mayor Hammer this past weekend, to be able to make this decision today, especially considering the legacy that she left and the naming, right, and the ability that San Jose State has presented to us to reactivate this location that held her namesake. I think it's just tremendous that we're in such a position today to be able to make a longer-term agreement, and I look forward to that. I think I had enough comments in committee, so I'll save those. I'd like to make a motion before I do. I did want to ask if, while you're here, the impacts obviously that you're seeing already due to cancellations, if you have an idea on what that economic impact might look like for yourselves, and what are your plans to be able to try to address that?
That's probably me. So we did calculate that in anticipation of that question. It's ever evolving. In fact, there was a cancellation just today. So far, we've lost 6 events, which does include the CineQuest rescheduling. So we have a potential of about $75,000 in lost revenue. If everything now through April were to cancel, where we are at this moment is about $40,000 impact. I would be remiss to not say, and you discussed it in the motion before, but the loss to area businesses, I know The place where I bought a sandwich today, made my sandwich really fast because there were no other customers. And the hourly workers. So we put dozens of people to work, stagehands, ushers, concession people, and they're all out of work. So it is a big impact. I don't, but I would say about 75K is probably the worst case scenario, thinking that in April there's better news on the horizon at that point.
Okay, thank you. And as you know, and Dean Miller knows, myself and my colleagues were really looking forward to our discussion that was going to be hosted at the Hammer next Wednesday. It's just an unfortunate timing. I know ourselves, we are looking forward to a rescheduling, and so are our panelists. But I think we will, sort of power through this opportunity, and really, I think couldn't ask for a better partner to be able to do this with. And I think it's unfortunate times, but I think you can also know that the city is here to also be a partner as well. And I appreciate, Carrie, your work that you've put in to create a contract like we have here, and just everybody on the Hammer Theater Working Group, all the work that was put in. And so I do want to make a motion to support the staff recommendation.
All right, motion and second. Councilman Kimmis?
Yes, I want to echo the remarks from Councilmember Perales. As the head of the Economic Development Committee, I really appreciate the partnership and all the events that I've attended, many events over the last couple of years since you guys have been in charge. Very well done, very well maintained. I really appreciate all the hard work that you put into restoring and all the activity there. I am also really concerned not just about this COVID virus, but also on the AB5 front, where all of your actors and what have you are suffering. I've actually gotten a lot of emails about supporting an effort to exclude theater workers from AB5. I don't know if that has gone well. I know that California was supposed to be voting on this, and I don't know where it is.
Yes, thank you. There is an organization, a statewide advocacy group. It's called Californians for the Arts and Californians Arts Advocates, who alongside partner organizations across the state that are looking to do what would be described as a cleanup bill that would look to further extend the definition of fine artists to other organizations or professionals within the performing arts. And so that's being worked out right now. It is, of course, as you know, complex because there are unions that protect certain performers. But we know, writ large, that this has the potential to be very detrimental to the nonprofit performing arts community. And so there's a lot of people working on that right now in partnership with the state policymakers.
Thank you. All right. I thought I heard there was something being discussed like a week or 2 weeks ago, but I'm mistaken then?
You mean a specific bill moving forward?
Yeah.
I can research that.
I'd love to take that answer offline when you have a chance. Thank you. And thank you again for all your work.
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's vote on item 8.1. It passes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And good luck with the upcoming seasons. All right, item 8.3 are actions related to income loss and evictions due to novel coronavirus. And I don't believe there's a presentation, is there? Okay, there's a memorandum I've submitted. I know several of my colleagues have submitted memos as well. Now, Rick wasn't here when I think you just stepped out when I discussed. Rick, it's fair to say some of these items may have to be more fully debated and considered in a future week or two.
Yeah, I think in looking at the memos, well, let's talk first from a Brown Act standpoint. The agenda item, in looking at the agenda item in the memo that supports it, it really contemplates it was noticed on 72 hours notice and had to be put on with 2/3 vote today, and it contemplates a moratorium on evictions for residential renters. I think to the extent we want to expand it to commercial or even look at that, whether it's small business or other, that's something we can explore. We haven't had the opportunity to work with OED on this. There's a lot that needs to come back, and it should come back at a future agenda as early as next week to talk about. To the extent you're looking at funding an item, a budgetary action, that's not noticed in the agenda at all, no fiscal. So I think that can be discussed either separately agendized next week and or as part of the mayor's budget message. The mayor's budget message is on the table, and everything is on the table at that point. And so that's more properly discussed at that point. But I think the limitation is really focused on residential renters, a moratorium on evictions, and then any other ideas we can come back with at the council's pleasure to talk about in more detail.
Okay, so we'll certainly entertain motions to consider those items on a future Tuesday. And it'll also give staff, I think, some time probably to do some work to catch up to the ideas, make sure that we have some analysis as well. Councilmember Esparza?
Mayor, could we, and speaking as someone that hasn't written a memo on this, can we defer all of them? Because there's a combination of ideas, and many of them do have a fiscal impact. Can we defer that discussion, particularly given what we heard earlier about including some of the protocols around the prevention money and the questions that Councilmember Foley asked about small businesses?
That's certainly a choice the council could make. I would suggest that given the anxiety that's out there and what may likely increase quite a bit if there are any school closures in the next week, it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to at least give council or give staff direction around whether or not we're going to have some kind of eviction moratorium. Obviously, there will be more response, and next week will be an opportunity for us to consider many of these important ideas. I would just suggest it's not a bad idea for us at least to get staff working on that, because it's going to take some time, I think, between the city attorney and staff.
So then a motion could be made to approve the moratorium and come back next week for specifics and including budgetary impacts. Is that? Okay, well then I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. There will be public comment shortly, I assure you. Understood. Okay, so just anything more about the process? I know there's still memos, including Councilmember Diep's, that relate to this specific item. Anything more about the process before we go to public comment? Okay, so we have a motion, and then we're going to come back to council to discuss the merits of the motion. Yes, Councilmember Foley.
So, Councilmember Esparza initially wanted to delay the discussion on all four memos until we had a chance to maybe staff take a look at it, put them all together, come back with something else. That's my, maybe that's where she's going, I don't really know. But we can't discuss the financial impact because it wasn't in the initial memo from the mayor. Is that what you're suggesting? I don't quite understand why that's the case.
Yeah, I think I'll just tee it up for Rick. There's some specific direction that is suggested by a couple of members about fiscal decisions we'd make with our budget.
Right.
And those were not in my memo. And we are considering a budget message next week anyway. So it's not a bad time for us to consider the fiscal issues, about which I think our staff will probably need to do some research anyway.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is that the issue involving talking about the fiscal impact is certainly on the. You can talk about it. You can talk about what's the impact on landlords. Rent's going to be in arrears. What would be the consequences? To the extent you're talking budgetary actions, to the extent you're saying, is the city going to establish a fund or not establish a fund? I think that needs to be separately agendized for discussion, because the public had no notice of any discussion of any city funding of any, whether it's to provide loans, whether it's to provide grants, however you want to do it. So that is, we can agendize that next week separately, or as part of the mayor's budget message, you can have that conversation.
And
so the distinction is financial consequences and what concerns are certainly it can be discussed, and the impacts on residential landlords. To the extent you're trying to say, let's look at a budgetary item to establish a fund, that's something that needs to be agendized for a future date.
Okay, in staying with the process question as it relates to timing, if this is passed today, how long does it take to implement it?
We're going to have to draft the ordinance. It really is intended to come back as an urgency ordinance. I don't have a date, but we would be under trying to bring back within the next 30 days.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm just trying to time it with rent payments. Rent payments, the next payment due is April 1st. And you're going to actually come back to this beyond April 1st when that
In
payment
all
has been
likelihood,
made.
if we can get this back to the council by the 24th, that would be something we'd want to do. I'd like to, but I can't guarantee that.
Okay, so if
Unless the council directs me to do it, and then
I hear
we'll
you.
burn the
What I'm
midnight
trying
oil.
to do, I think we have several good memos that should be, some thought should be put into combining it. And the reason I'm asking about timing as it relates to a rent payment or a mortgage payment, they're all connected. If you're not getting the ordinance out until the end of March, then it will affect the April payment. But if you're not finishing it until late or mid-April, then it's the May payment. That gives us 2 weeks to come up with a joint memo, or a joint, not necessarily joint, but something that staff can take a look and come back that is thoughtful and maybe takes into all these considerations. Because I could take pieces of each of these memos and say, these are all great, as one big piece.
Yeah, council member, I think the issue of the ordinance, this has to come back to council. So if the council directs us to do this, it has to come back to council for approval. In terms of if we're wanting to establish a budgetary action, that requires an appropriation ordinance, that requires establishment of this fund. That's a separate item from this ordinance. To the extent you're looking at some other actions in terms of providing relief for landlords, that might be better done by resolution, or I don't know if an ordinance is the way to do it. But it may not be properly part of this ordinance, but a resolution or a separate ordinance. So in terms of, we haven't thought through all this because that really wasn't on the table. We've been focused on this temporary moratorium at this point. What additional action the council whether it's a form of appropriations, whether it's a form of separate resolutions or ordinances, I think all that would come back and we would try to get that. If not as a package, it would come back as some kind of in short order.
And if I could just clarify a bit, if you look at the first paragraph of my memorandum, there's a very narrow exception that's allowed for waiver of Brown Act to get these items onto the agenda. And that was what was cited in my memorandum. If we start going beyond the scope, then we get into some real Brown Act problems. And so I think that's what Rick has articulated. Clearly, we consider all these things. We just need to make sure there's public noticing.
So, Mayor, just to be clear, I have a question on another
Sure.
process in terms of the timing. So I'm looking at your memo, and we're on here under that section code where we can do that today, but if we vote yes today, then the ordinance has to come back to council. Is there any way that it can come back before the 24th? Because I agree with Councilmember Foley. I mean, these are sort of imminent issues.
It's a question for Rick, really, I guess.
Is there the urgency ordinance? It really, and I don't have my staff attorney here that's working on the ordinance it's Chris. Not to put you in the middle of the firing line here, but how long do you think it would take you to draft the urgency ordinance?
I believe I could probably come back within 1 to 2 weeks.
All right, so we could possibly come back as early as next week.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, as we heard earlier today, they got their first case for the homeless prevention due to COVID-19 already. So I would expect more concerns to be raised as we get closer to the end of the month.
If then it would no later than 2 weeks, we'd be back. Just give us that extra, I mean, so that's still before April 1st.
Well, but then we're back to the 24th.
I know, but the ordinance would be effective before April 1st. So the goal would be to
Okay.
come back on the 17th, but I'd like to say, just for your purposes of, the promises, no later than the 24th.
Okay, and we're going to shoot for next week so
Yeah.
that as all these other items come back to us next week with the plan, we will have a plan. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I should, everyone's going to have a chance to speak in a moment, ma'am. I should say, there will be a plan. That plan's going to get modified a lot in the weeks ahead. We're going to need to be nimble. And so I know everyone knows this is not our last word on the subject. There's a lot we're going to need to do. But this is, I suppose, an opening salvo. Any other questions about process before we go to the public? Okay. All right. Then if you could just come down as I read your name. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. George Rossi, followed by Yolanda Chavez, David, Patricia Mendoza, and Ellie. And as folks are coming down, let me just clarify, because I know there has been some concern and misunderstanding. I am not proposing any exemption from anyone paying rent. There is still an obligation to pay rent. This does not make that go away. What we are proposing is a moratorium. Well, it's not a moratorium, it's a suspension on evictions. So obviously rent would still be due. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I guess my question is, so right now everybody's deciding if we're going to pass it and then figure out how it's going to work, or?
It has to come back to the council to be enacted formally. So
Okay.
city
Would the
attorney's going to
public
work
have
on
an
language.
opportunity to speak at that
Yes,
time?
it's a public hearing.
Because the reason I'm here is that I'm kind of under the assumption that that groundwork had already been done, and now we are, able to kind of, as a public, say, we've got some issues here that we want to consider. And for me, it's the request to the city council, if it got passed, to protect the mom and pop rental business. So in other words, single-family homes that, and if they fall under, right now, separate, inalienable, and any other dwelling unit. So these are single-family homes that don't fall under rent control, and they don't fall under, it's called just cause eviction. So the idea is it's a small group of homes, relatively speaking, to the rental business, that they are, it would be devastating for them to lose even a month's worth of rent. The problem would be is, I think they're bringing up different scenarios about mortgage and when mortgage is due. Property taxes are due on the 10th. If you have several properties and we don't get one rent, we've got to go borrow money because we're not going to be able to pay our property tax. So the idea is that we have to consider that. I'm hoping that even if it does go through, that the single-family mom and pop business gets protected, so that if they can't get rent, it's not that they want to hurry up and get rid of somebody, but at least they have an opportunity to work out with the tenant. The last question.
Sir, I'm sorry, the time's up. You'll have an opportunity to come back. Thank you. Ms. Chavez?
I'm a mom and pop landlord who has worked 3 jobs to pay rent while I attended San Jose State University full-time. I worked hard and I'm still working hard. When I became aware of this moratorium, I contacted the banks, PG&E, State Farm, County Tax Board. In fact, the County Tax Board laughed at me. I have to make my payments. How am I going to make my payments, pay my mortgages, if the renter doesn't pay theirs? You tell me That's what I want to hear from you, is how am I going to pay? It's another thing to consider is, okay, so you have 30, 40, 90, 100 days. I was reading on page 13, you're giving that option that they don't pay, they can't pay for whatever reason, they fit that criteria. Then what happens then if they just leave without paying me or anybody else, any other small business? We are small businesses. We're the backbone of this country. This is what happens to us. Are you going to help us find them, take them to court? That's not going to happen from you. I'm not hearing that. What I'm hearing is, why don't you, I have a suggestion, have the city subsidize with the renters, because if you contractually work something out, a renter is more apt to pay you than they are for the mom and pop places. Also, another issue, another suggestion is, that was given to me, is that New York City provided no interest loans and grants for small businesses impacted by the COVID-19. You could do that too. But it's like, don't put it on, what I'm hearing is, it should not be, this memorandum should not be on the backs of us homeowners. Because we pay and we help people live their lives, and we're just a paycheck away from our mortgage. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I really have to agree with everything this lady just said. When I read this in the paper on the weekend, I was in shock. I have properties that I take care of, but I have to make my payments. And like she said, why doesn't the city help the people? You want to help them on our backs? That's not right. That is absolutely not right. And she's right. I do my apartments like if it was my home. Tenants come in, they destroy. I have had walls knocked down, windows broken, doors broken, and they walk away and don't pay. And we, the landowners of this city, I'm telling you, San Jose City is the worst one to own anything. I have property in Sunnyvale, and there is none of this craziness. Come the end of the year, the taxes, the permits in the city have gone up tremendously. Yet, when you folks decide to do an inspection, we have to have everything in order. I have been told by various inspectors that if everyone kept their properties as I do, it would be wonderful. But that takes money, that takes labor, hard work. I clean toilets, I clean everything that has to be done. And now you tell me that I have to take the burden off the city because you don't want people out in the street. What kind of business is that? We're not in a third world country. We're in the United States of America. And that is absurd. And you're ready to vote on something without even listening to what the people have to say. What is that? So what is it, and furthermore, I read that this was going to be a closed meeting when it came to this particular thing. I spoke to McKinsey, she said that wasn't true, but I read that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the other thing, I voted for...
Ma'am, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, ma'am, the time's up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I am a homeowner living paycheck to paycheck. I support the city's efforts in attempting to help people struggling to pay their rent and keep a roof over their heads. However, requiring homeowners to grant extensions to their tenants on a month-to-month basis indefinitely is reckless. I do not make an income on my rental property. It pays for itself. If this proposal was to pass, my family would not be able to make the payment on two mortgages, my home and the rental property. Our rental property would be foreclosed, and the current tenants you are attempting to help will be homeless. Instead, I fully support the idea of rental assistance, similar to what currently is in place at Sacred Heart. This works. Families that need it can obtain it, and we would avoid future foreclosures. This is why I support Councilmember Arenas' memo. My mother is a service worker. Last week, her hotel informed her, or the hotel where she works informed her that all the events were canceled for the next 30 days, and she was sent home. She's a homeowner of a 3-bedroom house and has to rent 2 rooms in order to make the mortgage payment. In the next few months, she will be fully dependent on the income of those tenants to stay afloat. If she's required to give them an extension, her home will be foreclosed, and 3 individuals will be homeless. Like many other people, she does not have the luxury to work from home. These are just 2 examples from my immediate family. There are countless more families in the same scenario. The city's goal should not be to rob Peter to pay Paul. Let's help people stay in their homes in ways that doesn't hurt other working families. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I hope the folks who speak will hang around for the discussion because I think there are some misunderstandings about what exactly we're doing. Welcome.
Hi, my name is David. I'm a property manager, landlord, and homeowner. As you know, in the lease agreement, there is a 3-day notice and eviction policy currently in place. This proposed resolution changes the legal contract between the landlord and the tenant. It may delay payment or no payment for up to 120 days for reasons outside the legal lease agreement. Some landlords may not be able to absorb such a loss, and temporary relief is not defined in this proposed ordinance. The City Council directs the city manager to work with the apartment association in advocating with the relevant organizations for temporary relief for burdened unpaid landlords from the burden of such costs as property taxes, utility charges, and foreclosures. The words direct, advocating, and temporary are all very worrisome. While the City Council wants to mandate landlords by modifying the legally binding contracts they already have in place with the tenants, City Council offers no guaranteed compensation to the landlord for the rent that would be lost. A better solution for allowing tenants to delay or not pay the rent is for the City of San Jose to guarantee rent payments to the landlords within the same or next payment cycle. It is not acceptable for City Council to force a landlord to take a loss for up to 120 days, and then if they don't pay rent after that, up to 3 months of eviction of the between the agreement the tenant and landlord already have in place based on current California Civil Code. Also, please note temporary relief is not clear and concise in this resolution. How is the landlord to navigate this decision if it is forced on them? Who will reimburse the landlord for the loss of the lease agreement is no longer enforced? And what happens in another 120 days after that?
Thank you. Tim Beaubien, followed by Cheryl, followed by Michael Fitzgerald, Jeffrey Buchanan, Anil Babar.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Tim Beaubien, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our over 6,000 members. I come in you today. Previously, we had written a letter in support of Councilmember Foley's memorandum. We now understand the legality and concerns around that issue, and I just implore city staff and council to remember while exploring this moratorium that it is important to not make our landlords who are most vulnerable in this time subject to lost income, as lost income can lead to back payments on mortgages, which could lead to insolvent issues as well as foreclosures. It is important while we protect tenants during this public health crisis to also ensure that foreclosures and loss of affordable units will not be had. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. A couple of things. One thing I'm wondering, if you do this moratorium, from what I'm reading in the memos, is that tenants would have 120 days to pay their back rent. If they're living paycheck to paycheck and they don't have money to pay their rent because of the coronavirus, how are they going to have it in 120 days? Are you going to guarantee, is the city going to guarantee at the end of that 120 days, if the tenant doesn't have the money, that the city's going to give them that money to pay it? The other thing I want to say is the landlords are already paying $4 million a year to help fund the housing department. So it just boggles my mind that it's all of a sudden landlords need to be on the hook for this. And the other thing is the landlords can also be affected by the coronavirus, right? So where's the looking out for, we have kids, we have, some landlords work 2 jobs, some are contractors, don't have any paid sick leave. And then if we have anybody self-isolating in their units, we're still going to have to go in and take care of if their water's leaking, if their stove's not working. We're going to have to go in there with the tenants. A lot of managers do all the maintenance themselves. A lot of the property owners or have an on-site handyman. So what's going to happen? We have to go in there if people are home and stuff, and still do our job and go in there and make sure the water's not leaking, which it does all the time because the pipes break all the time. So I just think there's a lot of considerations, and we should look at these other memos by the 2 other councilwomen and take into consideration how things are going to be funded, and look at a way to either give loans to the tenants through the city or make sure or pay their rent, because they may never be able to make up that money if they don't have it at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Michael.
Good afternoon, Council. We have seen this movie before, haven't we? A housing problem in San Jose, so let's put the burden on the mom and pops. I know, and you should know, that if this moratorium kicks in and folks of modest means or low income skip the rent, that they will never be able to make it up. Not in 120 days, not ever. If you want to do this thing, there should be a companion ordinance committed to reimbursing us dollar for dollar. Can't do that because the city's strapped? And if you really believe that we are all in this together, then you should be willing to put some skin in the game. You should be willing to personally commit to help make up our losses. A blue ribbon panel of mom and pops could decide on a case-by-case basis how much each of you can afford to contribute. I don't hear anyone laughing. My little joke is just a joke. But it gives you a visceral response, doesn't it? When you hear a potential threat to your own financial security. There are almost 4,000 mom and pops already providing most of the affordable housing here. How much more burden is it fair to put on them? Please remember that we are your constituents too. I've been doing this for 40 years. I have wonderful tenants, we call them residents. They pay the rent on time, they take care of their units, they're easy to deal with. In my experience, this describes most tenants. I'm not worried about people trying to game the system if you pass this ordinance. But if the environment changes and we have big public health problem, you're opening up a huge liability here, and we feel that you're putting the burden on us unfairly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I lived in San Jose, and I drive a pedicab, also known as a bike taxi, downtown at Sharks games and other events for close to a decade now. With this ban on public events, my job is now basically illegal. My income and the income of thousands of other people for the entire month is just gone. And who knows when you're going to allow me to make money again. This is going to impact more people in the coming weeks and months. You guys talking about closing schools, parents are going to feel this just as much. You must make collecting rent illegal. Why should my landlord be allowed to collect rent if you guys, the government, are not allowing me to earn that rent? I'm gonna have to this proposal for moratoriums on eviction is not enough. I'm gonna have to burn through all my savings before I even risk eviction. How can I really prove with documentation that I've lost income when I own my own business? I don't have pay stubs. This is crazy. If you don't make collecting rent illegal, then you're saying you don't care about working people. If you say, you're basically saying you don't care about the housing crisis. You must ban collecting rent outright. You have the political will to end my job for public safety. Do you have the political will to do what is right and not cause thousands to lose their savings and lose their homes? Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Buchanan is Anil Babar and Pancho Guevara, Lucy, Cindy Batista, and David Eisbach.
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. I'd like to thank Mayor Liccardo for the proactive action of proposing this idea today. Certainly, there's a lot of details to think about, but wanted to talk about a couple of subjects. One, appreciate Councilmember Diep's memo on the evidentiary standard. I think between that and the council should also give serious consideration to the letter from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. This is a complicated issue. A lot of tenants aren't going to have information if we're successful in passing this. So really trying to think through what that tenant experience and trying to utilize this right and how do we make that functional, it's very important. Additionally, there's been a lot of conversation here today from landlords. Obviously not as many tenants were able to mobilize today. There's a lot of fear in the community right now, and people are really trying to work hard and thinking about how to serve their community amidst this disaster. And I think that's probably why you're not hearing from as many tenants today, but I've heard a lot of enthusiasm for trying to make this workable and getting this done. When we think about who landlords are in this city, certainly there's a number of folks that have good intentions, but we need to remember there's 250 tenants in this city who are residents of this city for every one landlord. Only 11% of rental units in the city are owned by companies that own 9 units or less. In fact, the overwhelming majority of rental multifamily households, homes in this city are owned by large companies that own 40 units or more, most of whom are not even located in this region. And so I think it's important to have a kind of level-headed analysis of the economics of this. And we all know, what's happening in the hospitality industry. We have 100,000 workers, many of whom are now either learning about potentially losing hours, losing wages, all the things that you've discussed today in the earlier item. It's important that we act now and really move quickly, but also think about how do we make sure that this is functional. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Babar.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Mayor Liccardo and City Council. My name is Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. First off, I want to begin by thanking the mayor for engaging us early in the process. We really appreciate that. This is a difficult issue, and it's a difficult issue to navigate. But however, we are severely concerned about the proposal to enact a moratorium on collecting rent during this period. We feel that this is, once again, putting the onus on property owners to carry the burden. We've seen it again. This is the second time we've seen it in the last year. It happened last year during the federal shutdown, and it's happening again today. The letter we submitted this morning recommends that if we're going to take this act, that we provide some funding behind it. Councilmember Foley's memo does that. I think we should really seriously consider how we can support the tenants, their ability to pay. Many of you have heard today where if this was enacted, we are also questioning whether tenants can actually pay that rent once it's due. And so we strongly feel that there needs to be a funding mechanism. I'm appreciative of some of the nonprofit partners able to provide some of that, but I think the city needs to also step in strongly along those efforts and have that funding available so we can support everyone through this time. I also want to close by saying that our own housing industry foundation of the apartment industry has opened up funding for people who are affected by the short-term loss of income. So we're making some funds available through that organization. So we want to make sure that the community is aware of that avenue as well. And I want to thank you for the time today, and I hope we can really proceed towards making sure that the tenants and the residents of the city have the financial support they need to go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you for the Apartment Association's commitment. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to emphasize that this is an extraordinary moment. This is where folks in leadership are trying to step up and anticipate some really critical issues that are going to impact and devastate the lives of so many different families if we don't step up and actually take extraordinary measures. And we're all going to be called upon for some degree of sacrifice. But the sacrifices that are experienced by low-income residents in this community are the ones that are disproportionately impacted. And the idea of being able to actually take these extraordinary measures, and I thank you, Mayor Liccardo, for stepping up in your leadership in terms of proposing this eviction moratorium that can help make sure that this event that can hit our community does not lead to massive dislocation of extremely low-income families. And it's discouraging to hear folks saying, like, talking about their own specific economic interests and saying that, and putting that in front of others. We all need to step up. It's a both-and situation. Organizations like ours and others are willing to step up and be able to be partners in making sure that families are receiving those resources. No one wants to not pay rent. No one wants to be sent home to actually care for a sick loved one, or be able to not be able to go to work or participate in the economy or do these because of this crisis that's outside of their control. And I want to really applaud the leadership of not only this council, but the public health department, saying they're trying to be very cautious about, rather than just saying we're going to send everyone home and close schools, because they understand the cost of that economic dislocation for so many folks. This should aspire us to be thinking higher and deeper and taking extraordinary measures, and doing something like this is really critical. I implore you to look at the direction from the Law Foundation's directives around this and how we can make this more effective and more efficient, making sure our tenants know about these potential protections, and that we're able to step up to higher ground, and we provide funding and resources to make sure that everyone is made whole. Thank you and bless you.
Thank you. Welcome. After Lucy, I have Cindy Bautista, David Eisenbach, Claire Beekman, and Robert Aguirre.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cindy. I'm the committee organizer of Sacred Hearts and a member of Sacred Heart Housing Action Committee. I strongly support Mayor Sam Liccardo's eviction moratorium proposal. San Jose is already in a housing crisis. Now with this health emergency has presented itself, many low-income families, very low and moderate, will face a huge risk of becoming homeless. I already have seen people worrying. I just, last week I door knocked 200 doors around Moore Park, where already a preschool closed, and the face of the people is like, a Sacred Heart is gonna remain open. They already were in stress, already have seen it over the last few weeks. So I really applaud the quick action taken by the mayor, and I urge all of you to support and enact the unconditional moratorium of non-payment of rent evictions that La Foundation already presented on their letters, and the moratorium to remain in effect until this emergency has passed. And also one thing is to include this legislation of 4 times numbers of days periods affected of tenants to become current on past due rent, which means on Mayor's Memo 5E is that 1 month equals 120 days. That means 2 months should equal 240 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. Thank you for being here and for bringing up this beautiful Sam Liccardo's eviction memorandum. Sorry about that. I just want to say that I think this is a great idea. I know it's going to bring hardship for a lot of people, not just for the landlords, but also for the tenants that pay high rents and the landlords that pay high mortgages here in this valley. And in this crisis, it's been really difficult for the working families and seniors, and I'm a single parent, and I'm also a substitute teacher, and I've also have other 4 jobs part-time working in the hospitality, and I've been trying to keep my home, and unfortunately, you know, property taxes keep going up because of the market value here. And I bought the house when I was 19, and I've been paying it all. And now I have to pay high taxes, and now I got to deal with all this. And, you know, we all got to deal with it. We're all in it together, and we need to support one another. And we're not attacking the landlords. We're not attacking anybody, but we want to keep safe and keep everybody from getting more sick from the coronavirus, and that's the main thing. And people are out of work because of the safety issue. So we know what you guys are got to deal with. So keep it in mind, we're just looking for solutions so that nobody gets the rotten end of it. We all win situation, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is David Eisbach, and I'll go right to the point. Measure E passed, you're going to have some money. I don't think there's any reason for you not to step in and fund this. Yet, you turn to the landlord again. You know, 50 units and above, it used to be that there's only 9% under the ARO. Only 9% of the big boys. The rest are small, and they are not an endless bucket of money. Now, Now you want us to do that, not only for 30 days, but an extension for 60 or maybe 90 days. And then you want us to ask the tenant to pay that back. They'll just move. Now, I'm not disappointed because you've never viewed the landowner on these properties, you've never viewed him as a small business. It is a small business. We pay property taxes and we pay a lot more to support. Now, what you've done over the years is you've capped the rent at 5 and disregarded CPI. You've taken our choice of numbers in these units that was discussed earlier. You've allowed the packing of units. Now you've thrown out RUB, which means that we can't get any utilities paid by the tenants. That's great. And you made just cause the only thing that is viable and usable is non-payment of rent, and now you want to throw that in too. I'm afraid what you're doing is undercutting the loyalty, undercutting the trust in this city by this constant hashing and beating down of a property owner. Not everybody is gouging. Not everybody is a crook.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. After Mr. Beekman is Robert Aguirre, followed by Annette Kirkham.
Hi, thank you. I think a lot of nice words are already spoken here at public comment today, and I thank you. I really important words. And what I can try to add, like what the person just spoke about, his worries. I am incredibly hopeful what you're going to say coming up after public speaking here today. I think it's going to be a way that can relate to both tenants and landlords, and I'm very appreciative of that, and I thank you immensely. And it's nice. It's a good trust, and I hope you can really come through with that. Way back in 2014 and 15, when we first started this huge push and momentum to think about housing issues more, there were really important issues around fix-it, how to create like an earthquake subsidy or fix-it subsidy for homeowners or for landlords. That, there were so many ideas at that time, and that's one of the ideas that just kind of fell under and fell by the wayside. And this seems like the appropriate time to what I hope you're going to be talking about today. How do we create a subsidy situation for these emergency type situations? We're in an extraordinary situation here at this time. I think we have to be very aware of where this disease originally came from, and we have to be very sober in our thinking at this time. And whatever we can develop at this time, I think only has to be very short-term and stopgap measures, and it's from that place that we can then consider, are these good permanent ideas? And we have to be very just sober in how we're thinking about this whole process at this time, and I'm really hoping you'll say some nice things. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Robert.
Robert Aguirre. I'd like to point out that in most apartment complexes, you're not going to find every single person that lives in that complex is going to be in a situation where their income is compromised. So the idea that they're not going to be able to pay a mortgage because one or two units out of their multiple units are unable to pay their rent, I think it's kind of a ridiculous thought. But you might want to consider what they do in Germany, and that's where if you have a mortgage that you're paying, then you can charge luxury rates or above market rate or market rate. But once your mortgage is paid off, then you have to lower your rent to below market. So you could use something like whether a landlord has a mortgage to determine which ones are maybe eligible for some kind of support from the city to help them out with the situation. Again, it's not going to be a huge amount of money because the majority of the money that's going to be coming into them is going to be coming from the rest of their tenants. And I think we also need to look at situations of How we determine some of the rent control and tenant rights, where you say if you're a single-family home, you're excluded. If you're a triplex or duplex or less, then you're also excluded from all these rent controls. If you use those same types of measures, then you can say, okay, any units that are above 3 units, 3 and above, would then be subject to this kind of rule where you have a moratorium. But if you're smaller units, well, then you don't get any kind of leeway, because you're already getting a leeway as far as like being able to raise the rent anytime you want and for as much as you want. So for those people, I don't think there should be any kind of compensation to those landlords. But I believe that there's a number of people that are honestly trying to pay their rent but are unable to, like the one gentleman that came up here that runs a pedicab, who there's thousands of people like that that are going to be at risk. But until their jobs are affected, it's not going to really affect their rents. Okay, so some people are being affected right away, but other people, it's going to take a long time before that happens. The other thing I want to mention real quick is that 4 times the length of time, so 30 days is, you have 120 days to pay. So if it's...
Robert, I'm sorry. We're all out of time.
It should be 4 times as much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Annette Kirkham from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. Thank you to the mayor and city council for taking urgent action to protect tenants from eviction during this public health crisis. We appreciate the leadership the city has shown during this crisis to protect San Jose residents. We also support the memos of council members Dieppe, Arenas, and Carrasco to provide additional funding for homeless prevention projects and expanding the types of documents which can substantiate loss of income. Eviction can mean homelessness, forcing families into shelters, into temporary housing or other overcrowded conditions. Forcing families into these conditions while we are still in the crisis will only exacerbate the public health crisis. Therefore, we believe the city should have a blanket ban on evictions, particularly for non-payment of rent. Short of that, we are concerned that requiring tenants to provide documentation prior to their rent due date will burden tenants and mean that many tenants will not be protected by this moratorium. In lieu of passing an unconditional moratorium that would ban all evictions, we ask that the City Council amend the Council's memo to include the following: require landlords to provide notice to tenants about this protection, especially given the fact that most public meetings are canceled and that most tenants will not know of this protection and will not know about the funds available to help them. Additionally, the city should do as much public education as they can. If landlords do proceed with an eviction because a tenant cannot pay rent related to COVID-19, tenants should be given a right to cure and be able to stay housed up to until the day they are evicted. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your letter as well. So thanks to everyone in the community who came out to speak. I just want to again clarify some misperceptions, because some of them were repeated at the mic. I just want to be very clear. This is not an exemption for someone to pay rent. Now, undoubtedly, some landlords will believe, well, people won't pay rent if they know they're not going to get evicted, and that's quite possible. But nonetheless, they still have an obligation to pay rent, and as soon as that obligation becomes one that carries a sanction of being evicted, they'll be evicted. And I know that's no solace to a lot of landlords who have to pay mortgage and pay property tax and a lot of other fees. And so to the response to the really important question, how am I going to pay my mortgage or property tax if they don't pay me, there's a couple of answers, and neither one of them are satisfactory, but they're the truth. One is, as I mentioned, there's not a rent exemption, so most renters will be paying rent. Hopefully they'll have savings. Some of them will still be able to do some work. Some of them may have a spouse who's able to work. Many will not. And if we see a lot of, for example, school closings, thousands will not be able to pay. And if this gets to that point where we have a lot of school district closings and this progresses on the path that it seems to be progressing, I don't think the fact that someone is staying for a month or two without paying rent is going to be the biggest worry most landlords are going to have. because the reality is nobody else is going to be paying rent either. And so you could evict somebody and there's nobody behind them to go pay rent to fill your space. So either way, you're going without rent. And the question is, are you going to go without rent and we're going to have a homelessness crisis exacerbated with thousands of families? Or are you going to go without rent and we're going to do the best we can to see if we can backfill rent with what little funding we have? And certainly, we're going to do our best with Measure E. It's already in my budget message that everybody will be considering on Tuesday to triple the amount of funding we'll need for homelessness prevention, or that we're using now for homelessness prevention, I should say, adding $6 million. I expect there may be desire from the council to go even further, and perhaps we'll do this in pieces as we see this progress. And if we need to invest more, I suspect this council may be inclined to do that. I should note that there's no small amount of irony that there are a lot of landlords that opposed Measure E, but are more than willing to tell us that the dollars we spend will ensure that they can pay their mortgage. And I'm happy, by the way, to use that funding to help people pay rent, to help landlords pay their mortgage, because I think that is entirely legitimate use of this money, which is to keep people from being homeless. But let's be clear, this is funding that the voters approved, essentially to prevent homelessness. And let's also be clear that there is nowhere near enough funding in Measure E or any other source to be able to pay for all of the back rent that will be due if we have thousands and thousands of residents unable to pay rent. We have to be very clear with ourselves and honest with the public about what may happen here. And that is, there is no public source, the city, though we hope maybe SBA will help. Perhaps maybe there'll be some other federal source from FEMA or elsewhere that may help small businesses, landlords, and others. But there is simply not enough public money, certainly not in this city, to be able to buffer the harms that will result if there is a very significant recession, as many anticipate, from what's going on now with the coronavirus outbreak. And we have to be very honest about that, because I sense that there's a strong desire for someone to see someone on the council jump out and be the champion and say, we're going to spend money to make landlords whole. And I can tell you that is delusional. It's absolutely delusional. If we're going into a recession that the scale that we saw just a decade ago, we're going to need every dollar we can to keep fire stations running, to keep cops operating, to provide the basic services we need for our community. And there's simply not going to be a pot of money to go out there and soften the economic blow for everyone. So this is a measure that's intended to really see how we can avoid the very worst impacts of what we know is likely to happen if this situation worsens, which is we have thousands more homeless families. And that's all it's intended to do. And it's intended to soften the blow, hoping that this temporary measure will enable an economy, hopefully, to recover, catch up, and enable residents to be able to get back on their feet. There is no belief or delusion on my part that this is going to solve anything. What it's going to do is it's going to help reduce the pain. This is not the cure. This is pain reduction. And we're going to have a lot of people in pain that are going to need it. I know that there are some very good ideas from my colleagues about different things we can do additionally, and I think we should absolutely consider all of them. I should note specifically with regard to this item, Councilor Dieppe proposes several evidentiary requirements. I would suggest perhaps that those could be included for consideration by the city attorney, but not be imposed in any way, because I think Pancho Guevara made a very important point around the need for flexibility. Timing is everything in helping people in distress. And I think a conversation with those service providers, and I see that you're nodding, thank you, Councilman Dieppe, conversation with those service providers and staff will, I think, help us get to a place where we can ensure, yes, the dollars are going to where they're absolutely needed and appropriately used, but that we don't create these huge evidentiary barriers. What I had suggested, in fact, was that we create some presumptions where we know particular people and industries are likely to be affected, but maybe they're paid cash. For example, we just heard from one member of the community who has a bike cart service or a transport service. He's getting paid cash. He's not going to have a lot of documentation. So if he can show documentation that he has a license to drive the pedicart, then that may be what we use. I think, creating some basic presumptions so we don't have to make people jump through a lot of hoops is going to be really important for us to be effective and responsive here. I am very mindful that this is going to be a source of pain for some property owners. And I don't do this lightly, and I really want to commend Anil and the Apartment Association for stepping up as they have. They recognize this as a serious crisis. And though I know they're certainly not suggesting that this is something we can go do forever, they are willing to find a way to work with us, at least, and also to offer some philanthropic support. And I'm very grateful for them stepping up as they have. I think it's important for us to recognize that this pain is going to be broadly felt. And we have to do everything in our measure to try to soften the blow, but we're going to have to do it together as a community. And those who can take a little more pain, those of us who can, I'm grateful if they are willing to stay with us and take a little more pain so we can all get through this together. All right, Councilmember Rennes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question about my memo and being able to include a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the floor by Councilmember Esparza. I have, within my memo, item 1 is direct the housing department, and actually that should read, direct the city manager to mail a notice of the eviction moratorium to every landlord in the rent registry or any other contact list available as soon as possible. I think when if this actually goes through and we do have a moratorium, then I think we need to make sure that landlords actually know and are within that loop, as well as understand the resources that they can offer their tenants. I think, Anil, you mentioned a resource for tenants that is separate from the city, and I think that's wonderful. I wonder if we can put a resource list together for those folks. I know we don't want to advertise this, but the problem is if this virus continues in the path that it's taking on right now, as we see on the East Coast, we're going to have some impact in our city. And the folks who own homes now, and I really absolutely respect the folks who came in and talked about your own home ownership. These are the folks who probably outlived our last recession and were able to keep their homes and didn't lose them. And for those who did lose them during the last recession, chances are they didn't get back into a home. So I want to make sure that the folks who own homes, who rent homes, who have multi-housing units as a source of income also aren't impacted because the loss of income obviously will happen when tenants aren't paying rent. So as much as we can, we need to prevent this before we actually get to an eviction. I think if we get to the point where we're evicting people, then we're too late. So I really would like to encourage us to have a message of partnership with our landlords, letting them know that there is this resource and that they could, if they know these folks, or if the manager on site knows the stories or the income levels or the type of jobs that the families live within a unit, that they are able to provide some referrals, and that we can have some level of priority for some of those landlords and those tenants, and at least advertise that way. Maybe we won't we won't release this in a press conference, but at the very least, we need to let our landlords know that in conjunction with this moratorium, there's also a resource available currently through Destination Home and through, obviously, Sacred Heart. So families can get that support already. We are just adding some additional monies, and I'm really happy to hear that you have that commitment, Mayor, to our families, and that you're willing to, I think, somebody said, put some skin in the game. And so that's really putting some skin in the game. So I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment to include my item 1, Councilmember Esparza, And then the second item that I'm hoping you would consider in adopting that has nothing to do with fiscal impact, and that's really just having a temporary prioritization of emergency funding for the Intergovernmental Relations Office so that they can also pursue additional funding that comes in from the federal government or the state government. And I don't know that we need to wait for a budget conversation to actually have that as a priority that our government relations folks can pursue. So that is my friendly amendment. Lee, were you going to say something?
Can we just have
Yeah, I
Rick
think
weigh
that
in on
the
that?
1 and 4 are fine.
Yeah, 1 and 4.
You're essentially you're asking to get federal or state monies if
Right.
they're available.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Lee, did you want to comment at all before?
I was just going to respond. It sounded like Councilmember may have had a question.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question. Aren't we kind of doing that already, right? So
Yeah,
it's
so
easy to...
yeah, in regards to recommendation for all intents and purposes for the last 2 weeks, the IGR program has really been shut down and focused on this at a state level and a federal level. As you know, the funding that was available from the federal government, we're still working with the county to figure out how that's going to be dispersed. It's actually quite complicated. And then within the last 3 hours, the White House and Congress said there's going to be a 2.0 version coming out in the next few weeks, as well as some additional tax breaks. So that team has really been pulled off to focus on this as a part of the EOC process. So the additional or supportive direction is appreciated, but under the legislative guiding principles, we have direction to take such action.
Wonderful. Well, I'm glad to hear. Then I'll retract that one and just leave the item 1.
Yeah, and so I had a question for Jackie on number 1. Is that something we can do now, or should we do after a week, after everything comes out and we have specific language for the moratorium?
I think your mic's off, Jackie.
Oh, sorry.
problem.
We will be prepared when the moratorium goes into effect to send out a notice to our apartment rent ordinance landlords. We also have our affordable housing landlords, and we're working on trying to get a list of landlords that are market rate. But for the first 2, we already have those lists, so we can get moving on that.
So, so then my question to Councilmember Zadenas is, could we wait a week when this comes back, and then we'll have more specifics about resources? Because we heard from Sacred Heart and Destination Home that the process could be different for COVID. If I said that correctly, I'm looking at Poncho, but that it could be different. So I'm thinking that we might wait a week, and would that satisfy like what you're trying to do?
What I heard from Poncho, and maybe he can come up, but what I heard him say is that the efficiency is there for COVID-19 applicants that have suffered income loss because of COVID-19, and so I think it was lessons learned from a previous crisis that has proven some expediency in this process that you have already.
I think the way that we're trying to scope this is being able to, one, understand what the nature of the income losses and create efficient documentation that could, to Mayor Liccardo's point, there may be some folks that are going to need different forms of documentation, and we have some experience being able to do that. And looking at the situations where we can quickly get resources into the hands of individuals, and some instances where we may need additional documentation to be able to satisfy different funding streams. For private funding streams, we have more flexibility. For public funding streams, depending upon the number of things that you put on, the number of requirements or documentation you put on, slows down our ability to be able to get things out to people as quickly as possible. But we also understand your need to be able to make sure that there are certain kind of protections in place. We do honor those, but we want to make sure that those happen very quickly and efficiently. But the more that the more things that you layer on, the longer it takes us to be able to do it, and we don't get things in the hands of the people that need it right away.
So currently, if there was already somebody who is suffering, and Patricia, you mentioned your mom who is in the service industry, she's already at home. She's not working. She's not bringing in any additional income. So that person could essentially use the homeless prevention system and the programs that are in place now.
Yes.
All right, so that's a resource that exists no matter however we shape it in a week or so. I just want to be able to get some of that resource information to the folks who know or who have access to our tenants. So if this needs to change and be directed to the tenants, I just thought our landlords are our partners out there. They're the ones who know some of these renters and are able to provide some of the resources. And my intention with this is not only just to inform them formally, but also provide some resources. So the important point here is that I just want some resources for our tenants or for our landlords to know that there's something already available. We don't have to wait until next week. The homeless prevention program is already in place.
Technically, in our notices, they're supposed to be already providing the information about the Homeless Prevention Fund. So when we passed Just Cause, one of the things we required is a specific notice, and part of that notice has information about homeless prevention money.
Well, I think this crisis maybe will allow for that letter to be taken in a different light and actually considered a resource. So if we maybe have to redeliver that letter, and now it's something that they can pay attention and pass on to tenants. I just want to make sure that those resources are being given to both the landlords and the tenants at this point. So.
Yeah, I think it's a great, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Councilmember.
No, I think it's a great idea if we can leave it, if the housing department can put some sort of language in there that these are the things that exist right now, but more information for both tenants and landlords could be coming, and that's in process. I think that might be helpful. I mean, I know landlords who sit down with their tenants if they lost their job and help them, stay housed, right? So I understand what you're saying, and maybe if we can start with that messaging and start, because that's going to be a process in getting the word out to landlords. And the big ones might be easier to communicate with, but it's the mom and pops that are harder to reach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and those folks who are here, Buncha, you can go ahead and take a seat. I won't ask you any additional questions, but these are the folks who are who probably know their tenants and know their circumstances, and so we consider them partners in this. And so we will also invest in the future, but we need to get that information out at ASAP. So I appreciate that. Do you accept my friendly amendment for item 1?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The seconder was, do we know, Tony? Oh, Councilor Prowse. Yes. Okay, great. Just one question about the amendment. Jackie, how do we usually notify landlords? Do we do it through email or through snail mail or what?
It's both, actually. Some landlords have provided their emails and some have not, and so it's going to have to be both methods.
Can we do an either or if they choose email as their primary way of getting notified to save a little money?
Absolutely.
Okay, just ask if that's okay with you, Councilmember Reyes. Save a few bucks, that wouldn't be a bad thing.
I just want to be clear, the notice won't go out until the ordinance is actually adopted.
Correct. I'm not jumping.
She has a few other things to do too, I know. Okay.
I'm not going to create mass hysteria.
Okay. Councilor Esparza? You had...
I just had one comment, which I wanted to thank the California Apartment Association. I thought, where's Anil? There you are. Thank you for being here, and I'd like to thank the Apartment Association for providing funding. It would be great if you could partner with the Sacred Heart and Destination Home, who was here earlier, about starting a private fund to address the COVID situation. So I just wanted to make that request to sit down and talk and work together.
Thank you. Councilor Diep?
Thank you, Mayor. As I was coming into work today, I was looking at Twitter, and I think last night, or yesterday morning in Italy, Italy's deputy economic minister basically suspended mortgage payments in all of Italy during this COVID-19 crisis. And there was a tweet from Annie Lowry, who's a writer for The Atlantic, and she said, essentially, this is what I'm talking about. Governments can do creative, powerful things to help people. No need for timidity when facing a catastrophe. And I read that, and I felt a tingle of pride, because I knew coming into council today, we were doing something on a much smaller scale, but also pulling the levers of government to help where we can the broad population in the midst of a crisis. And so that's why, I support Mayor Liccardo's proposed moratorium on evictions. And hearing the landlords, make public comment earlier, I hear you. And in many instances, I understand that you feel slighted and you feel that you have to carry many things on your backs. And depending on the topic, I would even agree with you. But on this particular item, I feel that to the point that somebody cannot make rent payment, we're not excluding any or excusing anybody from paying rent. We're simply saying that if they fall under the unfortunate circumstance where they cannot make this month's rent, that we do not compound the problem by creating a larger public health risk by evicting them onto the street. Because the reality is, if somebody loses their job or has cut their hours and they cannot make rent, you're not going to have that monthly income anyway. And so when your property tax comes due, you're still in that same situation. You're still going to have to clean the apartment, put your ad out or however you find new tenants and screen somebody to come in again. So there's still going to be, a 30, 60, maybe 90-day period before you get a new tenant in it. Here we have a tenant that you've vetted, you have a background check or whatever your process is, and they're falling on tough times. And my memo, in part, recognizes that we're not trying to let anybody get out of paying rent. And I even explicitly say in my idea that we need to only excuse what they can't pay. So in the instance of reduced hours, if you're short $5, you're getting a $5 discount. You're not just able to say, okay, I owe you whatever I owe you, but I'm short hours, so I'm just going to be excused from paying rent. The obligation to pay rent is still very much there. The legal obligation is very much there, and we are not trying to excuse that in any way. We are simply trying to reduce the spread of coronavirus, of COVID-19. And I think some of the landlords who came to speak recognize that. I see some folks wearing masks and gloves going around, but you have mass people out, in the streets without a roof over their heads, it's going to spread much quicker. And that is what we are trying to prevent. And I hope that you're able to see that intent in what we're doing tonight. And I want to thank the county realtors and the apartment association for, stepping up and supporting this idea. But also, part of the mayor's memo was to go to work finding sources of income, sources of revenue from state or federal to help back pay this. And there's discussion that we'll talk about next week about what the city can do to chip in. But in regards to my own memo, Mayor, I'm happy with just making it advisory. I by no means meant to kind of craft the program. I was just suggesting a baseline, and I'm not this is not an issue of first impression for me. This is something I've given a lot of thought about. My claim to fame is 2 years in Mississippi helping BP oil spill victims, and I got a lot of interaction with a man named Ken Feinberg, who was a man that the federal government turned to after the Virginia Tech shootings, after the Agent Orange compensations after the Vietnam War, the BP oil spill, et cetera, et cetera. There'll be a movie about his life upcoming, I think, this year or next. But anyways, and in my dealings with Mr. Feinberg and his initial kind of idea to compensate people in the Gulf Coast, there were still issues of evidentiary proof and how to make it easier for folks that I kind of argued with him about, not me personally, but my group that I was working with. And these are just kind of the best practices that I could think of coming into this. So some of the recommendations are making it lower the level of proofs. Sometimes the gentleman, if you're impacted, you're not going to be immediately able to trace it back to COVID-19. Suddenly, no one's going into your donut shop anymore. No one's taking your pedicab rides anymore. There is a connection, but there are many steps you have to take. And so if we're able to get a letter from an employer or a letter from a client who cancels a contract to say, hey, there's a COVID-19 related reason here, I think that helps a long way in getting people relief that they need immediately. Because remember, there's a standard of you have to have proven loss of income related to COVID-19. If you're embezzling stationery and you get fired for it, you can't make rent, you're still going to get evicted. There has to be this two-pronged thing here under this moratorium. Or just steal. Anyways, I also think that I wanted to point to we need to do as a city to take I think judicial notice, but just general notice. If the Mercury News or other outlets, write stories about, hey, the pedicab industry is really being impacted because tourism is down in San Jose, that's a valid data point for us to say, hey, people in this industry, there's a direct connection to COVID-19, and we can get some relief. And I go through some other things, but generally these are some of the things that I've dealt with in the Gulf Coast and in other kind of compensatory funds, and by no means is it exhaustive, because I didn't want to build out a thing, but I think if we can include it as advisory for the city attorney to look at, I think there are some good practices that we could adopt. So I don't know if the maker of the motion would allow, because there's no I guess, budget action in my suggestions, but if we could include it in today's motion so the city attorney can take a look at it, I would appreciate it.
Councilor Smith. Is that acceptable?
Oh, sorry, can you include my memo in your motion to pass today as an advisory, not binding? There's no budget action in it.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be direction, it would just be advising staff to consider them as options.
For the evidence, correct?
Yeah.
I'll take the consideration, but I really would like Poncho's comments earlier about the fact that we have a system set up. Most of the money for homeless prevention, the homeless prevention program that we have now, most of those funds are dispersed in 72 hours. And a lot of that has to do with the assessments and the documentation required to do that. And that, to me, is critical to keeping people from becoming homeless. So I'll accept it for consideration, but I want that to be heard, that when it comes to setting aside a budget or money to go to these programs, we need this money to go out. Whatever funding we decide, whether it's for landlords or for renters or for small businesses, that money needs to get out the door while it's still going to make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, and the seconder.
So as the seconder, I actually did want to see Poncho, if you wouldn't mind coming down. And have you had a chance to look at Councilmember Diep's memo is the first question, to see what he's listing there, and just to get your response on some of those. Obviously, as Councilmember Esparza was stating, you already gave us that advice earlier, but I just wanted to see in regards to his memo. So I don't know if you had a chance to even look at it.
We have taken a look at it, and certainly these are all the kinds of things that we're looking at in terms of documentation, and certainly we've been working with this, and we've been doing this for 32 years in terms of being able to make that happen. But again, if these are examples of things that you would like to be able to see, that's fine, because we're already considering that, but we want to make it as efficient as possible and least restrictive as possible. So if it's just considered these are things and not guidelines, or like part of the protocols, we want to be. We're certainly looking at all these different types of things, and specifically looking at that loss of income, like what's happening, what is that drop, and how do we document that and be able to use that as a bit of a baseline to be able to do so, and then looking at again, as we triage this, I don't think any of us have a real grasp on how big this number will be, and how much we're going to need to be able to push out, and whether it's, if we're talking about the allocation of resources for the first 100 families is about $1 million, the first $1 million that's already coming through that's available right now, it's about 100 families. If we're looking at thousands or several thousand families, we're looking at the numbers being astronomical. So being able to have this information is useful, and we certainly are considering it.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. It sounded like a lowering of the bar, if you will, in regards to the list I was looking at. So I'm happy to hear that these are things that you already consider. So I think that's fine to incorporate as was asked into the motion.
Okay, I just want to orient folks who came into the auditorium, the chambers here in the last few minutes, about a couple of issues. One, I know this is very unusual and quite strange, I know, to folks who may be attending a public meeting, but we are requiring everyone to sit 2 seats away from the person. That is, there should be 2 empty seats between you and the person next to you. And again, I understand that is a very unusual demand to make, but we are doing this for public health in coordination with the county, and we appreciate you understanding that we are in truly unusual times. Just to have 2 empty seats between each of you, we very much appreciate your cooperation in that. And we have 2 more members of the council who would like to speak. We have not yet taken our break for dinner. I'm going to do that immediately thereafter, and then we're going to return a bit late to begin the evening session. So, Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate you bringing this to us for deliberation and immediate action. It is important that we protect our renters, but it's also important that we watch for our landlords as well. We heard from landlords who are in this room, and I would say without exception, they're all small mom pa type landlords who really depend on the rent they receive in order to pay their mortgage payments, which keeps them in their house and doesn't add to them being homeless. We're trading renters who need to stay in their homes, and we want them to stay in their homes, for landlords who we want to stay in their homes as well. So it's kind of a difficult choice. I don't think it's a choice we have to make. I think there's funding mechanisms that we can implement down the line. That's why I created the memo, and hopefully we'll be able to discuss that next week or 2 weeks. But this is feeling a little bit to me, and I'm not an economist, and I'm sure that economists would correct me on this, and I hope they do. This is feeling a little bit like the tipping point that is going to create a huge economic disaster resulting from a health crisis. And that's what we're trying to avoid, is the economic disaster that will affect our residents. When we have in 2018, when real estate values were plummeting, people were being evicted from their homes because they couldn't pay their rent, they couldn't pay their mortgages, and they ended up moving out of the area or living together or on the streets potentially. We want to avoid that. So the best thing we can do, because we have so many people who are living paycheck to paycheck as it is, and we have landlords living paycheck to paycheck. So I acknowledge how difficult your small business is as landlords, and I know that many of you are depending on those rent checks in order to pay your property taxes that are coming due and your income taxes that are coming due. But when we're dealing with eviction and we're dealing with foreclosure, which is the result of a borrower not making a payment, both have times, they take time for both to be completed. And in the Great Recession, when we saw that happen, there were federal laws put in place to slow down the foreclosure process. There were federal laws put into place to slow down the eviction process that benefited both our homeowners and our residents. So I'm not sure if we're heading in that direction. We're certainly not. The government isn't saying we're in economic crisis yet. But I worry about heading into an economic crisis, and this could be the type of tipping point that puts us in that direction. Again, I'm not an economist. I don't know. It just feels like this is the type of issue that could create this. Lee, I have a question for you. You said something about the federal government talking about tax breaks. What is that? What are they talking about?
Other than the White House and Congress announcing that they were going to be discussing it to see if they needed to stimulate the economy or protect a certain part of our population, there's no other details on it at this point.
Okay.
But again, I think that's part of what IGR needs to do, is look at the pot of funds that government is doing and giving to local government. And as you're saying, there's going to be a lot of different parties trying to protect the economy and protect folks, and us having the situational awareness to try and understand that is where staff's going to come from, and try and best paint a picture for you guys.
Thank you. So have we heard, I think this is a good direction for us to go. I really don't want to put people out on the street, be they residents, be they tenants, or they be landlords. I would like to make sure that we come back with the financial component that I brought forward, and I know why we can't discuss that now. Too bad, because I really liked the way that I created and thought it was fair. And let me make no mistake, this is not a funding mechanism to assist landlords. This is not a bailout for landlords. That terminology was used, and I actually kind of find it objectionable. The whole point is to assist renters to pay their landlords so both are whole. Not that one's benefiting over the other, so that both are whole. So just when we're talking about this, these are all human beings that we're trying to keep in their homes and not make them homeless for a variety of, and this is one mechanism that we can use. I guess I've pretty much said all I have, but earlier I talked about the small businesses as when we were talking about the crisis report, and this is one of the reasons I brought up the small businesses, is landlords and other retail small businesses who are one mom and pop shop, and they're one paycheck away from being evicted from their business and not being able to survive. So this whole virus, let's hope it is contained very quickly, and that we don't have to have this conversation in 2 months, but that we're moving along with the business of the city and creating good policy in a positive way. But this does do something that will help our residents who have the hardest time staying where they are. We don't want to make anyone homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
Thank you, Mayor, and I also want to thank Councilmember Foley about her well-crafted memo, which I hope that whenever this comes back, we will be considering some of her options, because it truly is a way to help both renter and owner. I could tell you, as an owner of a rental property myself, I do have a couple of months mortgage payments saved up for a rainy day, but I don't know that all owners have that backup supply of money, because I know when my payments are due, and I consider myself a decent business person, and so I do have a rainy day supply. But I don't think that owners should be burdened with this as a long-term plan. I know that this is only 30 days, but I don't think that this is going to be, cannot be the solution, because I know if it was hard enough to collect for the first 30 days, it will be even harder to collect double the amount after for the next 30 days. As somebody who owns a rental property, I could tell you that I've had the luck and the privilege of having good renters, and sometimes they can't make their rent payment, and I make those decisions myself, and I allow them to miss a payment here or there and then pay me back. But I do have obligations to the bank that don't go away even when I allow for things like this to happen. And so I don't think that we should think about this effort as a long-term effort. Another thing that concerns me is that this could potentially compound the problem in the future. You know, we missed this 30-day payment, and now unless we get, it puts an even heavier stress on the renter to make heavier payments the next month or two. So I want to be clear that a lot of these mom and pop owners, like myself, may not be in a position to hold out more than a couple of months or even 3 months of missing a mortgage payment, unless, of course, the federal government does decide to do something different. And so that's what my fear is. And another fear I have is that in the media and in some of the other things that are being said out there, this is being discussed as a way to avoid paying the payment, and this is not fact. And what we have to be really clear is it's a moratorium on the eviction, not a moratorium on the payment, and we should be absolutely clear with that, and so that we don't encourage people to miss the payment. This is not a way to avoid paying. It's just it is a temporary solution for a problem that we hope to fix with other mechanisms. I hope that if the mechanism that Councilmember Foley and I think Sylvia Arenas proposed goes forward next week, I would be very happy for that, because otherwise this problem is going to compound. It will not get easier. I will be supporting this memo, but again, I am concerned that we need to all be sending the right message to the media and to the others that this is not a way to get out of paying your rent this month. This is a it's a way to stay in your home if you have been affected by the virus, and you will be required to make this payment in the future. And this is your obligation as a renter is not going to go away, just like the obligations of owners don't go away with the COVID virus either. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Crosco, I think you have the last word.
Then that means I'll make it quick. And I will. I just thank you all for the conversation that's been had. I think that, without sounding off the alarms and not panicking and being prepared and moving forward arm in arm, I think that we will be able to face a crisis that we've never seen before. But I do think that many of us are in for a big surprise. I think that this is going to be a very difficult situation to deal with economically, in terms of our health and our well-being and everything that comes from it. I just wanted to address a couple of the points in my memo and that I'm hoping will be considered as well. These aren't budgetary items necessarily. Item 2 is exploring the option to also consider moratorium on evictions of small businesses that are going to be struggling. I'm already getting calls and I'm already getting feedback from individuals whose little tiny restaurants or taquerias are less than half of what it used to be. And so they're already feeling the pinch. They've been feeling it for several weeks now as people have been trying to ascertain and put together information themselves and trying to cope with what's happening.
Councilmember, I just want to note that I think the motion contemplates, this is similar to Councilmember Foley's proposal on small businesses, that's coming back next week for discussion.
Okay. I just wanted to just point it out, though. And the other item is really to get a definition, to narrow our definition between small business and micro business. Because I think that that's going to make all the difference in the world in terms of if we move forward with establishing a fund, what it really means for those who are directly impacted. I know that McDonald's on the corner of maybe Story and Capitol Expressway is a family-owned franchise, and they will feel the pinch as well. But I'm really concerned about the family that is making under $250,000 or even $300,000, and they've got 3 people working for them, and they're just barely making ends meet as it is, because they have to pay their employees and they have to pay rent and everything that comes along with business expenses. And then lastly, the 6th point on my memo, which is to direct the Office of Economic Development to really develop a point of contact. I know we have a hotline now, what is it, 311? But in terms of businesses, Jeff Ruster, I think, would be a great person, but I'll leave that up to our experts to figure this one out. Really, where they can call with whatever issues, concerns they have. I've been down this road before already with the VTA situation. I envision it being similar, if not more exasperated, but along the same lines. I think it behooves us to look back to see where we made mistakes and where we could have improved our services to our businesses in helping them keep their doors open, how we help process that and such. But I think that there needs to be at least a point of contact where the businesses can go ahead and call and get that up-to-date information on how they can stay alive.
Yeah. And so, Councilmember, I think the items that action can be taken on today are number 1 and 3, and I think those are both part of the memo, part of the motion.
That's 1 and 3.
Yeah.
I'm looking at. I was talking on number 6.
Yeah, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are all sort of economic impacts, small businesses, and I think that is going to come back for a robust discussion next week.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we don't forget our small businesses, our micro businesses. I'm concerned about our residents and what they will be facing. A lot of them are going to be working in these small businesses, and so they provide a vital engine to our economy. So with that, I just wanted to say, you know, it just got real, very, very real up here. And I'm getting notifications from different folks at schools. Evergreen College just suspended their classes until Monday.
Sounds good.
My daughter's Washington, D.C. trip, which is paid in full, just got canceled. So there goes that 8th grade class trip. But it just got very, very real.
True that. All right. We have 3 members of the community who wanted to speak. And we already had public comment, but I know this is an issue of great importance for folks on both sides. So I'm just going to ask, please, if you can limit your comments to 1 minute. We have already had public comment, but please come on down. Andrew Fitzgerald, Estefania, and Kashana Ashford. If you're still here, you'll have just 1 minute to speak. Be happy to hear you. And then we're going to take a break because we're about a half hour behind schedule here. Welcome. Come on down. I think the other 2 members of the community may have left. Oh, okay, she's coming. Great. Welcome. Come on in. Come on up.
Hi, I thought it was going to be heard after. I was told that there was also a motion that you guys were going to hear today about removing VPM as the landlords at Foxdale Village.
I'm sorry. Are you Kashana?
I am.
I called you up. This is you're on Foxdale. That's on the evening calendar. I'm so sorry.
It's
We'll
okay.
call
I
you up
needed
at
the
that time.
exercise. We're good.
Cool. All right. Thanks for being here. Welcome.
Hello. So my name is Estefania, and I'm here as a concerned community member who lives in downtown San Jose and as someone who works at Sacred Heart Community Service. I strongly support Mayor Sam Liccardo's eviction moratorium proposal. It will help many, especially the 120,000 undocumented individuals who do not have regular access to health care. They face a huge risk of becoming homeless as well. I urge you to support and enact an unconditional moratorium on non-payment rent evictions and for it to stay until this emergency has passed. At Sacred Heart, I work for the Rapid Response Network of Santa Clara County. And I see how many people depend on us, but there is only so much we can do. So we need you all to step up during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefania. All right. The motion is from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote. And then we'll jump into our, Mr. Beekman, you have 1 minute, sir. Yeah. And then we're taking our recess, and then we'll be back immediately after gobbling up. Is there any dinner back there? Okay. We eat a quick dinner, and then we'll come back.
Thank you for 1 minute open forum. I have concerns. Councilperson Foley very nicely stated that we may be headed for a recessionary process. Like I've said, really note where this disease has possibly come from. I mean, this is possibly a man-made human condition, and we have to consider that fact. And it's with that we should have the strength to say no to, they're going to force a recession on us because of that. I mean, that's a form of, to say it bluntly, state-sponsored terrorism. And I think we should have the strength to fight that. And we should say we won't, down our economy because of these human conditions we put on ourselves. So I hope we all work strong and we work together in good terms with this coronavirus at this time, and we don't have to have a recession. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. All right, there is a recess with apologies to those who have been patiently waiting. Although our evening is usually scheduled to start at 6, we're going to start a bit later. We're going to try to get out here as close to 6:20 as possible. maybe a few minutes beyond that, and then we'll get running with our evening calendar. Thank you all. Welcome, everyone. We're going to ask everyone to please sit on a seat. No, please don't lift the blue tape. The blue tape is actually supposed to stay right where it is. Oh, they did. Okay. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Welcome. Nice to see you. Forgive me. So if everyone could please sit on a seat that does not have blue tape. We know that is an inconvenience. We appreciate you understanding. I'm not sure the blue tape was always precisely.
Dave, are you taking credit for this?
If you could please.
I am.
We appreciate you keeping 2 empty seats between yourself and the next person. That helps everyone stay healthy and happy.
Do they have the overflow?
And safe. Thank you for dealing with the inconvenience. Again, we're sorry for the inconvenience. We're in a post-coronavirus world. Hey, Magdalena, how do you say like the translation earpiece, like máquina de oreja or something?
No, el equipo de traducción.
Okay, equipo de traducción. Got it. Okay. Y bienvenido, welcome. Welcome. Again, thank you for being kind enough to sit on a seat that does not have blue tape. This is for our collective health and safety, and we appreciate you abiding by this very unusual situation. Para ellos que necesitan traducción en español, hay equipo. Isn't that team?
Equipaje is luggage.
Oh, really? Okay, good. Hay equipo de traducción allá adentro. And I'm sorry, hay dos personas abajo. Is that right? Okay, good. You want to try it again, Sergio? Feel free. All right. Magdalena, feel free to jump in. Okay, welcome everyone. We're going to begin with ceremonial. Councilmember Davis will join me at the podium. We're going to proclaim March as American Red Cross Month.
Good evening. I am honored to proclaim March as American Red Cross Month in the city of San Jose. The Silicon Valley chapter of the American Red Cross has a long history of helping our neighbors. They dedicate themselves to helping those in need through a strong network of volunteers, donors, and partners. Last year in San Jose, American Red Cross Silicon Valley chapter volunteers helped 580 people affected by 103 home fires in San Jose by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging and providing recovery support. Dr. Terry Unter has been a volunteer with the American Red Cross since his retirement 5 years ago. He is one of the leaders of the Silicon Valley chapter's disaster response program. In partnership with the San Jose Fire Department, he leads the Silicon Valley chapter free smoke alarm installation program. During this Red Cross Month, we thank and honor the selfless volunteers, dedicated employees, and generous supporters who make this compassionate work possible. I invite Terry to come forward to say a few words and accept the proclamation from our mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I'd like to thank the council member also, Mayor Liccardo. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, and a number of the other council members who've been great supporters of our program over the last year. Silicon Valley chapter numbers 314 volunteers who are actually residents of San Jose. And these volunteers work not only in providing disaster relief work, but in services and support to our armed forces, in international services, in training services, and in what we now call biomedical services, but which you probably better know as blood. So we're one of the largest blood collectors in the country. We also support 11 youth clubs in city schools, carried out 73 blood drives last year in the city of San Jose, collected almost 2,000 units of blood. As Councilmember Davis said, we responded to 101 local disasters, helping 189 families and 578 residents of San Jose who were displaced mainly by house fires. We work with a number of other agencies in the city, and I'd like to acknowledge them. I'm not going to go through the list, it's probably too long. But we don't work alone, we work in partnership, and we also work in very close partnership with the city, particularly the City Housing Department, who've been very supportive of some of the people displaced by home fires. Linked with that, we're part of a national Red Cross campaign to reduce home fire deaths. And again, as Councilmember said, we have a wonderful collaboration with the San Jose Fire Department, led by Chief Sapien, with a focus primarily on mobile home parks. And I might point out that we actually carried out one of our mobile home free smoke alarm installation events at West Winds. I think there are a number of people here from West Winds tonight. Last year, working with the fire department, we visited 6 mobile home parks. Each occasion, over 100 volunteers from not only the Red Cross, but other community organizations came out. We visited 642 homes and installed 2,204 free smoke alarms in homes that otherwise were not protected. So that's a quick look at the numbers. We really appreciate the recognition from the city. Thank you.
Proceed first to the consent calendar, item 10.1. I don't believe I have any cards. Is there a motion? Would anyone like to pull any items off consent? Okay, let's vote. Okay, I think we have some verbal votes to be made. Yes. Okay. Councilmembers Jimenez, Perales, and Crosco, all yes. All right, we're moving on. Now, I have noticed that we have item 10.2 and 8.2. I only have one card for 8.2, which tells me it's likely to be a much shorter duration. I'm looking for Henry if I'm mistaken about that. Actually, I'm not sure where he went. Henry, do we have more cards for 8.2? Okay. Yes, if Councilmember Esparza. Well, okay, I guess she's not. I'm sorry.
I'm just a little worried that we haven't let those people into the chambers.
Oh, we haven't.
50 people.
We
into
only
the
let
chamber.
10.2 in.
Yes.
Okay, then we're going to go forward 10.2. I think that makes sense because there's probably people waiting outside. Or wait. Okay, they have not been seated. Okay, good. We'll proceed then with 10.2. We have many, many cards, it appears. So we're going to go to the 1-minute rule to ensure we can hear from everybody, and then folks can still get home and we can wrap up our work before midnight. That's the goal. Okay, so 10.2 is a general plan text amendment for real property located at 625 Hillsdale Avenue and Nicholson Lane. And I believe do we have a presentation?
We do have a presentation. We're waiting for the Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. She's on her way.
Okay.
I did want to mention to the council that we issued a supplemental staff report today, just to make sure that the council is aware of that.
Okay. So Henry just informed me that some of these cards are from folks who are actually waiting in the wing right now. So Henry, I'm going to ask you to notify, well, I'll call names and we'll just wait. Okay, that's what we'll do. What if we did this in the efficiency, to be a little more efficient? Maybe we started to hear some public comment and then we'll interrupt it and go back to staff report. That makes sense? All right. So thanks for everyone for coming down. We'd like to hear first from the public. We'll interrupt the public comment and then go back to a regularly scheduled staff report. Becky Lake, followed by Sam Seu, followed by Peter Jin, and Bob Anito. Are any of these people currently in the chambers? Oh, you are. Come on down, sir. Welcome. If you could just say your name as you... Great, thank you, Sam. No problem, take your time. We're fine. No worries at all. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Sam Sayu. I am a resident of the Eastridge Mobile Home Park, and formerly, a few years ago, I served on an advisory committee dealing with the issue of mobile home park conversions. I don't have time to list every organization I belong to, but I'm here representing myself this evening because I live in a mobile home park. I support the proposal to designate these two properties as mobile home parks, and I also very strongly encourage the council to adopt that and to apply that new mobile home park designation to all of the existing mobile home parks within the city of San Jose. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am. And sir, there's also seating up here. Are we, okay.
Hello, my name is Becky Lake, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I live in a mobile home park. I have since 1980, and it's the only affordable housing in San Jose. And if you truly want to make an impact on homelessness, please change the zoning to mobile home park only for the mobile home parks that currently exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Bob Anito. I live in El Bosque Mobile Home Park. I've lived there 12 years, and I'm very concerned about what's happening. If you don't vote for it, you're going to be putting out a lot of people out on the streets. Myself would be included. So your job is to try to look out for the people of San Jose and try to keep them from being homeless. Well, if you vote no, you're going to be putting people out on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I called Peter Jim, but he may be in the other room. So what we'll do is we'll go, our team is here, and so we'll proceed with the staff presentation, and we'll come back to public comment shortly. Hello, Rosalind.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our apologies for being late. Rosalind Huey, Director of Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. I'm joined by Housing Director Jackie Morales-Ferrand and Deputy Director of Planning Michael Brio, as well as Planning Division Manager Jared Hart. So we did want to take just a brief moment to provide some background to the Mayor and Council regarding your work around mobile home parks and protection. So since 2015, the Council has taken several actions to protect mobile home park residents and to preserve existing mobile home parks. This includes a temporary moratorium on mobile home park conversions and closures, zoning code changes making the City Council the decision-making body for consideration of proposed mobile home park conversions, creation of City Council Policy 6-33 on the conversion of mobile home parks to other uses, and general plan text amendments to add enhanced goals, policies, and actions to protect existing mobile home parks throughout the city. In May of 2017, Council directed staff to analyze general plan land use amendments for mobile home parks as a preservation tool. Staff returned to Council in March of 2018 with an analysis of the proposed general plan land use amendments for mobile home parks and the associated staffing requirements for moving those amendments forward. Staff analysis identified 2 mobile home parks with high-density residential land use designations. Those 2 are West Winds and Mountain Springs mobile home parks that were at most risk of potential redevelopment. Council directed staff to create a new mobile home park land use designation and apply that designation to the West Winds and Mountain Springs parks, and also directed staff to start this work by spring of 2019. In keeping with that council direction, staff in April of 2019 started the work on the land use designation changes and developed a work plan. Staff held 3 community meetings in August and September of last year and also met with the mobile home park owners. In January 2020, staff received further direction from council to accelerate the mobile home park land use designation item. Staff briefed the Housing and Community Development Commission on January 23rd of this year. The commission recommended that the council apply the mobile home park land use designation to all mobile home parks throughout the city. On February 12th of this year, the Planning Commission held a hearing on the proposed land use amendments. They voted to recommend that this council approve the general plan amendments as recommended by staff and to also consider applying the mobile home park land use designation to the remaining parts. Additionally, they voted to recommend that the council consider general plan amendments to further protect residents by ensuring just compensation, and also to include strategies to ensure any mobile homes that were lost would be replaced with deed-restricted on-site affordable housing. These 2 maps are maps of the 2 mobile home parks that the council is taking action on tonight. The one on the left is the Mountain Springs Mobile Home Park that is located in District 7. It currently has 2 land use designations, residential neighborhood as well as urban residential. And then the second park is the West Winds Mobile Home Park located in District 4, currently has an urban residential land use designation, and we are proposing with the new mobile home park land use designation. I would note that the Mountain Springs Park has approximately 144 mobile home lots, and the West Winds Park has approximately 723 lots. So before I review staff recommendation, I do want to acknowledge the 2 council memoranda that have been issued, one from council members Jimenez, Perales, Esparza, and Foley, and the other memo from council member Diep. We also want to acknowledge the numerous letters and emails that we've received from mobile home park residents, as well as correspondence from park owners and other members of the public. So staff recommends that the council approve the new mobile home park general plan land use designation for West Winds and Mountain Springs mobile home parks. Secondly, that the council priority item number 2 for mobile home parks be removed from the 2020-2021 priority list, as this item is now complete. And today, staff issued a supplemental memo that details why staff is not recommending applying the mobile home park land use designation to the remaining 56 parks. And we have 3 key reasons. First is that the designation itself does not prohibit mobile home park closures. Secondly, the remaining 56 parks would still need privately initiated general plan amendments to convert for a higher density, since either the remaining parks have a residential neighborhood land use designation, or they have a land use designation that does not allow residential uses. And then lastly, we just want to emphasize that the protections for mobile home park residents are addressed in the City Council Policy 6-33. This concludes staff presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just before we have more public comment, I just want to make sure we inform people clearly what you mean, because I know you're using some shorthand. Could you just explain a bit more what Council Policy 6-33 does to protect mobile home? Just if you could review that a bit. I know you touched on it, but.
So City Council Policy 6-33 actually does, I'm looking at the Housing Director, but 3 main things. First of all, it requires a relocation program and assistance for existing mobile home park residents if a mobile home park is proposed to be closed. And then secondly, there's also, it requires a relocation impact report that is due to the Housing Department in that process of a closure to ensure that all of the aspects of the council policy direction is included.
Okay. Jackie, did you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's also providing this relocation assistance as well, and there's a relocation payment. Mobile homes have to be valued within a certain period of time in order to ensure that their values are protected. And so there is a very lengthy process that has to be gone through, and there is an opportunity, which is what Winchester Ranch did, to get some negotiation between the owner and the tenants to provide a separate alternative.
Okay, so already it's the case for the remaining 56 parks, they would need a vote of the council to approve the general plan amendment and to approve that the applicant has satisfied 6-33. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure we're all clear on what the rules are now. Okay, I don't have a card that specifically says applicant. So this is self-initiated from the city.
That is correct.
I'm trying to figure out, does that mean that there's 5 minutes for anyone to be heard, or do we just go straight to public comment?
You can just go straight to public comment
Okay.
because it's not an appeal, it's not. a
Yeah,
denial.
great. Okay, wonderful. We'll just go straight back to public comment. So Peter Lynn, or Jin, I'm sorry, but I can't quite read the card. Glenna Howcroft, Jake Tonkel, Vincent Flores, Don Murdoch. Are any of these folks here? Come on up, sir. Yeah, if I've called your name, just come on up. Yeah, and if I've called people who are waiting in the wing, then hopefully they're coming down and Henry will let them in. Come on up, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, Glenna Howcroft, GSMOL Chapter President. I urge the council to vote tonight to give all parks a mobile home park designation in the general plan. I live at Pepper Tree Estates, which contributes 273 affordable homes to the affordable housing stock in San Jose. It would take years to build those back if we lose them. I remind the council that the closure of Winchester Ranch added not 1 unit to our affordable housing stock, not 1. When the former residents of Winchester Ranch, all of whom are seniors, die, their replacement condo housing will rent at the obscene high market rate. The cost to give all parks a mobile home designation, which includes staff time, is given as a major barrier in doing this. This is not a sufficient reason to vote no tonight. That cost is minimal compared to the cost that park closures and losing low-income families and seniors from our city would create. We have waited long enough. Pepper Tree has a light industrial GP designation. Start the process to give us and all parks a mobile home designation tonight.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, sir.
Hi, thank you. I'm Don Murdoch. I live in Colonial Mobile Manor. And questioner, are Bella Rosa, Foothills, and Somerset at risk? On 6/13 last year, 19, the Housing Commission considered a report on tenant preference to prevent displacement. Housing Director Morales Fernand wrote on page 6 that the Housing Department staff identified 21 tracts that are both experiencing ongoing displacement that are also located in areas where resident growth is expected to occur. On page 8 of that same letter, it was written that in response to a question from the HCDC, staff analyzed how many mobile home parks have residents who may be eligible for this displacement preference as proposed. Staff found that residents in 3 of the city's 59 mobile home parks are located in eligible census tracts. The 3 parks are Bella Rosa, Foothills, and Somerset. So staff has already done the work to identify 3 more parks. Please give those 3 parks and all parks the MH designation in the general plan and prevent displacement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening to all the members of the council. My name is Lynn. I from West Wing Park, and I just moved here 2 years ago. But my family and I was very enjoying living in the West Wing Park. But later on, we figured out that the ground lease is going to be expiring 2022, and my family working very hard to pay up my mortgage because we are new in this community. So could you guys please just vote in favor of this general plan amendment so that I can keep my home and we can stay here? Thank you very much and have a good night. Bye.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Jake Tonkel, and I just want to speak in favor of the memo put forward to protect all of the mobile home parks in our city. As some of the last naturally occurring affordable housing, preservation of these spaces is incredibly important for our families, and we need to make sure that we're treating all residents equally, so I really urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. After our next speaker, I have see Vincent Flores.
Yep.
Oh, you're Vincent. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Nancy Stevens, Juan Martinez, Saul Surur. I believe it's Terrence Mulligan, or could be Gregory Mulligan, depending on how you read the writing. Maybe Teresa Mulligan. Let's go with Teresa. Okay.
Okay. My name is Vincent Flores, and I am a resident of West Wind's Mobile Home Park. My question to you is, who were you elected to represent and serve? Developers that stand to make millions of dollars building high-end multi-unit complexes and high-tech buildings, or vulnerable residents threatened with the loss of their homes and neighborhoods? The council member from District 4 recently stated that protecting all mobile homes would cost the city $385,000 and therefore should not move to protect all mobile home parks and deal with park closures on an individual basis. $385,000 translates to roughly $345 per mobile home in San Jose. Is that too high a price to protect over 11,000 mobile homes in San Jose? Are we to believe that those of us that have helped to build and maintain this city are not worth that kind of investment? Are we to believe that developers and members of apartment owners associations are more valuable to this city than the residents of mobile home parks. I sincerely hope that is not the case. I urge you to protect all mobile home parks in San Jose
Thank you,
and
sir.
prevent catastrophic disruption to those that live in them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Ricardo. Good evening, council members. I'm here to speak about my support for the mobile home community because I'm affected by it. Not only me, but my whole family. I currently take care of my mom and my dad, who they're older, and I don't see myself living in this Bay Area if I were to be kicked out. We moved in because of the 2008 crisis. So now we encounter another crisis of getting evicted. So please approve this because many families are going to be affected by it. And there's a lot of people out there that they're going to be affected by it too. And they're waiting on the door because they want to speak what they feel. Thank you.
Welcome. Please, welcome. Are
My
you
name is Nancy Stevens.
Hi, Nancy.
So you could turn that card over.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for your time and allowing us to come here to speak to you. I don't have a lot of statistics to give you. I just want to share with you that it is very unsettling to live in fear of losing your home. I would ask that the new mobile home park designation in the general plan be approved for all mobile home parks. Please support this so that mobile home owners are protected and can live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, ma'am. Are you Teresa?
Yes.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm sorry, I had difficulty reading your writing.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Mulligan, and I reside at Mobile Park, Mountain Springs, and I'm a little nervous at the moment. I just want you to pay attention to the fact that we need mobile homes for all parks. It's really important. We're low income, and this is all we can really basically afford. I've been checking in other parts of Northern California, thinking that maybe my husband and I could afford something else where we can't. We've lived in our mobile home park for 19 years, and I want to stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. After our next speaker is Joanne Payton. Yes, just one moment, sir. Joanne
I had my
Payton.
dress.
Luis Morris, Marge Lundberg, Alice Rosenbach, and Jeffrey Buchanan. Welcome.
There are 59 mobile home parks that are the last affordable living facilities which house approximately 35,000 people. San Jose has the third largest homeless population after New York and Los Angeles. That's a very dubious distinction. I thank the 4 council members who submitted the memo on changing the land use designation, and I urge that you consider changing for all 59 parks in San Jose. I was a member. Is this my time left?
Yes.
Well, then I'll cut it short. Just as you all expect our support for re-election, we will be registering each council member's vote tonight, and we will support you accordingly in the next elections.
Thank you. Welcome, man. Thank you, Luis.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. I've been here for 50 years. I've lived in my mobile home for 15 years. My name is Joanne Payton. I live in Mobile Home Park. I enjoy it very much, and I would like if you would take this proposal and protect the mobile home parks of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, welcome, Jeffrey.
Mayor and Council, would like to support Councilmember Jimenez, Foley, Esparza, and Perales' memo. The general plan amendment gives tenants an additional layer of public process, and that gives the public and the council greater control over what happens. Yes, it's not a silver bullet, but frankly, under the current general planning, we could see lower density projects put forward, and we wouldn't have the opportunity of a general plan amendment to hold that same level of control. We could see commercial projects move forward. We wouldn't have that same level of control. We're talking about 11,000 homes that we can protect. Most are naturally occurring affordable housing. As much as 73% of these families are low income at a time when we're not producing nearly enough affordable housing. For the cost of between $30 and $50 a home, we can protect low income and extremely low income people. Why would we skip that opportunity? We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars as a council for studies, consultants, and time to look at cutting fees for developers so we have fewer dollars for affordable housing. Why can't we protect these families here today with as little as $30 to $50 a household to give them that little bit more protection of the general plan amendment? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me there? My name is Alice Rosenbach, and I am a member of the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. And I am here today in support of housing rights. I am here because we want to fight for the rights of housing as a human right. We want to fight against the decades of poor housing policies. And although I am not a San Jose resident, I do believe and realize that what happens in our neighboring communities affects us all. We need to vote in favor of this designation for all mobile home parks. Although I am not a resident, many years ago I was homeless, found my way out of it, and only to have the unexpected happen. And I had a friend in San Jose who was going through some difficulties as well in her apartment, and the only solution that came to us was to be able to live in a mobile home park. It saved me and my two boys from being on the street, and I am very grateful for that opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Housing is a human right.
Thank you. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Louise Morris. I've lived in Mountain Springs for 22 years, and I love this valley, and I cannot afford to live anywhere else. That's true with a lot of us. There are 10 senior mobile home parks in San Jose. Thousands more seniors live in family parks. These seniors need your help. Tonight, they need the strongest assurance they can get that they will not be forced out of their homes in their senior years. Studies have shown that moving is listed as one of the top stressors that a person can experience in a lifetime. In many studies, moving is cited as more stressful than divorce. This is made worse when the move is imposed on seniors by a park closure. Seniors should not have to say, "I hope I die before my park closes." Give San Jose seniors the maximum amount of peace of mind you can tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
I'm not sure if I'm the Teresa that you called, but I am a Teresa.
We'll take you.
Okay.
Are you Teresa Mulligan? Or
I'm sorry?
Mulligan or?
No, not
That's
Mulligan.
okay.
Teresa Reen. I'm a member of the community of Mill Pond Mobile Home Park. It's a senior mobile home park. And I can tell you, with my limited retirement income, I would be homeless if I didn't have a mobile home park to live in. Please, save our parks.
Thank you. And after our next speaker will be Barbara Crum, followed by Marianne Humes, followed by Antonio Mora, followed by Heidi Von Salsa, followed by Bill Ashby. Welcome.
Mayor and council members, thank you so much for your work in the past for the preservation of our mobile home parks in San Jose. one of the developers in the letters to the public referenced mobile homes as temporary housing at best. I think everybody in this room would totally disagree with that. And to tell that to the owners of the homes that they have purchased for retirement and to literally die there. I live in Mountain Springs Mobile Home Park, and we are a senior park, and we've probably had 2 or 3 people pass in the last 6 months. That is a given in a senior park. It's what we live with. Please vote to include all the parks in the land use mobile home park designation in the general plan of 2040. And as Saul Sauer said, we watch you vote, you will watch us vote. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just called a series of folks who may not have been able to get to the mic because I'm guessing they may be in the exterior room. I'm going to call their names again just so they have time to get here, and then we'll go on to the next folks, and we'll hold their cards so they can get here in time. Oh, here we go. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thanks for allowing us to come in and speak. We bought a mobile home 47 years ago, when we were just getting going in West Wings, and kept that for a couple of years, sold that, bought a house out in South San Jose. A year and a half ago, we sold that and we moved back into Casa del Lago, which we'd never leave. You know, there's got to be something for a young couple that are if they're both making $60,000 or $70,000 a year, they're going to have to work for 4 or 5 years and bank one of their incomes before they can get a down payment for anything in the valley here. So mobile homes is a stepping stone for that, but for both going up and coming back down the ladder. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. My name is Heidi Van Zaltza, and I've lived in the West Winds Mobile Home Park for 4 years. The only way I can afford to stay in the valley is to stay in my mobile home. I have lived in the valley all my life and do not want to leave my family and friends. Please protect all San Jose mobile home parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Mary Ann Humes. I live in Colonial Manor Mobile Home Park. I've been there for 36 years, and that's been my home. And I've been in electronics 40 years. My generation helped build this valley, and now you're trying to get rid of all us old people. That's very sad. So I hope we have a good vote tonight to save all our parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Crum. I've lived in Colonial Manor Mobile Home Park for 10 years. I work for your wonderful city.
Thank you for that.
Yes, and I do bus trips for the seniors for the city of San Jose. And they are very, very concerned. They built this city, and now they're being like kicked out. And I really hope that you understand you all have parents and family, and you know, you'd hate for them to be kicked out too. So please consider this. It's a wonderful way for them to live and commune together, not be on top of each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. After Mr. Mora is going to be Wee Tran, followed by Annette Kirkham, followed by Gary Smith, followed by Trinidad Martinez, and Jim, I think it's Jim Canova. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, my name is Antonio Mora. My wife and I bought a mobile home 8 years ago at Oak Crest Estates. Our son and his family live there. They have 3 kids. They could not afford to buy a home or rent a 3-bedroom place anywhere in the valley. It's the only affordable housing left. They would have to move out of the Bay Area. Their work is here. Mayor Liccardo, City of San Jose Council, please support mobile home designation for all mobile home parks in San Jose. Where will 35,000 people go to? Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Gary Smith. I live in Mill Pond Mobile Home Park, and I'm also representing GSMOL. The owners of Mountain Springs have written a letter to you, and we agree with parts of it. They wrote, according to your staff report, San Jose has 59 mobile home parks. However, the general plan amendments on your agenda for March 10th only seek to redesignate 2 of those 59 parks, ours and West Winds. We object to this unequal and unjustified treatment of our property compared to 57 other properties in San Jose that are being used in a manner identical to ours. The property owners who own these 59 parks should all be treated equally, just like the owners of the mobile homes within each of these 59 parks, and the tenants in any of those mobile homes should be treated equally. We believe that the selective application of the new designation violates our constitutional rights, including our right to equal protection and treatment under the law.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Trinidad Martinez. I purchased my home in 2015. Never knew that this was going to be to an end. I have 6 children. It's hard for you to purchase a home or even rent with 6 children. So my kids go to nearby schools. It used to take me 35 minutes to get to work. Now it's taking me 45 minutes. And to get back home more than an hour. So I'm just thinking, if this was to, mobile homes was to disappear, what's going to happen with traffic around our community? And what's going to happen to our kids? Where are they going to be going? So I'm for the West Winds Residents Association, and I want you guys to consider this as for our future kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Tran.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, and staff. My name is Hui Tran. You're going to be hearing a lot tonight about why mobile home parks need to be protected, but I do want to address the opposing arguments that have been released about why we shouldn't apply these protections across this entire city itself. The arguments are twofold. The first is that the staff time, the cost of the staff time is unwarranted. That's an unfunded mandate. And the second is that creating a uniform mobile home designation is more inefficient than trying to address it piecemeal. Neither one of these makes sense. But let's address the cost issue first, right? At the high end, staff is projecting that it'll cost like $500,000 for us to be able to rezone all mobile home parks. Let's put that number into context. There are families who bought mobile home parks for $250,000, $300,000 at West Winds just a few months ago. 2 of those homes will pay to protect all mobile home parks here in the city. The cost of developers can pay $200,000 instead of building below market rates.
Thank you, sir.
2 of those will save all of the mobile home parks in the city. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Annette Kirkham. I'm from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. The Law Foundation of Silicon Valley strongly supports the memo from council members Esparza, Jimenez, Perales, and Foley to not only protect West Winds and Mountain Springs Mobile Home Park, but to expand the general plan designation to all mobile home parks in San Jose. We understand the concerns from the planning department related to increased costs and staffing. However, staff concerns should not outweigh protecting the more than 35,000 San Jose residents who live in mobile home parks, are at risk of displacement, and risk losing the equity in their homes. Mobile homes are the one last avenue to affordable home ownership in San Jose. Therefore, the city needs to take a strong stand today to protect all mobile home parks. We could have taken action over 2 years ago to protect these 2 parks whose general plan designations are changing. We do not want to to be in this situation again. If we do not take action today, we are concerned that we will be back in a year or two to try to change the general plan designation of a
Thank you.
park that may be at risk in the future.
Thank you. All right. Welcome, Jim. After Jim is Marge, I believe it's Shima Franca, or I'm sorry, Mary. No, it's Marge. Marge Shima Franca, Sally Lieber, followed by William, followed by Remedios Serrano.
My name is Jim Canova. I serve on the Santa Clara Unified School District Governing Board, and I'm also a resident of West Winds as well. I've been there a long time. And I first wanted to thank Mayor Liccardo and Councilmember Diep for fast-tracking this for both West Winds and Mountain Springs. Very important, very critical. Thank you for recognizing the need and the value of this affordable housing. For me, on Santa Clara Unified, these are our families. West Winds is very diverse, extremely diverse. This is where your nurses and teachers and your plumbers and your contractors and your first responders and your school board members live. These are our homes. It's a beautiful community. I do support extending this across the city. I trust that the mayor and the city council can find the best path forward with that, but it is a protection that all the mobile home owners deserve. At a time when we talk about affordable housing, we don't get rid of existing affordable housing. Last point I want to make is these are home owners. They have mortgages. I have a mortgage. We own our homes. My neighbor purchased her home a year ago for $310,000. This is not a trailer park. Don't be mistaken. This is manufactured housing.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. And as the other folks are making their way in, welcome. Just in time. Welcome, sir. Come on up to the mic. And maybe, because I know there's some challenge in transition, I'll just call the other folks, a few other folks in.
Good evening, Mayor.
Just one moment, sir. I'm just going to call a few more folks in so they can make it in. I have Deborah Clark, Colleen Anderson, T.C. Reen, Sergio at West Winds, and Dexter Goody. Thank you.
I repeat, good evening, Mayor, and all members of the City Council of San Jose. My name is William Escosio, and I live in West Wind. We bought that mobile home for 4 years. And I stayed here in the United States for like 12 years. And for that year, we kept on moving from one place to another. And we were very happy and proud that we have that mobile home with us. I bought it together with my wife and my brother. So I'm here to beg, please, to vote yes for the mobile home park remain as a mobile home park. It's gonna be a jeopardize on our side, in our part, to move from one place to another again. So please, we are begging for your vote. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving us the chance to address you. I live at Pepper Tree Estates Mobile Home, and I've been living there for 20 years. I have worked since I graduated until retirement. I worked 27 years with adults with developmental disabilities, and prior to my retirement, I made sure to save enough money so I could buy my first mobile home. Currently, I live on Social Security, so if I was to lose my mobile home, I would not be able to stay here in San Jose, a city that I've come to love. So I pay my taxes, and I've contributed to the community in my work that I've done with the disabled community. So I ask that for your protection and support, and that you designate all mobile home parks with the mobile home designation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, Sally. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I had the real pleasure of representing many of San Jose's mobile home parks in the State Assembly for 3 terms. And I have to say that these are the neighbors who are really the core of our community. And I'm hoping the council will vote to give the zoning coverage to all of the mobile home parks in San Jose, It's a very small amount of money relative to other things to have that coverage. And it's obvious that the council policy coverage is not inconsistent with the zoning control as well, or that wouldn't be happening for the 2 mobile home parks that have been put forward. I think that we need it for all of the parks, and it's really the difference between people being terrorized by the threat of a closure or not. And when we're dealing with a really senior population with people with disabilities, it is emotional abuse, it is elder abuse to have folks threatened with the fear of losing their home when they don't have to be. So please give that extra coverage to all of our mobile home parks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm Remy Serrano of West Wind Mobile Park. We live in the park for over 30 years, and my son was 6 years old when we moved to the park, and now he is now 35. So I ask the City Council to please protect all San Jose Mobile Park. Thank you. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Sergio, and I live in West Wind Park. I appreciate if you try to save our houses. You know, that's very hard to live somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Hello, sir.
Hi there. My name's Dexter Goody. I live in West Winds Mobile Home Park. I've been there for 13 years. 2 points I'd like to make. First of all, on page 2 of the letter from the Mountain Springs owners, talk about the redevelopment of parks adjacent to light rail transit. We agree. Second of all, parks such as Colonial Mobile Manor Senior Park, Mount Shadows Family Park, Mill Pond 1 and Mill Pond 2 Senior Parks, a total of 669 homes, are some of the parks at risk due to their location. Another family park, Imperial Estates, is within 6 blocks of the light rail. They have 174 homes. This is just another reason to give all parks the mobile home designation in the general plan. Something I'd like to point out too, as far as West Winds is concerned, when we get the change to mobile home parks, that's fantastic. 2022, the long-term lease ends. From what I understand, the Nicholson family will be able to petition the planning development in 2023 to change it back to urban residential. If that's the case, then I live all year going till November for the Planning Commission meeting, waiting to see what happens.
I'm sorry, your time's up, but we will address that issue if you
Okay.
hang around.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Debbie, and I was born and raised in this county, and for the last 35 years, I've lived in Westwoods. I've raised my family there. If you don't make us all mobile homes, I have to leave the area and my family who was born and raised in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. After our next speaker will be Antonio Bastida, followed by Patrick Grimes, Lin Hua, Roseanne Hernandez, and Angelica Pantoja.
Hi, my name is Colleen Anderson, and I've lived in a mobile home for 27 years. I'm a resident, and I'm a small business owner in my home. And if I had to leave, I have to leave my friends, my family, and close my business to 12 different families. So please support the rezoning for West Winds.
Thank you, ma'am. As the other folks are making their way to the microphone, I'll also call a few more names. Pablo, Marcelo, I think it's Marcelo Delab, or Marcelo Delau, Maria Munoz, and Diane Whitfield. If you hear your name, come on down. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Antonio. I live in a mobile home park for the last 7 years, and I live with my wife and 3 kids. My younger is my daughter, she's 15. Very respectfully, I ask every council member and also Mr. Mayor tonight vote yes for the new zoning, mobile home park only for all mobile home parks, the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. Hi, come on up. Oh, okay. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Roseanne Hernandez. I've lived at West Winds for 7 years. My fiance, 13 years. That's how we met. I myself have been homeless when I was 18 years old. Instead of preparing for my future, I ended up having to look for shelter. The stress, instability, and anxiety of not having a home was excruciating. The thought of families today who are working toward their own futures, the elderly trying to live their golden years, going through these same fears is not only upsetting but disturbing. I ask that you vote in favor of all parks in San Jose, designated mobile home parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening to all.
My name is Angelica Pantoja.
Su nombre es Angélica Pantoja.
Vivo por
She lives.
6 years
She has lived for 6 years
en Mobile Home Park.
at a mobile home park.
Estoy aquí
She's here
para pedirles
to ask you
que ayuden a las familias
to help the families
que vivimos en casas móviles,
that live in mobile home parks,
aprobando la nueva designación
approving the new designation
de Mobile Home Park
for the mobile home parks
para todos los parques de la ciudad de San José.
for all the parks in the city of San Jose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Patrick Grimes. My family and I moved to a mobile home almost 30 years ago. As I came tonight to talk about protecting all mobile home parks, forgive my cynicism, but I expected 3 excuses. I expected the excuse of time and money. May I remind you that the same proposal that is before you tonight was brought up in 2018. You guys have had 2 years to take action on this. Why should I listen to you if you tell me you don't have time? I expect to hear an objection that mobile home parks are not high density. Excuse me. Our mobile home park is surrounded by high-rise luxury apartments that not a single resident can afford. There is a difference between high density and affordable. Finally, I expect you to care as much about the property rights of the most vulnerable in our society.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maria Munoz. I live in one of the mobile home parks, but I'm addressing that both owners of West Winds and Mount Springs have sent letters to the council talking about redevelopment, okay? Both oppose the MP designation of the general plan. Mountain Springs talks about the inevitable future of redevelopment of the property on page 1 of their letter, and again on page 2. The park might be developed to provide more housing, which we believe we need to have. The Nicholson family of West Winds admits in writing that they met with the city last year in their 2/10/20 letter. In both this letter and their letter on 3/9/20, they dismissed the move to give the parks a mobile home designation in the general plan as an exercise in politics. And that as a result of the publicity caused by the lawsuit filed against TNFP. There is a need for some political action by the City Council tonight. These statements are an insult to the thoughtful letter by Jimenez, Perales, Esparza, and Foley.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need protection. Necesitamos protección.
Yo entiendo. Welcome.
Good evening, all of you guys. My name is Marcelo. I live in West Wind Mobile Home Park. I just want to let you know that ask you to protect our families, especially for the seniors or families who have kids, because it's very, very, very hard to buy a house in the city or rent apartment, especially who have kids or for the seniors. Please protect our mobile homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm here to speak for the seniors that maybe are afraid to come out in the community because of the virus. We really do need housing, and we don't need to have anybody take away housing. We really need it, and we ask that you would vote for this. And we really want to thank you for even considering this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. After our next speaker is going to be Charlotte Johnson, followed by Nak Nguyen, followed by Phuoc Nguyen. Please forgive me if I've mispronounced your name. Lee Ellick, Carol Todd, and Alvaro Regalado.
Good evening. I'm here to ask you to keep our community, not only the mobile homes, our community has to be together. I live on Westland for more than 4 years. I'm here for the seniors. They live close to my mobile home, to ask you to support the proposal for the mobile home destination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And after the people I just called, the remainder of the folks I wanted to call are all in the rotunda. And I know there's some difficulty hearing what's going on. So I'll ask our team to get out there, thank you, Henry, and ensure that those folks can all come in and be heard. And okay, I'm going to call a few more folks that are not in the rotunda because they may be able to get here a little more quickly. That's Archer Adames, Archer Adames or Janice Perenzin. If you could join us as well. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Johnson, and I lived here at West Winds for about 3 years now. And I'm here to talk for people that can't talk for themselves. We ask that the council take note that hundreds of seniors and others are not here today because of the coronavirus. You have received multiple petitions, countless emails, phone calls, and letters. Please consider this when you look out into the audience. And on behalf of myself, I just want to say the 3 years I lived here, I have enjoyed it. The people have reached out to me and helped me a lot. So I don't want to lose this community. And it's important that we all get together and have an association so we could have good news, okay? The people give us the correct news and that we need. So we won't be so stressed out and thinking that our community is going to be taken from us.
Thank you.
We can't stand that. And I want you to vote for this.
Thank you. You're
because
Ms.
we
Johnson,
need it.
is that right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, Lee.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lee Ellick, Chateau LaSalle, mobile home park resident, family park. My daughters 27 and 22 still live with me because they can't afford anything else. My mobile home park residents were shocked when Winchester Ranch closed. I could see it in their eyes. I know it's like a gut punch. It's like when my doctor told me I had bladder cancer. So not comfortable feeling. Then I find out 2 more parks are at risk. That's like my doctor telling me, oh, and by the way, you also have cancer in the lymph nodes. So cancer can spread, metastasize, and mobile home park closures can also spread. And doctor said, by the way, it's an aggressive form of cancer. So mobile home parks can also fall like dominoes and spread like cancer. My neighbors asked, can my park close? You betcha. Any park is at risk. Any park can close. We need to stop the spread of mobile home park closures. Keep the park, my park, and 50 other parks plus open. You are the hope and salvation, everybody up here. You are like the doctors advising me on cancer. So I have full faith and confidence with you guys and what you've done in the past. Just thank you for
Lee.
taking care of tens of thousands of park residents. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Lee.
you.
Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Carol Todd. I live at West Winds. I've lived there for 7 years. After I lost my job, my husband and I lost our house, and we moved into West Winds, and it was the only thing that we could afford. And then we got into a tragic car accident, and we lost everything. This is the only place that kept us off the streets. And we still have our sons with us. And my daughter was able to buy a house around the corner from us. So our grandkids are there. We really would not want to lose our home. And we're very, very scared about that. And so we support keeping all the mobile home parks.
Welcome. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I think nobody should ever lose their home. I was born in San Jose. I find that this discussion is a little bit disgusting that it's even gotten this far, and it's discussions you guys haven't done anything about this by now. There's a lot of people here that are suffering, and even the stress of this is causing a lot of people to suffer. A lot of people are being displaced in my city and becoming homeless, and it's sad because this used to be such a nice city, and I really feel that you guys have all let us down, and I hope that you do the right thing.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you for your time. My name is Janice Perrins, and I've lived in West Winds approximately 15 years. I'm at actually retirement age, but I'm still working because I need to make ends meet. If you close our park, two things: you're going to make a lot of people homeless, and you're going to lose taxpayers because we cannot afford to live in Santa Clara County on 2 Social Security incomes. Impossible. So I urge you strongly to please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. My name is Alvaro Regalado. I do work for SLAC National Cellular Laboratory up in Menlo Park for Sanford, the Department of Energy. I worked there since 2006, and I have not been able to buy a home. And I had to work in Costco, work 2 jobs for like 16 to 18 hours a day with 4 kids. And I know my neighbors, seniors, which have struggled a lot, just like me and myself. And I'm still trying to, pay off the loan of the house with everything that's going on. I still can't afford anything. But I do think that mobile home parks for all parks would be the best way for us that's trying to struggle. And I still, even though I work for that company, I still can't afford to buy a home or even down payment for anything. And I do appreciate you guys listening to all of us. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Welcome. And in addition to our next speaker, I'd like to also ask Stacy Becker and Mr. and Mrs. Nguyen, that is Nak Nguyen and Phuoc Nguyen, also to join us. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Mark Molyneux. I'm up from north in the county, but I'd like to speak from my own experience in my role in the Sunnyvale Tenants Union. Sunnyvale has a mobile home designation for most, but not all, historically, of its mobile parks. And I think that's very important insofar as it's done a great job preserving the affordable housing of mobile parks in the places with that zoning designation, but in the one zoning place where it did not have it, which was an R3 for the Blue Bonnet mobile park, it was transformed into townhouses. It was 54 mobile homes turned into 54 townhouses. We need to accommodate change. We need to make sure that we preserve our affordable housing. So I recommend applying this to all units. In the long term, it's a really great goal for the council to actually look at turning these into a community land trust and actually trying to preserve it your own. But I think this designation is a great step right now, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Hi.
Good evening, all of committee and everybody. My name is Yao Nguyen. I got 83 years old. I have been living 168 Mountain Spring. You know why the reason I be here? To struggle for my right and interest. Because my right and interest has been threatened. So I have to present in here and strongly support that all mobile home park in San Jose get this new mobile home park destination in the zero plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear council member committee, my name is Mai Nu Nguyen. I'm also living in 168 Mountain Spring. And all I can say, I strongly support that all the mobile home park in San Jose will get the new mobile home park destination in the residential plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome to all the folks who are just coming in, and thank you for your patience. I know you've been sitting out in the rotunda. It has not been easy to hear what's going on. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stacy Becker, and I have grown up in California and have lived my entire life in the Bay Area, except for a couple of years in Southern California. And I moved into West Winds in 2002, and so I've been there quite a long time. And I think it is very important that we continue to keep affordable housing. When I bought the home, I was very confident with California's rules and San Jose's commitment to mobile home things. And so when people have told me over the years that they were concerned the park was going to shut because I'd heard rumors, I really felt very confident. And I am still confident because I'm sure that we will get this taken care of. And I think it's very important that all parks have the designation and that they all have more protections in the future. Yes,
Thank you.
okay, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hello, City Council members, Mayor Sam Licardo. My name is Valentin Rosas. We purchased a mobile home about 10 years ago. And ever since we got the notice, my son has been telling me, Daddy, I don't want to move from our home. My best friend lives next to me. People have built friendships here, friendships that can potentially last a lifetime. Please help us save our mobile home parks. Future generations will be looking at you as the savior or as the destroyer of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, sir, Your Honor, and council members. My name is Christina Lemon. My husband Bill and I bought our home nearly 10 years ago at Colonial Manor Mobile Home Park. And we stand with all the others that want protection for mobile homes because this is an affordable housing and we are very, very low income, but we matter. We're seniors and I'm disabled. And we would really appreciate the protection of having the knowledge that we have a place to live in a beautiful area and we can contribute to the society we're living in. And we appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Diane Donegan. I'm a disabled person. I've owned my mobile home for about 5 years now, and it's all I can afford. If I lose it, homelessness is next. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dan Dalton. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I've been in a mobile home park since, 30-plus years. And multiple management personnel changed multiple times, rules changed, things changed. The way the profit structure is set for the Mobile Home Park Management Society is you have no right to a value with your mobile home. Samzel, who owns the mobile home park management companies, says, my job is to get as much money out of you as we possibly can, and you have no right to have any value left in your home when I'm done with you. So based on that attitude and the way they treat people, it hasn't been the happiest life in the world. But I like being there, and I don't cause trouble usually for anybody. I think that this is a good idea to make it so there's some stability in our lives, because what they've done is thrown everything to the wind. You cannot get rid of a mobile home by putting in a junkyard.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And the last thing is
I'm sorry,
that your idea is a good one, and anything it does to make things stable for everybody concerned is both good for San Jose and good for the landowners, because they've been making money off of that. And thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, okay. Just one moment. We're going to hear from the gentleman who's got the mic. I'm sorry, sir. This is? Okay. Okay, Joseph, welcome, sir.
My name is Joseph Willett. I represent a lot of people at Mountain Springs Drive Park, and it would be sad to see some of them on the street. I do volunteer work, and we feed homeless people, and it would be sad to see some of the people in the park homeless. Oh, I'm over 90 years old, and I don't want to be homeless myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Mi nombre es Erendira Guzmán.
Un momento, por favor. Tal vez hay un traducir. Una persona que puede traducir. I'm sorry, is there a person who can translate? Okay. Okay, thank you. Hay un interpreter. Lo siento. Un momento, gracias. Thank you. Gracias, señora.
Sí, mi nombre es Erendira Guzmán y estoy aquí vivo ahorita en West Winds.
My name is Erendira Guzmán and I live in Westville.
Tengo 10 años viviendo ahí.
I've been living there for 10 years.
Y es una área muy agradable y me
And
gustaría,
it is a very pleasant area, and I would like
me gustaría que nos apoyaran en que designaran este lugar como casa de parques móviles porque
to designate that area as a mobile park.
I'm sorry, just to the interpreter, if you could wait until she's done speaking, so that way we can all hear. Thank you.
Porque como ven ahorita la ciudad de San José, los arrendamientos están muy caros y no podemos nosotros pagar unas rentas tan altas.
Because as you see, the rent in San Jose is very expensive, and we cannot afford to have such an expensive rent.
Pues me gustaría que tomaran en cuenta, ¿verdad? Que somos muchas personas las que vivimos ahí, y pues la verdad no, si no llegara a pasar eso, no sé la verdad qué haría yo, ¿verdad? Porque con lo que yo gano no podría pagar un alquiler tan alto.
And I would like for you to consider to make those changes, because with what I make, I cannot afford to pay such a high rent.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member. I'm Jenny. I am a caregiver.
to many seniors people, and I represent all the senior and the low income. I thank you for this opportunity that we can vote and voice out what is in their mind and heart every day, their worries. And they are mostly all 60 and above, low income. They don't have any other resource. So if they move out of this place, where are they going to go? They're going to worry that they are going to be another homeless in future. So Mr. Mayor, you have a very comfortable zone house and you don't have to worry. So, but please think hard for the future of these seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Your Honor. My name is Kevin Chuang. I live in Mobile Home Pepper Tree, Mobile Home Park. I don't agree with this. When I got the news about this, I really feel stressed out, panic, and I could not have a good night's sleep or eat well because just me working and to support my family. I'm a low income, so I strongly disagree with. I strongly disagree with this, and I strongly support that all mobile home park in San Jose should get this new mobile home park designation in the general plan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Your
much.
Honor.
I need Jen flavor, ma'am.
Hi, Honor. I will be translate for her.
Tôi tên là Lan Nguyễn, ông xã tôi tên là Bảo Nguyễn. Tôi đến từ Pepper Tree Park.
Tôi tên là my name is Lang Nguyen and my husband name Bao Nguyen. I'm living at the Pepper Tree Mobile Home Park.
Tôi cảm thấy rất buồn, căng thẳng và mất ngủ.
I feel really sad, stressed out, and had a really difficult time to fall asleep.
Tôi đang sống trong một hoàn cảnh rất là khó khăn. Tôi và ông xã tôi không kiếm được nhiều tiền.
I have a very, very difficult living condition because we are having a very, very low income family.
Tôi phải nuôi thêm cha mẹ già yếu không thể đi làm cùng với một con nhỏ 9 tuổi.
I have my parent who is elderly and small children just 9 years old.
Tôi đang thiếu nợ nhà bằng lên đến $100,000 và tôi cần có một chỗ ở.
I have the mortgage more than $100,000 and I have to pay them every month now.
Tôi cần có một ngôi nhà để cho gia đình tôi được sống yên bình và có cơm ăn áo mặc.
I need a stable place to live for my family to have the meal on the table and a stable place to sleep every night.
Nếu như tất cả các quý vị ở đây trong hoàn cảnh của tôi, quý vị sẽ hiểu được quý vị cần một ngôi nhà cho gia đình của mình.
I hope you understand about my situation and understand and help me and my family.
Tôi rất cần cầu xin quý vị hãy giúp đỡ cho những hoàn cảnh khó khăn và hãy cho chúng tôi được có một ngôi nhà cùng với gia đình của mình.
Please help me to vote yes tonight to help us to have a stable place to live.
Nếu như gia đình tôi di dời ra ngoài, chúng tôi sẽ không có nhà ở, không có tiền bạc, không có nghề nghiệp và chúng tôi sẽ trở thành những người đói rách.
Thank you. Come on. Go ahead and translate the last part, please.
Yeah, the last part she said that she will become homeless if she have to move out of the park. So please help us.
Thank you.
Tôi
Come
đến
on.
đây để đấu tranh
thank
cho
you.
Mobile Home Park.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
Hi, Honor. Can I speak for myself?
You also submitted a card?
Thank
yes,
you.
thank you.
Hi, Honor. My name is Han Nguyen, GSMOL, Chapter Vice Resident. I live with my family in the Pepper Tree Mobile Home Park. Please vote tonight to give all parks in San Jose the mobile home destination in the general plan. The largest growing demographics in the mobile home park in our city are the Vietnamese. For most of our Vietnamese senior families and multi-generational families, their mobile home is the only chain at home ownership. Please vote yes and help protect this part of the American dream for the Vietnamese community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Reina Sánchez. Vengo por de mobile home.
My name is Reina Sanchez, and I'm here to talk about the mobile homes.
Pues tenemos ahí, no sé cómo decir. Las rentas son muy caras y no aquí en San José, y pues somos muchos de familia, no podemos pagar otras en otro espacio, otras en otro lugar.
Our families are very numerous, and we cannot afford to live in other places because the rents are very expensive.
No sé más qué decir.
That's all I wanted to say.
Gracias. Thank you. Welcome. And if we could ask some more of our residents to please come on in. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mitch. I'm a San Jose D6 resident and I'm a member of the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. You have a big opportunity before you tonight. San Jose's 59 mobile home parks represent something very rare in Silicon Valley, an affordable home where fixed income seniors and everyone else priced out of the market can live. At the same time, because the park owners control the land, redevelopments can displace hundreds of families at the same time. That tears apart residents' lives and tears apart the social fabric of our community. Everyone you see here tonight is part of our community. Everyone in San Jose will be worse off if mobile home owners are displaced. These 59 parks deserve protecting. Please zone them for mobile home park use and institute strong relocation benefits if any parks are converted. Not just West Wings and Mountain Spring, but also every mobile home park in this city is at risk if not. Housing is a human right. Let's put people over profits in San Jose and protect our most vulnerable from displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Waskar. Nice to see you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Waskar Castro, Policy Associate with Silicon Valley at Home. On behalf of our membership, we'd like to provide comment on this item, which is of vast importance given how many residents currently utilize mobile homes. As our current residents, with nearly 11,000 mobile home households in the city, there is a genuine need to implement policies to protect these residents, many of which are seniors that have purchased their mobile homes as a source of long-term housing. We would like to commend Councilmembers Jimenez, Perales, Esparza, and Foley for addressing the drastic need and for further staff direction on this matter, including adding mobile home parks within the scope of the city's anti-displacement strategy. And we urge the council to adopt these recommendations and continue to work on protecting mobile home residents. Recognizing that the land where these parks reside could be seen as an opportunity for alternative use, we must look at the fact that the residents of various income levels, as well as senior residents, rely on mobile homes as a natural source of affordable housing. This is a specific type of housing that we cannot afford to lose. If we lose this, we would be decreasing housing opportunities for low-income residents in San Jose. This is a valuable opportunity to put residents first and ensure that those living in mobile homes can continue to do so without fear that the land under their homes will be sold under them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you. And if we could ask more residents to come in from the rotunda, that'd be great. That's all? Okay, let me just make one quick announcement, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted, if anyone can hear me in the wing or anywhere else, if you've submitted a card and you have not yet spoken, we want to make sure you are heard. So please come to the chambers if you've submitted a card and you have not been asked to speak, because we want to make sure everyone gets heard. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Deanne Everton from Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley.
And we've been preserving affordable housing since 1991 by keeping older adults and people with disabilities in their homes, by addressing critical overdue repairs as well as safety modifications, ultimately helping to create a sustainable, affordable living environment for our neighbors in need. 60% of our work we do is in mobile home parks. Many of our neighbors that we assist in mobile home parks have been longtime residents of our community. They've either been forced to downsize or chosen to move to a mobile home in order to stay in the area. Being a part of a mobile home park doesn't just give them the opportunity to own a home, but it also allows them to remain independent while being a part of a close-knit, supportive community. Mobile home parks provide a large percentage of affordable housing in our area, and we urge you to adopt this resolution as well as protect all mobile home properties so we can continue to have this important affordable housing option for our community members. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Martha O'Connell, come on up.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Dylan Sanchez. I've been living in West Winds with my family for almost more than 10 years. And before that, we lost our house during the recession on foreclosure, and knowing about this possible eviction is like living another nightmare. So definitely all of us who are vulnerable to the situation do not want this to happen. I'm also a college student. I'm actually going here in San Jose State. You know, it's really difficult having so much stress going on, and there's many students like me who are facing homelessness or already homeless. And I definitely, I just believe that you guys could have a righteous mind to decide the potential impacts that could affect all of us in this situation. Okay, and I just wish that we can preserve the mobile homes overall, because we have too much density going on overall, and it would be better for us to have a living over here in San Jose.
Thank you. Sir, could you say your name again?
My name?
Yes.
Dylan Sanchez.
Okay, thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Wei Chi Liu, and I'm a resident at the West Winds Mobile Home Park. I and my family have moved into the West Wind Mobile Home about 4 years ago. We moved here because we have to take care of my elderly parents who actually lived close by in Milpitas. The mobile home park is the only affordable housing that my family can actually find. I sincerely ask that you would protect all mobile home parks in San Jose by designating them with the new mobile home park designation in the general plan so that I can continue to care for my parents, as all of the residents here all have different story. It's not just about housing. It's actually every one of them also wins. They're living here. They cover a lot of jobs in San Jose as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. No, Mr. Kano? Please. Martha? Oh, I don't believe we do it every time. I think it's just every few folks.
I'm watching.
Yes, Lori's on it. Thank you.
Martha O'Connell, GSMOL. At the last minute, staff presented a supplemental memo with reasons why they do not recommend proceeding with giving all parks the mobile home designation. The supplemental memo appears to have significance, but in reality it does not. With no supporting documentation whatsoever, staff has raised the estimated cost from $381,000 to $500,000. Staff lists other time-consuming projects they were working on as a reason to reject the Jimenez et al. Memo. They did the same thing in 2017. We waited. They did the same thing in 2018. We waited. Now they're doing it again. Even if we accept the dubious, undocumented figure of up to $500,000, this is less than $50 per mobile home. Is it not worth $50 a home to protect this last bastion of affordable housing? Which one of the folks behind me holding up a yellow sign are to be told tonight your home is not worth $50 to this city council?
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emily,
And my husband and I worked as youth pastors in a local church for a long time because of the salary is too low, so they cannot find a clerk. But we can respond to that job offer because of the mobile home part. It can cover our income. So through our work, we help victims of pre-sex, drug addiction, teenager, and also game addiction teenagers. So without the mobile home park, we have to leave to maybe other states. So we want to keep our home so that we can continue what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Would you like to translate?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is 鲜红色，我讲中文，你讲的。我住在温凡小区里面的居民，我大量支持圣荷西所有的活动房小区土地使用属性改为新的活动房。属性 Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Hong, and I'm from West Wind Mobile Car Home. I strongly please that you can keep the mobile park so that we can live there. Thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢, thank you. Welcome.
你好，我是
Good evening.
我是怎么了？我是 West 小区的居民。我大力支持圣荷西所有的活动房小区土地使用属性改为新的活动房属性。Thank you.
Hello, I'm from West Wind. I strongly plead that you can keep the mobile home park. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I again want to repeat the admonition. If anyone has submitted a card and wanted to speak but hasn't, this is our last opportunity to do so. All right, thank you. All right. Mr. Perry? I didn't see the card, I'm sorry.
I don't know where it went.
Okay, we'll go ahead and speak anyway.
Thank you. I'm Sandy Perry from Affordable Housing Network. We support the general plan mobile home park designation for all mobile home parks. I wanted to read from the staff memo, even though it ultimately recommended against it. It says, city-initiated general plan amendments to change the land use designation of mobile home parks would not directly prohibit mobile home park owners from closing their parks, but could strengthen the protection of mobile home park residents by creating an additional transparent public land use entitlement process to redevelopment the sites. We are in a displacement epidemic. We need all the protections we can. The council, the question is, are you going to listen to the testimony that you heard tonight, or are you going to support the staff? With all due respect to staff, I've been keeping account. No, I haven't really, but it's somewhere around 90 to nothing against the staff recommendation and in favor of the memo by council members Jimenez Perales, Esparza, and Foley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank all the members of the community who came out to speak tonight on this item. Obviously, the passions are high because this is really important. Folks genuinely and appropriately believe that their homes are threatened, and of course you're concerned, and of course you deserve to be heard. I want to thank Councilmember Dieppe for accelerating bringing this to council to protect Mountain Springs and West Wind, because those were two mobile home parks that we had deemed to be particularly under threat given their existing land use designation, which made it more profitable, essentially, for a developer to redevelop without needing any general plan amendment to do so, which would put residents at greater risk. And so, again, I commend Councilmember Dieppe for stepping up and saying we need to do this, particularly after rumors swirled of the West Wind's potential development, I think because of a dispute that arose between the company, the corporation that was managing West Winds, and the owners. The owners have insisted several times they don't have any intention of displacing or evicting anyone, but nonetheless, I suspect that there was some fear-mongering going on, and as a result of the corporation that managed West Wind stirring it up, a lot of folks had a lot of sleepless nights, and we all agreed the best thing to do was go to council and get this mobile home designation put in place quickly so that there would be at least some relief from that fear. You know, I think it's really important because I hear time again from folks who are coming to the microphone, well-intentioned, absolutely appropriately concerned, but a suggestion somehow or another council was threatening to close a mobile home park, or that council was somehow or another inclined to support the redevelopment of a mobile home park against the wishes of residents. And we've had these battles really for about 7 years, come to council in one form or another since Winchester Ranch was first threatened. And I dare anyone to point to a single council vote where we didn't side with the residents. In every single council vote I can recall, we always sided with residents, and we never supported the conversion of any of these mobile home parks, except where all the residents, in the case of Winchester Ranch, actually agreed and supported because they got what they considered to be a good deal from the owner. And there was not, I didn't hear any dissent. And so the council has consistently stood up and said, we're not going to convert or redevelop any mobile home parks against the will, against the wishes of residents, because we appreciate the value that these communities have. We appreciate the importance, and obviously in an affordable housing crisis, the last thing we want to do is to make it worse by putting people in peril. And so I just want to emphasize that through votes on moratoria that we approved, on council policies that we strengthened, including 6-33, and standing in the way consistently of any developer who wanted to redevelop, this council has been very clear and emphatic about its support of mobile home park residents. And what is proposed tonight is not in any way to threaten to close anything for anyone, just the opposite. This is a proposal, at least for two of the mobile home parks, Mountain Springs and West Wind, to strengthen protections by instituting a mobile home land use designation. Now, staff did submit a report, I guess it just came out today, and staff's indication is, it's not that it's not worth it to spend $500,000 to protect our residents. Of course it's worth it if it was going to actually protect. The point is that the uniform change of land use designations on these other 56 mobile home park communities will not generate any significant new protections. Now, those 56 mobile home parks are in a different situation than Mountain Springs and West Winds, because Mountain Springs and West Wind, as I recall, and Michael or Rosalind, or Jared, fill me in on this. My understanding is Mountain Springs and West Wind have a land use designation that allows more dense residential development, which is what developers are looking for when they're redeveloping. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, and none of these other 56 do.
That's correct.
Okay, so I completely agree with the factual analysis and the logic of staff. I'm still going to vote to support the memo from council members Foley and Perales and Jimenez and Carrasco, but I'm not going to do it because staff's wrong. Staff's absolutely right. Because the truth is, regardless in any of those other 56 mobile home parks, if there was a developer who wanted to come in and redevelop them, they'd have to satisfy all the requirements of Council Policy 6-33, plus they have to satisfy the state rules, and they'd have to get a general plan amendment from the council, which means they would need 6 votes on this council to change the general plan land use designation, which is exactly the same protection they'd have if they had a mobile home park designation. In other words, we're going to go through this entire exercise and it won't actually lend any significantly greater protection in any objective way. So staff is being absolutely accurate about that. Nonetheless, I'm going to support ensuring that we have mobile home park designation over all 56 parks. And I'm going to do it really because of what I heard from people like Dylan Sanchez and Charlotte Johnson, who came up, and so many people did. So many people who said, look, we're losing sleep. This is incredibly stressful. It's bad for my health. It undermines my ability to even plan or have any confidence that I'm going to be around here in the community. And there's a lot of fear and stress and sleepless nights. And I think we all get it very clearly because of an environment that is being created. And I would say that's an environment of, unfortunately, fear-mongering. You know, I mentioned the corporation that was involved in this dispute with the land over at West Winds, and it is very unfortunate. They decided to essentially drop a nuclear bomb by telling everybody, this park's going to be redeveloped and you're going to get evicted. And unfortunately, that fear-mongering disrupted enormously the lives of hundreds of our families, and that was wrong. And in addition, frankly, I think there's been other players in the community, maybe have been engaging in demagoguery and stirring up fears in other ways. And I think that is deeply unfortunate because a lot of people came up to this mic deeply scared the council was about to vote to do something that would result in their eviction. And I can't imagine anything more misleading or more harmful to a family than telling them that the council is basically going to do something to kick you out. So I don't think the city has done a very good job explaining to the community what's really going on here. And unfortunately, the demagogues and the fearmongers have stirred up a lot of concern, and I think we need to respond to that concern. And we've heard a lot of people come forward today, and I know a lot of folks didn't come because they were worried about coronavirus, and so we've just got the folks who are brave enough to make it down to City Hall, and there's a lot more other folks who are worried at home. And so I happen to think as much as we're going to need every dollar, frankly, to prevent homelessness over the next few months, because we know what we're going into with likely recession and so forth. If this is what gives people a little more peace of mind, that once again, the council is going to consistently vote to protect residents of mobile home communities, then I'm happy to support it. But I'm hoping that the demagogues and the fearmongers will at least give it a break, because our residents don't deserve to be preyed on for political purposes. And I'm afraid that's what's been happening. And so I hope that we'll have the support of the entire council to simply move forward together, and we'll move forward. Yes, Dave?
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the comments that the mayor made. Obviously, a lot of fear and confusion in our community. I think the mayor actually did maybe a better job than we did around explaining our recommendation. Our goal is to add protections and reduce fear. And obviously, on some level, we have fallen short of that objective. And so certainly appreciate the comments that the mayor has made.
Thanks, Dave. Councilman Diep?
Thank you, Mayor. So there's two things happening tonight. One is to West Winds residents and to Mountain Springs residents. The council is united in making the change to the mobile home land use designation for these two parks because they offer tangible protections. Because currently under urban residential, you allow 95 dwelling units per acre, and we're moving it down to 25. Now I know I've lost half the whole crowd with that kind of detailed explanation on the specifics of land use differences. But on the second item, I did bring a memo tonight, and I know that I've lost the mayor on this, so I can count the votes and I won't even move it. But the issue for me is, like the mayor said, everybody on this dais is committed to our mobile home community. I believe that truly. I have lots of friends out in West Winds. I've been there multiple times as a candidate and just as a D4 resident. I have a friend in Winchester, or a friend who formerly lived in Winchester Ranch, the great houses, and they invited me out. They invited a lot of the council members on this dais out there. I think Councilmember Jimenez went, Councilmember Davis went. We got invited into their double-wide home, and they hosted us and explained to us the importance of mobile home communities, the importance of not calling it just a park, but truly a community, because people rely on each other and they live there and they support each other. And I understand that. My intent with my memo was simply to try to protect mobile home parks in a way that is as efficient as possible, because for reasons already articulated that I won't get into, spending $300,000 to $500,000 to redesignate the land use designation of all the parks doesn't change the process that would benefit West Winds and Mountain Springs parks. If we did nothing for those two parks tonight, the landowners could move by right to develop condos and whatnot because the land under the general plan allows for high density. We are narrowing those rights tonight by changing it to mobile home parks. But for all the other parks, for instance, those of you in the 41 parks living in residential general plan land use designation, you're zoned in an area that allows for 8 dwelling units per acre. By moving it to mobile home park, we're moving you into conformance, but actually we're allowing for more density. We're allowing 25 dwelling units per acre. There are technical things to land use and the council job that I kind of pour over and I get excited about, but I understand the fear and the narrative tonight is that people are being forced out of their homes, and that's absolutely not the case. I don't believe that anybody on this dais would support that, and you have my commitment that I will continue to fight again and again to protect our mobile home residents. My concern is simply staff time and the resources available to us. And I still think moving to bring all those parks into conformance is a budgetary item, and I'm not sure how to do that. My idea was to create a reserve fund so we can and partially fund a reserve fund through the District 4 budget so we can act as threats arise and craft solutions that are specific to whatever the threat may be. Because I do think that we have 56 different parks that are seeking this protection. There's one park that's an open space parklands and habitat. Like the effort to do that, I don't think anybody's ever going to develop on park space and habitat, but again, I'm getting into minutia. Dave, do you have is there any benefit to creating a reserve fund at this point?
Well, I think if given a little space, we could figure out how we're going to resource the effort. And so I think that's the space we need at this point.
Also, that is a budget item. It's not really appropriate for you to approve any budget items with regard to this matter. You can give direction to come back and include that in any budget if that's what the council wants to do.
So the direction to go do it, and staff says there's a cost, we have to go find the resources, right?
Correct, and that's why I'm saying you can't approve budgeting that at this point since it's a budget process item.
Got it. Okay, well, at the end of the day, I heard a lot of folks who were scared, and I just, again, keep wanting to reassure folks that fear, so long as the 11 of us are up here, is unfounded, because the protection for all of you is still in the process, and there is no silver bullet. I fear that many of you will go home tonight feeling absolutely safe, but in some future date, somebody may want to develop some park, and they will have to come back before this council. Perhaps different people will be sitting up here, but it will be up to the people, your elected officials, who will allow or not allow projects to move forward. You live in the Silicon Valley, where land is already scarce, and people are going to want to continue developing. And no law that we pass up here as a city council will ever forbid anybody from saying, hey, let me buy that land and let me try to put something else on that. And that's not just true for mobile home parks, that's true for any parcel of land in the city. So we're here, we're gonna do what you asked us to do tonight, but know that you got to stay vigilant, and the council, the people up here, is your protection. It is the process. No zoning designation, no general plan amendment is going to protect you absolutely. And if anything else, just please take that away, because I feel like that was the belief that many of you had, and I don't want to perpetuate that myth. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, let me just thank all the community members that came out. The feelings and thoughts that were expressed seem to be very visceral and very honest, and I very much appreciate the fact that you've taken time out of your evening to come join us and to express your perspective. I also want to thank staff. I know that, especially the planning department, I know, my staff and I noticed that consistently during the priority setting process, you're consistently burdened with the majority of the items. So I certainly know as we go forward, and I will be moving the memorandum, that it is going to require extra staff time, but I'm confident that with your expertise in hiring some additional folks, and I'm hoping and expect that we find the funding, that we'll be able to get some of this done, because I think it's very important. So I just have a few questions before I move the memorandum, and that is, one is that, so part of what we were doing is essentially putting to bed priority number 2, mobile home conversion. And so what I'm curious about is, assuming the memorandum gets approved, are we essentially providing life support to this priority setting item, and does it continue on until this is done, or what happens to that?
Councilmember, I think this priority was pretty clear on its objective, and we've achieved that objective if the council approves these 2 mobile home parks. As I was responding to Councilmember Dieppe, I think we'll need a little space to figure out how we bring this back, how we resources, and how we do the work. Unfortunately, these issues are extremely technical, and at this point, I think we're acknowledging the fact that even with these technicalities, in order to offer the reassurance and resolve the fear issues in the community, we'll figure out a way to move forward with the overlay for the other 56 mobile home parks.
And City Manager, Mr. Sykes, do you, in the direction and the moving of the memo, do you want specific sort of, come back in a month or during the budget process to allocate the proper funding to make sure this happens, or what would be the...
Yeah, I think it would definitely be part of the budget process where we'd come back through and lay out that plan.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. And just to put it in perspective, in the mayor's March budget message, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone with the numbers, but I think there was about $11 million going to reserves. If we just skimmed off a little bit off the top, we would still get more than $10 million in reserve, and we can potentially fund some of this work. And so I think that I'm hopeful that we can find some of the resources to get it done. So thank you for that. The other questions I have were for the planning staff, and I know, for example, what comes to mind is SB 50 at the state. I know that failed by a few votes, I think last legislative session. I know just a few days ago, maybe yesterday or so, I know Senator Wiener from San Francisco is starting to move forward with something else. It's SB 902, and that's essentially him, along with other state legislators, and maybe the majority of this legislature, is very interested in providing more density and creating more density in cities that have been reluctant to do so. I think we've been good at that, but what I'm curious about is, does that have, assuming the law takes shape in whatever way it may take shape, and I know we have yet to see that, but are there state actions that may make some of these mobile home park communities more susceptible to conversion or closure?
Not that we're aware of, no. I mean, I think we actually, staff, I think we brought this up before, but staff actually reached out to Skinner on 330 to exempt mobile home parks from the provision that you can't down zone or down general plan any property without upzoning elsewhere in the city. We rose it as a displacement issue, and the legislator agreed, and that was included as part of that bill. The new Scott Wiener bill, it's 9-something, we just saw it today,
902.
is sort of SB 50
Light.
3.0 light. So it allows opportunities for up to 4plexes in single-family neighborhoods. Just as an aside, that's something that the task force will be talking about, the General Plan for Your Review Task Force will be talking about on Thursday, March, I think it's 26. So it's something that the city's actually moving forward with, or has been, or is moving forward on its own, and we're going to be coordinating and talking to Senator Wiener about his proposal.
So having a specific citywide mobile home park land use designation, does that, do you Do you think that'd be possible to give some level of protection to some of these parks, or further protection to some of these parks, assuming we know that some things are going to be coming down from the state and likely pass, given that it's maybe SB 50 light? Or I guess I'm just trying to think through the value that exists there, right? Because I think it's
yeah,
been,
I mean,
it's
we,
been
we don't
suggested
know.
that-
I don't think so. I just want to say I don't think that when we're talking to legislatures, their intention is not to displace people from mobile home parks. So when there are laws that have been, as just an example, that where there's the unintended consequences, oh, this could result in displacement of people from the mobile home park, the legislature will modify or roll that back, because they do. Displacement is a huge issue in the state of California right now, and the legislature is very, very aware of that, and they don't want to contribute to it as an unintended consequence of when they pass these laws to move forward with housing in the state.
Okay, thank you. And let me, before I move the memo, so I understand why we were moving forward with the change in the designation for these two parks, but I thought something that stood out, and I agreed with a good amount of the stuff in Councilmember Diep's memo. There's a part here that I think should apply to the rest of the parks, and that's one of the reasons I was adamant about working with my colleagues to put something together. And it's on the second page of his memo, and it says, these actions will require landowners to take an additional step of seeking a general plan amendment and permission from council to convert a park to higher density mobile home owners, or higher density mobile homeowners will be empowered with leverage to speak through the city council. And so that is what I desire for all the parks, irrespective of the designation. And that's the reason that I was very much interested in working with my colleagues to formulate this. So with that, I'll move the memo authored by myself, Councilmember Perales, Esparza, and Foley, along with direction to the city manager and staff to bring back some sort of budget sort of item as it relates to this important work that needs to be done.
Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you for all of you that braved the coronavirus to come in and speak with us today. I truly appreciate you taking time and sharing your stories. They were very touching and heartfelt, and one of the reasons that I signed off on the memo as well. So I really don't have any questions. I appreciate that this is a heavy lift for staff, but I think it's an important priority for us to be focusing on converting all of the mobile home parks to a mobile home park zoning, if for no other reason than, as the mayor said, to provide peace of mind, because clearly many of those of you who spoke shared with us your concerns about not being able to sleep at night. Hopefully this will help you sleep at night. Hopefully this will give you some peace of mind. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just want to, I'm looking at the Council Policy 6-33, since we didn't have a full presentation on it. I think we can give you peace of mind even before we vote. So just to be clear, and I want Rosalind chime in if I'm wrong on this, but Council Policy 6-33, if anybody wants to do anything with a mobile home park that is not a mobile home park use, they have to apply for conversion. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember, that's correct.
Okay, and it requires, our policy requires there to be negotiations between the park owner and the resident organization, so representatives of the residents. Is that correct?
Yes, so the process outlined in 633 requires several things. So first and foremost is proper noticing, a preparation of the relocation and purchase assistance, and as you mentioned, allows for negotiation purchase as well.
Okay, so first of all, as all my colleagues have stated, nobody wants to take anybody's home away from them. And if your mobile home park, if the property owner wanted to convert, there would be a long process, as there was for Winchester Ranch, and I believe that process was at least 4 years. But the thing that's most important that I think will provide peace of mind even before we vote is that it lays out, our policy lays out standards for relocation assistance and purchase assistance, and there's one very important sentence that I want to read to you. The program of relocation and purchase assistance should provide sufficient subsidies and other measures to allow residents to find other adequate, safe housing priced at a level that does not create a housing burden. We want you in our communities. We put it in the policy for a very specific reason. Now, I'm still going to support the motion that's on the floor. I want to give you even more peace of mind, but we put this in place because we want people to be able to stay in the communities. And in fact, many of the Winchester Ranch residents, Vice Mayor Jones knows even better than I do, many of the Winchester Ranch residents will be staying on the same property. And they're moving out of their mobile home, but they will still be in the same property. So I just want everybody to leave here tonight with a sigh of relief. You're not going anywhere. You are San Jose. We are San Jose. We want you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to all the speakers that did come out, as others have said. Thank you, staff, as well, for your work on what is being presented to us today. I have a question because it has not come up yet, and I know Councilmember Jimenez was sort of asking about next step, considering if we do accept this this direction in this memorandum. So this could be for you, Dave, maybe as well. The way that I am reading it, I'm concerned that it doesn't necessarily just get addressed in the budget, but that it may get kicked to a future priority setting. And so I want to clarify that now, if that will be the case or not.
So I think what we're going to attempt to accomplish is coming back with a proposal through the budget process so that we're positioned to do this work without going through priority setting.
Okay, thank you. And I think in that case, then obviously I'm comfortable with considering that this priority would be completed and making that decision today, knowing that that work has been done. At this point now, what we would be asking for was actually converting the remaining 56 mobile home parks and actually, needing the time clearly in the funding to do that. As staff pointed out, in estimation of 12 to 18 months, the approximate 1 FTE and a half-time FTE and then a few dollar amounts that were put there. So I appreciate staff for recognizing that. And then lastly, just I think the importance of it too, and I appreciate the comments that were made in regards to recognizing what this actually gets us. Councilmember Jimenez pointed out the language in Councilmember Diop's memo, which is also was initially stated back in 2018 in staff's memo, and I'm just going to read the small portion of it. And it says, city initiated general plan amendments to change the land use designations of mobile home parks would not directly prohibit mobile home park owners from closing their parks, but could strengthen the protection of mobile home park residents by creating an additional transparent public land use entitlement process to redevelop the sites. In addition to existing processes defined in the Municipal Code and City Council Policy 6-33, property owners wishing to close and redevelop their mobile home parks would need City Council approval of a general plan land use amendment. And then staff went on in that memo in 2018 to talk about some of the different land uses, for instance, 14 of them being commercial land uses. So maybe some that maybe would actually warrant a quicker conversion than others. And so I think that it's clear there. It's clear in other memos. It may not be sort of a giant leap from where we're at today with 6-33, but it appears to give greater confidence to both myself and the residents of our mobile home parks, and better clarity with an additional step, in my mind, of preservation and protection of these mobile home park land uses. So, and that's why I, support going through the effort, and I appreciate my colleagues' support on this as well.
Rosalind or Michael, could you explain? We're not going to vote any differently at the end, but I really do think council needs to hear and be clearly educated about this, because there's no actual additional step for someone who wants to build high-density housing on any of these other 56 mobile home park site, as I understand it, whether it's designated mobile home or the existing designations, which are often industrial and commercial. Is that right?
That is correct, Mayor, yes.
Okay.
And if I could, I guess, you know, the language we've used, it's been challenging. I think what we've been saying is that realistically, the other 56 mobile home parks would already need a general plan amendment. These two don't, so we need to get them to that status so they can be at the same status with the other 56. Right. And I know we haven't done a really good job of explaining that. So these two now get to what the other 56 already have. I think we've expressed that there's limited, if no more additional value by doing the overlay on the remaining 56, but at this point, we're at the point where we're doing whatever we need to do to reassure our community.
Okay. Councilmember Spartan?
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming together and working on this. Thank you for coming today. In an era of coronavirus and the crowds, I know many of you had to wait to come in and speak today. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And thank you to staff and to my colleagues for coming together to compromise, because we do all have the best interests of mobile home residents at heart. I just wanted to point out one thing was that I understand that Sunset Mobile Manor and the adjacent San Jose Trailer Park has inquired about redevelopment of those parks. Is that true?
Thank you, Council Member. So yes, I do recall an inquiry from the mobile home park landowner about the process. They were confirming their general plan land use designation, which is residential neighborhood. So again, they would have to go through the conversion process and get a general plan land use change.
Well, thank you. And
but I would just add, we have no current applications for no mobile home park conversions at this time.
Thank you. Well, thank you for those who will be supporting this memo to give our residents a peace of mind. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. As someone who's been involved with this issue my whole tenure on the council and working with the Winchester Ranch mobile home community, I know firsthand and understand the fear and the anxiety and the concern of the residents. I lived it, and I've worked closely with the residents to go through the process, and we got a great resolution to their journey and their ordeal. I also understand and have well, I acknowledge that there is a lot of concern and fear in the mobile home communities, and there are people out there who will utilize that fear and that concern for their own political or other motivations. And I just wanted the community to know that understand and seek out the facts and the correct information, and not just go on what somebody tells you or rumors or innuendo or any other things that you might hear, but seek out the facts and the true information of what's going on. Because if you do, you'll know that this council and every member of this council has steadfastly supported the mobile home community. I want to just have one point of clarification, and that is that we're talking about 56 mobile home parks. And I just want, for the record, a clarification that does not include the Winchester Ranch Mobile Home Park. Because if it does, we're going to have a pack of angry senior citizens from the park coming to burn down City Hall. So I just want to, on the record, just want to state that it does not include that part. So,
So clarified.
all right, great. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Foley. Nope. Okay. I just saw the light on, and fair enough. Any other comments before we move on? All right, let's vote on the motion. Councilmember, all right. Thank you all to the members of the community who came out. We have one more item of significant community interest, and that is 8.2, which is a temporary hearing on California Statewide Communities Development Authority's issuance of tax-exempt multifamily revenue bonds to acquire and rehabilitate the Valley Palms Apartments. The
Mayor-
vote, of course, was unanimous.
Mayor, could we have a couple of minutes for
Yeah.
people to, the shuffle?
Yeah, we need some time to pull folks in? Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Rachel?
Just for a point of clarification on item 10.3.
Oh, good point. Was I supposed to call 10.3 first?
No.
Oh, do I have the number wrong? I'm looking it up.
10.3 is
Oh, yes. So I was supposed to be calling that before 8.2?
I don't think so. Nope.
No? No, we'll call that last. We'll call that last. Good enough. Thank you all for joining us. We've still got some meeting left here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We had some people in the mezzanine as well as
Yeah.
in the overflow room.
Okay. So we'll just take a 2-minute recess. Everybody feel free to get a drink. You're up. Okay. Lo siento por el retraso. Tenemos un receso ahorita. Vamos a regresar. Oh, wait, we're ready? Are we good? Is everybody here? Thank you. Gracias por todo. Okay. All right. We're gonna return to our previously scheduled program. Thank you, everyone. Why don't we begin with a presentation, and then we'll go right to public comment. Rachel.
All right, good evening. My name is Rachel Vanderveen. I'm the Deputy Director of the Housing Department, and this evening I am joined by Jackie Morales-Ferran, the Director of Housing, Shasta Green from the Attorney's Office, and Captain Ta from the Police Department. Oh, do you mind if passing the clicker? Thanks. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are here this evening to hold a TEFRA hearing for the Valley Palms Apartments. A TEFRA is a hearing and approval process required under the International Revenue Code Section 147F for any project in a jurisdiction seeking issuance of private activity bonds. The Valley Palms apartment complex is located in District 7. The development is a large housing complex spread over 17 acres with 354 apartments, serving households with incomes at 50% and 60% of area median income. The development was built in 1966 and has affordability restrictions on the property that run for an additional 37 years. KDF Valley Palms LP is the current owner of Valley Palms Apartments and is working with the California Statewide Community Development Authority, otherwise known as CSCDA, to issue $120 million in bonds to support the acquisition and rehabilitation of the property. As seen on this chart, this is a part of a $157 million transaction. The majority of funds will go to the acquisition of the property. Over $15 million will be invested in the property through rehabilitation, and many of the other costs are related to the financing and developer fee for this transaction. In February 2019, the City Council held a TEFRA for this same transaction. At that time, the City Council took action and made 3 specific requests related to the proposed rehabilitation at the property. The 3 specific items included, number 1, establish a security plan for the site, number 2, expand the existing Family Resource Center, and 3rd, convert the existing tennis courts into a soccer field. A year passed and the transaction was not closed and the bonds were not yet issued. According to the law, a TEFRA may not be held more than 1 year prior to the closing of the transaction. Due to the series of events, KDF and CSCDA approached the city requesting a second TEFRA. Over the past year, the community has brought forward several additional concerns regarding the Valley Palms Apartments. Specifically, representatives from the community group Valley Palms Unidos and the Santa Clara County NSU and Juvenile Probation Department have raised concerns about the condition and safety of the Valley Palms Apartments. Concerns also were related to the property management company, VPM Management, and the on-site service provider, Project Access. The city worked with the community, county, police department, and KDF to draft an exhibit that would be added to the regulatory agreement and recorded as part of the bond transaction, articulating measurable performance goals for KDF. These terms include items such as replacement of the current property management company, collaboration with the Santa Clara County Neighborhood Services and Safety Unit, and the police department on an ongoing basis. Earlier today, Project Access has indicated that they will no longer be providing services at Valley Palms, and KDF will be working with NSU from the county to identify a new service provider. Over the last day, the city was made aware that KDF has concerns regarding the proposed level of security recommended in the agreement, which is in front of you as attached, which was included as attachment to the supplemental memo. In coordination with the police department, the city has proposed 6 security officers be required on property 7 days a week from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. This number would be increased to 2 officers during summer months. KDF had a chance to calculate the economic impact of this proposal on the property and does not feel that this level of service is economically feasible, given that the bond regulatory agreement will be recorded on the property for 55 years. In the past few hours, our team has worked with KDF to find a path forward related to the level of staffing for security. We are recommending that the language be amended to require the 6 security officers for the first 3 years. A full security assessment will be completed by the police department annually. After 3 years, KDF will provide 4 security guards 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. KDF is supportive of this revised provision in the regulatory agreement exhibit. Please understand, the City Council must make a decision this evening regarding these terms. We are hopeful that tonight we can find a path forward which will result in the needed rehabilitation at the property and improvements in the property management and the on-site service provider, which will improve the overall quality of life for our Valley Palms residents. Additionally, we are proposing to change item D in the exhibit to indicate that KDF will sign the contract presented by the county to them on March 10th, 2020. So at this time, I would like to actually do a couple of things. So we have proposed language that has changed from the exhibit that's in front of you. And I would like to go ahead and read those changes into the record. And then, oh, okay. I would, if I could bring it up on the screen, that would be ideal. Yes. Oh, wonderful. Okay. All right, thank you. So what I would like to do is read, first of all, the changes to item E on the exhibit, which is related to the level of security required by this contract. So what you can do, I'll read the whole section, and you can see that there are changes in both underlined is new language and crossouts are removed language. So the provision would read, for 3 years, the owner must contract for and maintain the on-site security contractor at a staffing level that is sufficient to provide security for the project, with at least 6 dedicated armed security guards patrolling the project on site between the hours of 3 p.m. and 2 a.m., 7 days per week, and provide additional patrols in the summer, May 1 to September 15, which shall include a minimum of 2 additional security personnel to assign to patrol the project site. After 3 years, the owner will cooperate in good faith with the San Jose Police Department in an annual review of the project's security needs and provide at least 4 dedicated armed security guards, 8 hours per day, 5 days per week. In the event that the project's security needs have decreased according to a written evaluation by the County of Santa Clara Probation Department or the San Jose Police Department that is provided to the city, the owner may decrease the staffing level as indicated by the evaluation. If a subsequent evaluation requires the original staffing level to be resumed, the owner agrees to reinstate such minimum staffing of 4 security armed guards, 5 days per week, 8 hours per day. I would like to now read changes to section D. The owner agrees to execute the agreement presented by the County of Santa Clara and any successor public entity service provider on March 10, 2020, regarding access to the project for resident service providers, including hours of access and minimum insurance coverage. And now I would like to read a change that we are proposing to Section I, which I unfortunately do not have typed out, but it is a minor change. So I'll read how we would like it to read. So on Section I, the owner must conduct an anonymous resident survey regarding the services provided by Project Access or subsequent service provider and develop a plan for improvement. The words that were added to that section were followed by Project Access or subsequent service provider. So that concludes my presentation, and what I would like to do now is to introduce Captain Todd and have him provide some his overview and review of the security at the Valley Palms Apartments.
Thanks, Rachel. Welcome. Hi, Captain.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to give just a quick kind of an overview on a walkthrough that I conducted just a few weeks ago. I don't know if the photos are up here, so I'm going to just experiment and see if. No, those are not it. I'll just go off of, I think you guys have the document in front of you. But just during my walkthrough, I just kind of okay, perfect. So on my walkthrough, I looked at just some very basic security items. So this one depicted up here, it shows the southern gate. So the way the complex is designed, there's actually three gates, 2 exit gates and an entrance gate. The 2 exit gates, as one depicted here, which is the southernmost gate, you can see how it says exit only, and cars are only supposed to exit from that direction. On the very north end gate, same premise, but the cars exit only from that exit. And in the center gate, that's where the cars, they use a clicker or some sort of remote device to enter. During our inspection, though, if you activate that gate from the inside and you exit, a car coming the opposite direction has a pad on the opposite side of that gate that can re-trigger that gate, allow it to open and actually enter through the exit gates. So that's kind of how I got in. So some of the recommendations would be to harden up that gate. In years past, they had used wrong way strips that would prevent people from going in the wrong way, causing some tire damage, potentially if you went in an exit route. You can see some of the photos here. These are the gates, the pedestrian gates on the very front of the complex, which would be the east side of the complex. None of these doorknobs have any kind of locking mechanisms. As you can also see, the meshing, even if they did have a locking mechanism, you could just kind of reach around and open them from the inside. So I also recommended, obviously, those be replaced and the meshing around those gates be fortified. So this is a depiction of some of the current lighting, starting with the very top left. Those lights are illuminating to the parking lot towards the very back of the complex. They're very dim, even though this was during the daylight hours. I suspect that just the way that they were operating, they wouldn't really push off a lot of light. The top right is a fluorescent bulb that is utilized underneath the carports, which is also really doesn't give a whole bunch of light. The 2 bottom pictures depict the back green belt area. Those are the areas behind the actual apartments where the backyards face each other. Oftentimes, if there's something that happens throughout the very back of these areas, people can run through there away from officers or security guards, and sometimes there's little gates that you can't really see. It's very pitch black there. So I did recommend that all the lighting be improved, the existing lighting, as well as adding additional lighting sources in that greenbelt area and potentially in the parking lot areas. So some of the lighting that I did recommend to improve would be in these communal areas where you could see where children would play. There's I think what was that one on the tennis court that we're going to convert over? So the tennis court area needs to be lit a little bit better, and the play structure, the breezeway in between the front of the entrances on the bottom left, those, it's hard to tell, but there are light fixtures at the very top that could be probably upgraded with higher LED capacity, like high capacity lights. And I don't know if you can really see it on the very bottom right photo, but towards where the 3 palm trees are, there's actually a light pole that is erected in that corner that puts off a really good deal of light that kind of illuminates both the northern and the kind of the southern corners of that thoroughfare. And it would be a very good place to actually put a surveillance camera also. You can see that the fencing is a very sound wall quality fencing. It actually lines the very back of the complex against the freeway, and it does loop into the north side and the south side fencing area, but it does reduce down, and I'll show you a few pictures of how it reduces. So if you start at the very top left, that is the north fence line of the complex. You can see basically the driveway that goes all the way to the front gate, and you can see the carports off to the left. That fencing, the concrete fencing, sound wall construction, then reduces down to a shorter cyclone fencing that has slates kind of embedded into the cyclone, which prevents people from climbing over it very easily. If you look to the top right, that is the actual southern fencing. Again, about a third of the way, it has a sound wall, grade wall, and then it reduces down to a really dilapidated, if you can look at the very bottom right, wooden fence that separates the single-family households from the edge of the apartment complex. And the lower left is just an image of the center of the complex. That's, if you were to take a left down that center, that's where the actual entrance of the apartment complex would be located. So those are all the images that I had, but I did have one other recommendation. During my walkthrough, I did talk to the security staff there just to see how many hours and how many days they worked. They worked, I believe, their current work schedule was Tuesday through Saturday. So they worked 5 days a week. They provided 6 armed security guards, and they were on site from 4 p.m. and they left site at about 11:30 p.m. They also rotated these 6 staff between 2 different work sites. So they bounced back from Valley Palms to Foxdale. So whenever they had to deal with one location or the other, they would be in that location only. They wouldn't split their resources for safety purposes. So I recommended that they continue that same complement of security officers.
And then I also did recommend that they increase their coverage to be at Valley Palm 7 days a week, usually when the kids get out of school at 3 p.m. until all the major crimes subside about 2 a.m. Questions?
Any questions? Okay. All right. We will go to the public first, I think. Thank you very much, Captain Todd. Thank you, Rachel. I really want to thank staff and Councilmember Esparza and her team and everyone's worked so hard. Clearly, there's serious safety issues. There's serious maintenance and management issues here. I think we can say for the 354 families, the changes that are being made as a condition of this approval are really going to significantly improve the quality of life there, and I really appreciate everyone's dug in to make all that happen. So let's go to the public. We'll start with Shauna Ashford. With apologies since I called you down prematurely a few hours ago. Okay, good. Angel Alvarado, Lucia Navas, Maria Reyes, Mari, un apellido de L, and Marilu. Hi.
Hi. I actually live at Foxdale Village Apartments, the sister property or another property owned by KDF and mismanaged by VPM. And I was told that this was also a recommendation by the council to, in essence, fire VPM as the management company for KDF at these two properties. My neighbors and I have been subjected to deplorable conditions: rodents, roaches, termites, ants, not just rats, but mice as well. In answer to that, the property management, Brenda Lozano, told my neighbor to get a cat. We have been subjected to mold. We have been subjected to asbestos exposure. You name it, we've been subjected to it. They should not be allowed to continue to operate and do business in San Jose. And they do nothing to further the agenda that KDF has outlined on their website with reference to integrity and sustainable low-income apartments and all of these wonderful things that their website says. And then they have this management company that does not do anything to fulfill it.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
My time's up.
You're out of time, but I just wanted to say, we're actually only considering this TEFRA series only as to one complex. I know that the housing department is aware, I believe, of the management issues.
When can I come
at
back?
the other one. And so perhaps it would be appropriate to have someone in the housing department provide a contact.
Yeah, I think we can follow up with the.
That's fine. You name the date and the time, and I will be here with pictures of my own to share with you of just how bad it really is out there.
Yeah.
I live this disgusting life courtesy of EPM.
Okay.
And Mayor, that is one of the items in this agreement is about the property management company. I don't know if, Jackie, if you want to address that issue, the city's requirement around the property management.
So the requirement that is part of this particular agreement is the developer owner has agreed to replace the property management company at this particular site. But
Okay,
again,
I think
we
she's at-
don't, the agreement is specific to this project and
Yeah.
this development, and so it doesn't really cross to your development located at Foxdale.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Jackie. Yes, welcome.
Well, good evening. My name is Maria Reyes. I live in D5, and I am a member of Cassell Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to support Valley Palms. At Foxdale, like in Valley Palms, our tenants deal with unprofessional and abusive management, poor tenant screening, and inadequate security. These are just some of our highlighted issues. You may say that these issues are just Valley Palms or Foxdale problems. However, for the Cassell community, these issues had contributed to a very unsafe environment. Not only do we hear the frequent gunshots, see San Jose police helicopter, hear the sirens, but many times we're unable to get to our homes when the streets get blocked. In 2018, we experienced a gang-related shooting where 5 gang members were injured. In addition, at the back of Foxdale Apartment, we now have 2 open street bars. These bars are continuously open for business, and at this bar, there is no shortage of alcohol or drugs. Neighbors have repeatedly complained, but we're just fed up. Today, we are asking the city to support us and hold KDF responsible for the negligence. We are asking that KD implement the necessary changes needed to restore the safety of our community.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Welcome. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Esparza, and all those present. My name is Angel. I'm a student at Catherine Smith, and I live at Valley Palms. At Valley Palms, the majority of families have kids and teenagers. Our goal is to make sure our kids and teenagers can live a happy and safe life and achieve their dreams. Providing a soccer field at Valley Palms will help them with this objective for various reasons. Valley Palms is a place known to have problems involving gangs, and our concern is that our children will either be influenced to join gangs or become victims of gang-related activities. Having a soccer field will allow our children to distance themselves from gangs and instead participate in a safer activity. Another reason is that we want our kids to be active and healthy, so a soccer field will give them the opportunity to exercise every day. It will help our kids become healthy kids and not be at risk of suffering diseases caused by a lack of exercise. Finally, having a soccer field will allow kids to make new connections with each other.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming forward. Hi. Welcome. Bienvenido.
Buenas noches, tengan todos. Yo soy una persona que estoy en Valley Palms Unidos. Es le llamamos la escuelita, pero es un lugar un centro de recursos que nos da mucha información a los que vivimos en ese lugar.
Good evening. I am a person that lives in Valley Palms, and I'm a member of Valley Palms United, which is something that we call the Little School, and it's a resource center that allows us to get educated.
Los cambios que nosotros queremos son cambios en las maneras de trabajo de la compañía de manejo.
The changes that we want are changes in the way that the administration of the place is handling things. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Gracias. Welcome. And after our next speaker, Rita Ibarra, Guadalupe, Raymond Mott, M-O-T-T-E, and Andrea Cesena.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches, alcalde San Ricardo, concejales, Maya Esparza. Mi nombre es Marilu, tengo familia y vivo en Valley Palms.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, council members. I am, my name is Marilu. I have family and I live in Valley Palms.
Project Access no nos ha dejado usar el centro comunitario de Valley Palms para nuestros eventos ni para nuestros programas que son para toda la comunidad.
Project Access has not allowed us to use the community center of Valley Palms for our events or for our programs, which are in benefit of the community.
Project Access nos pide muchos requisitos. Hemos querido contratar instructores de la comunidad para diferentes programas, pero Project Access no los ha aceptado porque no cumplen con los requisitos.
Project Access has a lot of requirements. We have presented a lot of programs and a lot of things for the community, but they have not allowed them because they don't comply with all the requisites.
Ellos piden requisitos difíciles de cumplir, como por ejemplo una aseguranza que cubra $1 millón en daños y 3 millones de cobertura agregada.
They ask for, they have a lot of requirements. Some of them are that they have to have $1 million of insurance in damages and 3 million of coverage, of additional coverage.
Proyaccess en muchas ocasiones nos ha negado el acceso al centro comunitario, alegando que no tenemos una aseguranza que nos proteja, también porque no tenemos tiempo reservado en su calendario.
And they have denied that we use the center, the community center, alleging that we don't have an insurance that would protect us, and also because we don't have time reserved in their calendar.
Por esta razón, los líderes de Valley Palms unidos nos tuvimos que reunir afuera, cerca de la cancha, cerca de las piscinas, sentados en la banqueta, en el pasto, donde sea, porque a pesar de todas las barreras, hemos seguido con los programas usando los espacios de libre acceso y otros espacios.
Gracias, señora.
That's the reason why, as Valley Palms United, we have had to get together on the grass next to the swimming pool, wherever we can have public access.
Thank you. Gracias. Welcome.
Hello there, my name is Raymond Mott. I live at the Valley Palms Apartments. Okay, I've been there for 10 years. Here's the problem I see. Between the Irvine office down in Irvine and our complex, our office, there's no communication. They don't talk to each other, and they put up these silly rules, and they're not following what they're doing. My house looks like my garage because I have a 9-foot by 24-foot balcony that I can't put anything on. I have rodents in my house that they fail to even deal with. I was told 2 weeks ago they're not going to eradicate my rat problem. Okay, I'm getting ready to go to housing on this, Housing Authority, and I'm going to go to the fair housing. I'm going to get this done. I'm taking them to court. Because otherwise, I see they hire incompetent and unprofessional people who don't know what they're doing. I've been caught up in their stuff in their front office because they're untrained. Okay, I'm on Section 8, and they don't even know how to deal with Section 8 people. And I've been caught up with it almost in an eviction because of that. Okay, and if something's done, if they want to keep hiring unprofessional people and just hiring crap, that's going to be up to them, but they're going to get sued for it. Okay, they need to fix this. And if they're going to communicate between the two offices, they need to get that clear. Because I'm being told one thing from one office and another thing from another.
Thank you, sir. Bienvenido.
Buenas noches a todos. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Guadalupe. Vivo en los apartamentos de Valley Palms.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Guadalupe, and I live in the Valley Palms apartments.
Estoy aquí porque pienso que necesitamos más seguridad que proteja a los residentes por las noches, ya que ha habido varios incidentes de robo, incendios y tiroteos.
And I am here because I feel that we need more security to protect our residents, because there have been a lot of incidents with theft, fires, and gunshots.
La seguridad que tenemos en estos momentos se ha enfocado en remolcar los carros sin sticker y en mover los carros cuando están esperando a algún familiar afuera de los apartamentos.
The security that we have right now has only been focusing in towing the cars that are parked without stickers and moving the cars when they're waiting for some family members.
O a veces están, como dice, bajando despensa o cosas así que toman menos de 10 minutos y los securities nos exigen de malas maneras que nos quitemos de ahí, que no podemos estar ahí, y ellos nos tratan de, pues sentimos que no nos están protegiendo porque nos hablan de una manera muy grosera.
And the safety officers that are there just to bother us whenever we are coming with our groceries from the stores and doing things that don't require more than 10 minutes. And they just talk to us in a rude manner. They're not there to protect us, they're just there to harass us.
Pienso que ellos tienen que tener en cuenta que no tenemos estacionamientos para visitantes y ni zonas de descargas. Nuestros familiares o conocidos no nos pueden visitar porque no hay estacionamiento para visitas y tampoco les podemos prestar el nuestro porque igual así le echan la grúa.
And they do not have, they should consider that they don't have an area for visitors or for bringing things, unloading things from our cars. And they should consider this because we cannot even allow our families or friends to come and visit. We cannot allow them to use our cars or carports or places to park because they would just tow them away.
Gracias. Thank you, Senora. Thank you.
And we don't have parking around the complex either.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Bienvenido.
Gracias. Buenas noches, señor alcalde, y
Good
a todos
evening.
los concejales aquí presentes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all council members present here.
Gracias por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí el día de hoy.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today.
Somos parte de la comunidad, apoyando a la comunidad, creando relaciones saludables entre los vecinos, apoyándonos entre sí.
We are members of the community, supporting our community and creating relationships, healthy relationships between neighbors and supporting us between each other.
Por esta razón, estamos solicitando la ampliación del centro comunitario actual o el acondicionamiento del otro espacio que tiene en la propiedad.
And for that reason, we are requesting the expansion of the community center that we have right now and of the other space that we have in the property.
Ya que cuando la asociación tiene su reunión general mensual o cualquier otra actividad o clase para la comunidad,
Because whenever our association has the general meeting, and we need a space for the community or any other activity or classes for the community,
no tenemos suficiente espacio, ya que los adultos estamos juntos con los niños.
we don't have enough space because all the adults are together with the children.
Y ellos están asignados a una pequeña mesa y no pueden hacer nada divertido para su edad.
And they are assigned to a small table and they cannot do anything fun according to their age.
Además, muchas veces se necesita hablar temas que ellos no deben escuchar.
Besides, sometimes we are required to speak about topics that they should not be listening to.
Estamos seguros que al solicitar esta ampliación hará un gran cambio e impacto en nuestro vecindario.
We are sure that by requesting this expansion, this will make a change in our community.
Thank you.
Okay.
Gracias.
Me faltó. Gracias. Gracias.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Indra, and I am also a resident of Valley Palms Apartments. To whom it may concern, the reason why I'm writing this letter is to support young athletics. In our community, you need additional recreational activities, so they set goals. Once young athletics start setting goals, they will start to improve themselves and their community. Please provide a soccer field so they can be engaged in activities that will help them excel in life. By having a soccer field, students will be able to improve their grades and they'll be able to earn sports scholarships. The soccer field will give them motivation to keep having better grades each day, so they can play by also playing their favorite game. At the same time, please help them with scholarships so they can help their families. There is many low-income students who need scholarships so they can have an incentive to attend a university and be able to achieve their desired future. Please help this community by providing a soccer field to improve students' lives and make San Jose a great city, which will also lower the raise of the concern of safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you. Claudia Gonzalez, followed by Angie. Teresa, apellido de E, letra E. Brian R. and Sujata. Hi.
Hola.
Hola, buenas noches, alcalde y concejales de San José.
Good evening, Mayor Licardo and council members of San Jose.
Mi nombre es Mari, soy una de las promotoras de Valley Palms Unidos.
My name is Mary, and I'm one of the promoters of Valley Palms United.
La Asociación de Vecinos en Valley Palms, mi familia y yo tenemos más de 25 años viviendo en esos apartamentos de Valley Palms.
The community of Valley Palms and my family and I are members of this community for 25 years.
Quiero compartir mi experiencia como una inquilina en Valley Palms.
I want to share my experience as a renter in Valley Palms.
He tenido varias experiencias no agradables.
I have had many experiences that have not been very pleasant.
Con los manejadores, especialmente con la manager.
With the administration, especially with the manager.
Algunas de las cosas con las que tengo problemas y no me han solucionado.
Some of the things that I've had problems with and they haven't solved anything.
A pesar de las continuas veces que he pedido ayuda.
In spite of the many times that I have asked for help.
Mi estufa tiene problemas eléctricos hace mucho tiempo.
My stove has a lot of electrical problems, has had many problems for a long time.
Haciendo mi hogar un peligro de fuego.
And it converts my home to a dangerous, fire danger place.
Al cual ha habido varias ocasiones en las que me llegó a romper hasta una olla y no me han solucionado nada acerca de eso.
One time it even damaged a pot. It opened a hole in a pot, and they haven't solved anything.
Mi refrigerador al igual tira agua, también desde que entré no lo han podido cambiar y tengo que estar constantemente limpiando para que no vaya a haber un accidente.
Gracias, señora.
My refrigerator also has a leakage, and I've been complaining about this, but they haven't done anything about it.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Welcome.
So my name is Ali, and I'll be speaking on behalf of my mother, who unfortunately couldn't be here to speak because she wasn't feeling well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I have been living in Valley Palms for about 10 years, ever since we haven't gotten new blinds, new stoves, and refrigerators. Our bathrooms are in no condition of use for our family. My mother, who is really good at cooking ever since I could remember, had an electrical problem with the stove where the stove tops were catching into flames. We spoke to the manager, and their response was that we didn't know how to cook. There is also problems with roaches around the house, and we're always cleaning every day and night, and we went to the manager again, and they just said it's because of the way we live. And honestly, we felt harassed and very uncomfortable in our own home. And for our family, we want the best place to live in. And the place that we live in, we feel like it's very dangerous, and we ask for more security measures.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Bienvenido.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes.
Good evening to all the people present here.
Mi nombre es Claudia González y he vivido en los departamentos de Valley Palms por 2 años y medio.
My name is Claudia González, and I've lived in the apartments for 2.5 years.
Y soy miembro de la Asociación de Valley Palms Unidos.
And I'm a member of Valley Palms United.
Este día me presento ante ustedes para hablarles de la importancia de la construcción de una cancha de fútbol soccer en la comunidad.
And today I'm here before you to speak about the importance of building a soccer field in the community.
Yo personalmente comencé a jugar fútbol soccer hace 3 años.
I started playing soccer 3 years ago.
Y cuando llegué a Valley Palms pude notar que muchos de nuestros niños y jóvenes juegan fútbol.
And when I came to the community, I noticed that a lot of our young people and children play soccer.
Y usan la cancha de tenis para hacerlo.
And they do it using the tennis court.
Considero que es peligroso ya que la cancha no está en buenas condiciones.
And I consider that it is very dangerous since it's not in good conditions.
Desafortunadamente nuestra comunidad
Unfortunately, our community
está involucrada con la presencia de pandillas.
it's involved with the presence of gangs.
Nuestro plan es poder llegar a tener una cancha de fútbol
Our plan is to have a soccer field
para crear equipos de niñas, niños y jóvenes
to create teams of girls and boys and young people
de nuestra comunidad y poder participar en ligas y torneos.
of our community and participate in leagues and tournaments.
El deporte es una manera de mantener a nuestros niños alejados de la influencia de pandillas.
Sports are a way of keeping our children and our youth away from the influence of gangs.
Sabemos que tenemos talento en nuestra comunidad y queremos apoyarlos.
We know that we have talent in our community and we want to support it.
Dicho esto, también me comprometo como voluntaria para trabajar con los niños como entrenadora en lo que sea necesario.
After saying this, I also want to compromise myself to participate leading the children and the young people in our community.
Como punto final, les agradezco su atención y consideración antes de tomar su decisión.
And as a final point, I want you to consider this when you make your decision.
Gracias. Señora. Thank you. Welcome.
I apologize. I think myself, Sujata, and maybe even Anya were hasty, and we're here for the 10.3 item.
Oh, you
so-
are. I'm sorry. I call you on the wrong item. My fault.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. Then I believe Gabriela. Is Gabriela con apellido de V? Okay, thank you. Welcome. I think you're our last speaker. Anyone else would like to speak? Si alguien quisiera hablar, por favor. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of my niece who grew up here. I did not grow up here. She lived here. She lived there for 11 years, and I wanted to share an article written by a young lady named Carolina Haro that I found on Debug, and it was her experience growing up in Valley Palms. I wanted to talk about Attachment B that spoke about expanding existing resources. There's no plan or strategy that says how these resources are going to be expanded, and there's also no budget. Some ideas that I had for services included the National Compadres Network, which focuses on health, trauma, healing, fatherhood, and family violence. Also, consistent law services, such as Siren and Law Foundation, that will help educate tenants on their rights and also their immigration rights. Next door solutions that can help women with domestic violence issues. And also, last but not least, enhance arts and creativity. This will help strengthen the community, instill pride, and preserve culture. I think a partnership with someone like Makla or Silicon Valley Debug that would give the community an outlet for videography or photojournalism or creative writing to express their experiences growing up here. This article that I shared with you guys is very simple, but it's powerful. And I think
Thank
giving...
you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, I want to thank everyone for coming to speak and share your views about how it's going in the community. And obviously, it's not going well. And I think certainly Councilmember Esparza and the whole council is hearing that loud and clear, and appreciate your continued engagement. Councilmember Esparza?
I believe my colleague would like to speak first.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
you.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a representative from KDF here? Can I ask you to come up to the podium, please? If you can introduce yourself.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mark Hyatt. I'm with KDF. I'm a principal at the developer.
Mark, the reason why I asked you to come up is I have, besides all the testimony that we've heard, I have some significant concerns about the management of your organization and how you manage your properties. I have 2 of your properties in my district. One is the Regency Square Apartments on Eden. And we've had numerous tenants who have come to my office, who have expressed complaints and concerns. We've had at least 5 people meet in our office and with our Project Hope team, and they've expressed complaints and concerns as extreme as 2 little girls were locked up in a room by maintenance staff to discipline them. At times, people were blamed for damages and charged for repairs, although appliances were 10 years plus. People were afraid to request help because they were afraid they were going to be charged or evicted. Management requested the tenants provide management with a blank cashier's check to pay for repairs with no receipt given. There's a perception that Latino tenants are being treated differently. Maintenance staff walked into a girl's room while she was changing, unannounced. Maintenance staff bullied a young 13-year-old boy and called him degrading names in front of friends and told his friends not to play with him. All of these, and I can go on and on and on. I have numerous complaints that were lodged against your complex. My office did respond to those residents and tenants' complaints. We met with your supervisor back in August, and we continue to receive additional complaints. The tenants feel like their complaints and concerns have not been responded to, and that just really gives me pause to even consider giving you another opportunity to manage any properties or have a responsibility for any properties because of that track record just in the property that's in my district. And I've heard numerous stories, again, from the residents who came out and spoke today. I'm sure you're going to hear other stories from my colleagues who have your properties in their districts. So I just have to ask you, why should we give you an opportunity to continue to manage the property at Valley Palms?
We've worked with the same management company VPM, who's being referred to in all these complaints, for 20 years now. It's been very successful for us. It's been very recent now that there's been a whole host of complaints, and it's just been a rise of this in the last couple of years. It's new to us. There were a lot of things that came up with Foxdale Apartments that were a surprise to us, we weren't aware of, and we're trying to address those. We've agreed in this project to replace VPM. We've heard the complaints. If we can't find some other way of fixing it, I suppose they would be replaced in the other projects, but I would like to find a way to fix whatever the problem is. Like I said, we've worked with them for a very long time. We've been working in this city for a long time, and this is really a very new rash of issues. So it's a bit of a surprise to us. I don't know how to explain that. Perhaps there's something in staffing we need to address that we just weren't made aware of. But I'm sorry, what?
Can you just repeat your last few sentences into the mic? They couldn't hear you.
So I was saying I don't know if there's something in our staffing and with management from their side that needs to be replaced, needs to be addressed. It's possible. These are complaints that I'm not aware of. And like I said, we've had a very good relationship with them. We're willing to work with housing and try to address these issues. I don't like being in this position. No one in our company likes being in this position. This makes us look bad. We don't want to be a bad corporate citizen. We haven't been in that position until very recently, and it's not a good feeling. So we'd like to rectify these things. We've heard a lot of complaints, requests with regard to Valley Palms. I think we've addressed all of them. We've agreed to replace Project Access. That's another provider we've had for many, many years that has a great reputation, or has in the past. It wasn't just 12 months ago where we were requested by the city to put Project Access in the Foxdale Apartments because they were doing such a good job. And to have all these complaints now is a big surprise to us. We're trying to react. Unfortunately, we have to move quickly, and that's why this has been so difficult to negotiate, because we've had to handle it so fast. But we think we've responded to all of your requests. We've agreed to do everything that you've asked in this most recent round of requests. We're building a new building to provide additional services. We're agreeing to get a new service provider. We're agreeing to new management. We've seen all of the security requirements. That was a bit difficult, but we've come to an agreement, we believe, where we've heard the other requests from Captain Ta regarding lighting and fencing. We're addressing those. We're trying to do what's needed here to make it work, and we have an opportunity with this subsidy that we don't want to see go away. So I hope you will let us move forward and do this so we can improve the property.
Now, do you have direct responsibility over the management companies that you?
No, we do not own the management company. It's a third-party company.
No, but do you have direct responsibility for overseeing those companies? Is your position, are you in a position of responsibility to oversee?
The management companies themselves?
Yes.
I suppose I would be the first line of that communication.
And so do you ever have an occasion to go out and inspect the properties or talk to the residents or?
Very rarely do I talk to residents. We do inspect the properties.
Okay. Well, again, I have some major concerns, and I also have some concerns above and beyond just the one complex that we're discussing tonight, but your management of all the properties that you have in San Jose. And I want to have a further discussion or a conversation about how we can get those other properties managed properly and up to the standards of what we hope to have Valley Palms up to. So my anticipation is that we will have that conversation because based on the information we're getting from our residents and from the tenants, that's a situation that's not tolerable and it cannot continue. So I just want to make you aware of that.
Okay.
And that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Esparza?
I believe we had one more person.
Oh, okay. I'm happy to go to Councilmember Arenas or Councilmember Carrasco. Those are both have indicated they'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for staying there because I was just going to call you right back up. So I'm the council member that represents the district where Foxdale is. And a couple of things that I just wanted to mention because, of course, the residents' concerns are a big red flag for us, especially today as we're going to decide whether or not we're going to vote on this. I'm currently not inclined to approve it, and I'll tell you why. Besides what the residents have brought up, now my council colleague has brought up a lot of other issues, locking young children in a room or in a closet. It's criminal, first of all. But some of the other practices are not just exclusive to Valley Palms or to the complex that Councilmember or Vice Mayor was referring to. At Foxdale, we have the same thing. And so I'm surprised when you say that you had a 25-year relationship with the property management company and you've only yet heard of some of these complaints a few years ago. Since day one, when I walked into this office, we've been trying to get a hold of you. And we've been trying to get a hold of the property management to make changes regarding security, regarding fencing, which, by the way, still remains broken, regarding the engagement with the residents, which is rarely a positive experience. Some of the residents feel very intimidated by your property management company. Of course, one of the others that is of concern to me, I'm not exactly sure why they're being charged to have their garbage picked up and thrown away, but that's another complaint that I'm getting from residents. And the documents that they're signing are all in English. They're not provided in a multi-language capacity, Vietnamese, Spanish, or what have you. They're all in English. We've had to bring in RLEI in order to work with you because we were at our wits' end. We couldn't get in there. The communication was completely blocked to my staff. It would go great for a couple of months, and then it would go dead. And I'm telling you, this is since day one, since I walked in, and I've been on this seat for 5 years. You've heard from some of the residents. They've talked about rodents, roaches, termites, mold. I've gotten complaints from residents that they schedule maintenance and they don't show up at the time that they're supposed to. They show up at off hours, which I find disturbing in and of itself. The city, because of the neglect that's taken place at Foxdale Apartments, has had to invest by providing RLEI services. My staff has been in there. I know the DA's office has been in there. I know that we've had to call in many other folks. And so I have a lot of concerns. And I know that you've addressed some of it with the Vice Mayor. I know that this has nothing to do, this vote today has nothing to do with Foxdale, but in my opinion, it has everything to do with Foxdale. Has everything to do with Foxdale, has everything to do with all the other complexes, because it is a pattern of abuse and neglect. And so I'm having a difficult time coming to a yes vote on this one, unless I can get some assurances from you that the conditions in Foxdale are going to improve to individuals who are in very vulnerable situations, individuals who are very intimidated, and individuals who are threatened, in fact, to be evicted or to have their rents raised. So as we're dealing with a housing crisis that we've never seen before, and now compounded by a health crisis, I want to know how I'm going to protect the residents at Foxdale. You have the floor.
Oh,
And if you could speak up, sir, I know our interpreter's been having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Well, like I said, I'm not sure what you're referring to from 5 years ago. I do know that the last couple of years, with regard to Foxdale, there's been some issues, no question about it. I'm not sure what the best thing to do to communicate with your office would be. We have hired new staff in our office to help be a liaison, a new asset manager that I think will help with that. As far as the property management company goes, I suppose the best thing we can do is we're going to be hiring a new management company. I would hope that we would be able to use and invoke those policies, or those are policies that you approve of, that we would be able to do the same thing on our other properties and just mirror that. If that's going to be the example that you guys want. Like I said, I hear these complaints, and it's not as if, you know, like I said, we don't own the management company. It is a third-party manager, so these complaints don't come directly to us. And a lot of times when we hear them, it is a surprise. So what I can do is, I suppose we'll have to just open up more lines of communication from the city directly with our office would be the best case scenario, would be the best way to handle it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We brought in RLEI, I believe, a year and a half ago to start some work there. So, you know, we don't bring in RLEI in the DA's office from one day to the next. It's usually a buildup before they decide to take on a case. And this case at Foxdale was the first multifamily home case that they accepted because it was so severe. And so I appreciate the intent and the proposition of improving communication. To me, this is more than just improving communication. It's truly putting in place measures that are going to safeguard the well-being of many hundreds of residents that live at Foxdale, hundreds of residents that live at other complexes. I want to make sure that your company or the management company isn't going to lock the door on a little girl because they don't like her behavior. I mean, I don't even get a reaction from you. I'm not sure.
Well,
how
I don't.
you're even, I don't even know
I don't know how to
you're-
defend
you're-
that. That's
but you're
not.
hearing that a little girl that children have been locked up. I mean, that's outrageous, and I don't get a reaction from you.
No, I don't have there's no defense for something like that. I don't know how to react to that. It's not the kind of policy that we would approve. I don't know why that would have happened. I don't know who had done it. Obviously, that's not something we would approve of.
I hope not. So I'm going to have to be convinced to vote on this, council member, as far as I know that this is in your district. But this is so grave to me in terms of all the red flags. I know that it would be a great improvement for the complex, but I'm still just very unsettled by what I've heard today. And let me ask you, because I think I need verbal confirmation. Once, if and when you have the bonds approved and the funding is in your account and you're able to move forward with the changes and the upgrades and the improvements, what is the guarantee that we have that the next management company doesn't move forward in a direction that would hurt our residents? In other words, that they're not going to be evicted, they're not going to be intimidated out of that complex because they've been organizing or because simply they came and spoke their truth. How do we know that they will be safe and will get to enjoy a complex that needs much repair?
We've agreed to hire somebody that you approve of, so we can't just hire anybody that we want. We can't leave the existing management company in. So there's been a few recommended managers. We're interviewing EAH as it is. That's one that was recommended by your housing department. And we had asked to have some flexibility there just in the event that we can't come to agreement, whatever it might be. We have others in the, we have investors and lenders and so forth that also have to approve. So if there were going to be somebody that isn't in that short list, you would have the right of approval.
And this would be a property management company that would be used in the other complexes as well?
It'd be used in Valley Palms. We haven't talked about the other complexes.
That's my question. Would it be used in the other ones as well? Now that you know what your current property management company has been doing, you've heard it. You're hearing it from the council members also that represent the other complexes. What say you?
You're asking me if I'm going to replace the existing management company in all of our complexes. I'd like to give them the ability to respond to that in some kind of forum where there's a group of us with the city and not just have a complaint and react to it. We're not unwilling to do what's necessary. Like I said, I don't like to be in this position. We don't want to be a bad corporate citizen. There's negative press about us that makes us look bad. This is all new. We've been in business for a long time. We hate this. We don't want this to continue. But unfortunately, this is not something that we were made aware of many years ago. It's something that's come up recently, and now we're addressing it. It's tough for me to make blanket promises. It's not entirely our decision. We have a lot of people that we have to satisfy. I understand there are a lot of complaints about VPM. Ironically, our investors and lenders seem to love them. And like we've always had a good relationship with them. Something's gone wrong. We need to fix it. I understand that. We can always make those recommendations. If we create a new relationship with somebody that everybody likes, perhaps that's the answer. But I would really, rather than make a blanket promise about something that I can't necessarily promise on another property where I don't have the ability to force a change with an investor or a lender who may not even give me the time of day to do so, I'd rather have some kind of forum where we can sit and talk about it with you, your staff, whoever you like, and at least give them a chance to respond, maybe change their policies. Maybe it's a few employees on their side where they've been asleep at the switch and didn't notice it. I don't really know what that might be, but we're willing to address it. But it's difficult for me to make a blanket promise to address other properties that have different people that have financed it, that have approval rights. It would be as if you had approval rights and a lender tell me that they were forcing me to make a change. I would have to come to you for your approval. Mm-hmm. This would be the same thing on their side. So making a blanket promise is a little bit difficult.
Fair enough. The agreement that you've made to change out the property management at Valley Palms, however, I imagine is surfacing because of the concerns that have been reported.
Yes.
And so I'm reporting the same concerns.
I understand. We were able to do so because of the new financing being placed. Making a change allows us to, I can promise to make that change because I don't have to get that approval. I can get prior approval from these new financing sources now, right before we close. Knowing that that's going to take place, I can commit to you that I can make the change. if I would have to go back to these same types of folks, the investors and lenders from all my other projects, and get their approval to do so.
I guess I'm trying just to understand, if you know that you have a bad actor working for you, and I know that you can't make a blanket promise because you don't have your other folks here. I get that. But if you're able to make the change because there's some recognition of, I would hope that there's the reason why you're changing them out is not just because there's going to be a new financial structure or what have you, and that this is just an opportune time, but rather because you recognize that this hasn't been a healthy relationship, and in fact, it's put some of your residents in at high risk, in my opinion, when I think of those kids, especially. But so if you know that they're bad actors, you're still interested in giving them an opportunity to defend themselves?
Well, if there's, for example, you said there was a maintenance man who locked somebody in a room, but that's, I understand. Okay. If that, maybe that person needs to be fired, I understand that. That's not, I'm not trying to defend the action. But what I'm suggesting is, does that mean that can I commit to changing the management company and all these projects? That's much different than firing an employee. Firing is if there's a maintenance man that needs to go, I understand. That's a much different thing than firing the entire company.
You're right.
That doesn't need approval from anybody.
But doesn't it sound like a pattern to you?
It doesn't sound
Doesn't it
good.
sound,
I'm not, like I said, I'm not happy about it.
That might be an isolated incident where a child is locked up somewhere, but the fact that resident after resident after resident comes in, you got someone that shows you pictures. I've been hearing it. My staff's been involved in this. It doesn't sound like isolated incidents. It sounds like it's a pattern of bad behavior. You wouldn't agree with that?
I'm not fighting you on that. I don't know how to defend it. I'm saying
I hope you don't defend it.
understand.
And that's what I'm getting at. I'm really hoping that you're not in a position to defend it.
Okay,
I'm hoping that you're in a position to change it.
I understand.
Okay, for now.
Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't have any properties in my district, and I'm really grateful that I don't. But I do have some spillage of some of the property, the issues that happen on your properties, specifically Valley Palms. This is the property that we're talking about today. I share boundaries with Councilmember Esparza, and the folks who live at Valley Palms come to the community center that I reopened, at the city reopened, to have meetings. Why were the families told that they couldn't use the on-site community room?
My understanding was it was an insurance issue.
But you hadn't had an insurance issue for years, but all of a sudden you have an insurance issue. Are
Well,
they not complying with insurance requirements?
You know, I can't respond to an incident. I know there's been a lot of discontent between the county and Project Access, which is, like I said, is extremely unfortunate. But at this point, Project Access has agreed they're leaving. We're going to find a new service provider. There was a lot of difficulty in getting an agreement with the county on how the buildings were going to be used, because we just can't allow anybody to use the building that comes on site. There are some insurance requirements, and once again, we're held to a higher power when it comes to who's financed these projects, and we have insurance requirements. So they were just demanding that those be held up. If there is a specific incident, I don't know of every specific incident why it wasn't working out. I just know that they weren't getting along. It's possible that at some point people weren't getting along and they just said no, and they had no justification for it, but they were fighting, and that's how personalities react at times. But we have actually addressed that at this point. Their Project Access is leaving, and we are building a new building, so there's plenty of room to do just about anything you'd want.
I'm familiar with Project Access, and I don't like redirecting my resources. I don't have very many resources in our offices. None of us do up here. And so when I redirect resources, meaning my staff has to go to the community center, open it up, then go back, close it back up for them. That takes away from my residents. So I'm subsidizing your business plan here. And I'm going to tell you the other way that we're subsidizing you and your business. And by the way, you know, your apathetic response is not helping you. You have had no empathy for the people. You've sat there and you've heard all the difficult stories that they've shared. You know, their hearts are broken. There's some folks who've shared very intimate details, and I have heard no empathy on your part. If you really wanted to be... If you really wanted to be a responsible, and I forget what the word you said, a responsible business, I think listening to who pays your rent and it contributes to your revenue is important. So when was the last time you visited properties? Specifically this one.
When was the last time I visited Valley Palms?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a few years.
Okay. I'm going to say a very long time. Because this property management has been around for 25 years, and you said it has worked for your business. But I'll tell you, it hasn't worked for the families for years. And you say the investors love them, and I think they love them because you have to have you have a lot of you have great return for minimal investments. You don't have to fix anybody's wiring. You don't have to keep anybody safe. You don't have to make sure that apartments don't have rats. You don't have to have security. That's pretty cheap infrastructure there. So why wouldn't it work for your company and for that property management company? I really doubt that if you're in business for 25 years with another company that you don't know their reputation. Otherwise, you're telling me you're an irresponsible business person. So I want to point out, I'm having a hard time, and I'll be honest with you, I just don't know why we would even continue with this conversation after listening to my colleagues. But I'm going to point something out. We are subsidizing the apartments that you own because we have what is called Project Hope. And Project Hope revitalizes a neighborhood. So we bring in code enforcement, we bring in crime prevention, we bring in neighborhood services, we bring in parks and rec, and we try to rebuild that neighborhood. And there is no coincidence that your properties belong in many of these Project Hope sites. We're investing in trying to reverse some of the damage that you're doing by having a really poor property management or a really terrible actor in terms of a property manager. And as you know, we can continue to throw money at it, but unless you make some real changes, we're going to just continue to do this dance for another 25 years. Because those sites, Valley Palms is a Project Hope site. Cadillac is a Project Hope site. Which one else? You have 3 in 7 Trees. Foxdale, yes. So right here off the bat, just 3 at minimum. That means the city of San Jose is subsidizing your business and helping your tenants. It is our responsibility to support our community, but it is not our responsibility to subsidize your business. So I don't know how we can deal with this, Councilmember Esparza, if we can defer this until some of these details get sorted out, because you are really not giving us any answers. Not only is your answers aren't acceptable, they're apathetic, they're not, I don't see any goodwill or any good faith efforts in thinking that you are going to make any of these changes if this moves forward. So I would like to ask Councilmember Esparza to please see if we can, I know this is something that is going to benefit your community, but I think in the long run, what we really want is if the property management company needs to be replaced, then that needs to be replaced, or whatever requirements need to be had. But I really don't see why we would move forward with this at all, even if you have complied with some of the requests that have been asked of you already. There's these other properties throughout San Jose that we are continuing to subsidize for you beyond just Valley Palms. And so for me, Councilmember Esparza, if we could somehow work this out outside of the dais, because I don't know that there's any goodwill up here to move this forward.
Can we hold that thought? And then, I have a bunch of questions as well before we consider motions.
Great. Well, if you could please consider the resources that the city of San Jose is spending to support this community, plus the police efforts that we are investing in your properties because you have lack of security on site and from what Captain Ta shared, not adequate security measures on site. We are truly subsidizing your business plan. And why wouldn't you continue to work the same way you've done for 25 years? I don't see why you would change. This is beneficial to you. You're making money and you don't have to invest. But everybody up here wants to make an investment in our city, and we want to have this absolutely turn around. So for now, Councilmember Esparza, I will not be voting to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I missed your name, if you don't
My
mind.
name is Mark Hyatt.
Mark Hyatt, and what was your title?
I'm managing member at KDF Communities.
Okay, thank you. And how long have you been with them?
Since the late 90s, I was one of the founders.
Okay. And thank you for being here. And I know taking a barrage of what looks like years, decades, maybe even of issues at some of these properties. And I do think, certainly given your time with the company, I would hope that some of these would not be as surprising as it seems like they are. And a lot of this has just come to light to me, unfortunately, through some of the conversation and in looking at I think the other complexes that you own. And then it does seem like obviously you delegate the property management to these other companies, which potentially there's an issue with, one that maybe there wasn't an issue with before, and this is, I guess, VPM Management, correct? Does VPM Management manage all of the properties you have in San Jose?
Yes.
Okay. Besides now what would be here through this agreement?
That's correct.
And would you say it's a surprise or news to you in regards to some of the complaints that you're hearing, not just, obviously what came up through Valley Palms in this discussion, but some of the other properties that you also own?
The majority of the complaints we've heard have been at Valley Palms and in Foxdale. What I was suggesting is a surprise is it's been, I would say, the last 24 months, there's been a rash of complaints, whereas prior to that, it was very quiet. And like I said, not only it was 12 months ago where, at least on the project access side, where we were asked to install project access somewhere else, and now there's a lot of complaints about them. It's a similar issue for me.
Just to make it clear, project access, is that part of
No,
VPM Management or separate?
They're a service provider.
Okay. Okay. So my concern isn't so much with that service provider. It was more on the property management side. Vice Mayor Jones is gone, but when he comes back, I'll see if he can answer a question for me. I'm just kind of curious in regards to the issues that he was bringing up that maybe was that's been going on over in his district as well. And the reason that this, to me, sort of coming together, sorry. So my question for you, Vice Mayor, was, from your understanding, the issues that what you've seen in the properties in your district seem to be related to property management as well?
It's all on the property management.
Okay.
And property manager.
Okay, and so you would say, because you didn't list those properties, you listed Valley Palms and Foxdale Loop. And so you would say that'd be news what our vice mayor was talking about as far as issues over in?
We have not received many
Along
complaints
Cadillac and
from the
Eden
other
area.
properties. We've definitely heard from Foxdale and Valley Palms.
Okay. Look, and I can't verify or not verify that or understand why somebody would or would not complain. But what I can say,
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not suggesting there weren't complaints.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
no,
saying that we didn't get them.
yeah, you know, and I'm
They may not
taking
have
your
risen to.
I'm taking your word for it, and I'm just
Okay.
saying I don't know, right? That I also don't know why that would happen or not, but I do understand what our vice mayor is saying and what some of the other colleagues are saying, because I relate it back to my 8 years serving as a police officer. And when I started to look at the properties here that you own and that VPM was managing for you, every single one of those properties are properties that I spent a lot of time at, going to a lot of calls, going into a lot of these individuals' homes, getting a chance to see the properties, how they're upkept, managed, run, having a conversation with tenants, and unfortunately, providing a lot of city services, right, in and amongst these areas. And there's a multitude of issues as to why, right? Certainly, I'm not going to sit here and say that your ownership of it is the only issue. But you have to absolutely look at the factors that are consistent amongst all of them. And one thing I wasn't clear about until today was that your ownership and VPM's management is the one thing that was consistent amongst all of these properties. I can't help but say that there's a problem there, and that we may be able to look at this agreement that we're talking about today and for Valley Palms, and maybe the residents that are there are saying this is something that we feel is going to be best for us. But I don't think at all that addresses the concerns that we're seeing across the rest of the city with the properties that you own. And so I think hands down, there has to be some acknowledgement of that and an understanding that as the owner of it, regardless of who you have contracted to do management or other services, what I saw as an officer were some of the worst apartment complexes in our city. Terrible facilities, rundown, places that, as one of the residents I think called out, was you should live there. Places I wouldn't live. And I think that if you haven't visited these places, right, in a number of years, and these are places that your organization owns, and that there's a number of these complaints, I think you would feel the same way. If you sat in the car that I sat in and for 8 years went and rode around in some of these complexes that you own, I would like to think that you would make some changes. Unless, of course, that's the type of business that you're trying to run, right? A business that's looking more at the profits and allowing some of these things to happen or to go unchecked, and not necessarily deal with it. And that, I only, to my mind, only right experience is going to be able to tell me otherwise. And the experience that I've had with all the properties you own here in San Jose is not positive. And so I feel the same concern that my colleagues feel today in regards to a lack of interest or enthusiasm to move forward with this one agreement, albeit it may be something again that is good for this complex. But I think we have a bigger issue at hand, and to get into an agreement now without really addressing these other factors, I think is a concern for me. So I am eager to hear some of the questions and the dialogue with our colleague, Councilmember Esparza. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza, I suspect you might have a thing or two to say.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. There's a lot of history here. This is not recent, and there's a lot of history and a lot of frustration that folks that don't have KDF-owned properties are having to listen to. And so, thank you for your patience and compassion, and thank you to the hardworking residents of Valley Palms and Foxdale, and to the members of Valley Palms Unidos. You've shown a tremendous amount of courage in coming here today. To my colleagues, I'd just like to for those that don't know, the people that came here tonight have shown a huge amount of courage. They have been intimidated and have been afraid to even meet at their own property. They have been meeting at a park in Councilmember Arenas' district or at a school nearby because of that intimidation. And so it's huge, and it is really touching to me that you have that courage in coming here today and sharing your stories. Thank you. I wanted to provide some background for the general community and for those of you who might not be familiar. So Valley Palms is an apartment complex at 101 in Tully that has 350 deed-restricted apartments. They're not all Section 8, about 3 dozen of them are Section 8 apartments. And this area has the second highest rate of juvenile arrests in the county. It's been identified by both the Mayor's Gang Task Force and the County Probation Department as an area of high needs for violence prevention investments. The county has paid a total of $1.4 million in services and staff at Valley Palms because of this violence and property. And just a few weeks ago, a man was shot in the head at Valley Palms. And sadly, the residents here are too familiar with this type of violence. Captain Ta, did you want to add anything to the crime? We had an incident last night as well.
So that area is not the best area. It's one of the hot spots in my division. So this morning, you guys probably heard the news. There was a homicide right at the corner of Tully and Lanai, just a short distance away from Valley Palm Apartments. So it is a tough area.
Thank you. And so because of this, I just wanted to lay it out for the record. The county Office of Juvenile Probation, their neighborhood services unit, has spent $520,000 a year on NSU staffing, $174,000 on a contract with Project Access, that actually Project Access terminated their contract with the county at 6/28 this evening. $320,000 in direct services to schools nearby, $326,000 in leadership development through a Somos Mayfair contract, and $66,000 as part of an evaluation component of this endeavor. And the county's neighborhood services unit focuses on community building and leadership development to foster community in high needs areas. So since 2017, the county probation department's neighborhood services unit has had a 3-year contract with up until 6/28 or this evening, the exclusive on-site resident services provider chosen by KDF, Project Access, a Los Angeles nonprofit with very close ties to KDF. Now, under the agreement, Project Access has been providing 24 hours of on-site programming per week, although Captain Ta's report showed it was just 15 hours in February. And then the county has been filling out the rest of the hours to provide a full 40 hours per week. However, around May of 2019, Project Access abruptly collected the keys and began limiting the access of the Family Resource Center for the Neighborhood Services Unit, Catholic Charities, Somos Mayfair, and Valley Palms Unidos, claiming new concerns over insurance and liability. So these concerns, it had been working well, and then all of a sudden something happened and it was off. So these insurance requirements were new and were changed. So this move severely limited the ability of the community and the partner organizations to utilize the Family Resource Center in a community that really needs it. And so negotiations on a new joint use agreement were stalled for over 6 months until the past few weeks. And then again at 6/28 this evening, Project Access terminated their contract with the county. So I'd like to take this moment to confirm with you that the county or future service provider will have access to the Family Resource Center at Valley Palms. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We have agreed on a document at this point that was being held up that you're referring to. We haven't agreed upon form, and there's language that was inserted in Exhibit E, just expressing that we will sign the form as it sits today.
And so I'm concerned because you had previously agreed to the language in the Exhibit E, and then again, were sent an email, or I don't know who Chris Burns is, but he sent an email to the county today saying that KDF would not sign the agreement with the county until after this hearing. Is that correct?
Well, when we were told this hearing wasn't going to take, I'm sorry, that's not fair. Not that it wasn't going to take place, but that the project wasn't going to be approved. And said, well, if it's not going to be approved, where does that put us with the county? We don't really know.
Well, wouldn't you want services to be provided on site to your residents?
Absolutely.
Isn't that what this is about?
Absolutely. We definitely want services. As of that point in time, Project Access hasn't even resigned yet. So we've been trying to make this work out and everybody get along, but at the same time, I can't just sign the document if we're going to be at odds otherwise. We're willing to move forward with it. We're happy with it where it is. We're not fighting it at all. We just didn't know where we stood with the council.
I guess the concern is that prior to this week, you had agreed to cooperate with the county, and then all of a sudden we had changes today. You had agreed to changes in the security staffing, and then just this evening agreed to the 6 staff on site. So
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So what I'm trying to get to you is your commitment solid? Are you going to allow access, especially during evening and weekends, of the Family Resource Center at Valley Palms?
Based on the agreement that is on the table, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. So I actually wanted to talk a little bit about property management and why this is a component of this agreement, why the city is requiring a change in the property management firm. We have some slides. Could you show the slides, the non-security slides? So through my discussions with the county, with Valley Palms Unidos, Silicon Valley Law Foundation, I've been made aware of some deeply alarming concerns and incidents that residents have had with the property management company, VPM. So I'd like to take you through some accounts from the community, because you said you weren't aware, but because this was recent, and VPM is still the property management company for the 6 other locations you have in the city of San Jose. So we have some photos here of conditions. So in these 2 slides, we have one family with 4 children whose bathroom and bedroom were torn apart during construction and virtually uninhabitable for a month. They report that they received almost no communication with management about the timeline for this construction, and in fact only received a notice after construction had already started. Can you change it to the next slide, please? So this was somebody's home. And I'd like to point out for my colleagues that, we ask ourselves, why would somebody put up with it? Because we talk about a housing crisis. These people would be out on the street, so they're willing to put up with this because they're afraid of not having anywhere else to go. So in the next slide, so another resident, a mother, she has a stove which only has one functioning burner, and that burner continually sends off sparks, and this has gone on for months. And I bring this up because in doing a little bit of research, KDF Properties have had some fires at Foxdale that have not been repaired since when was the fire? Can you refresh my memory? When was the fire at Foxdale? So was it last year, Councilmember Carrasco?
It was last year. There was 2 fires, one where we lost a mother.
And so I did a little bit of research and found that the city of Redwood City fined KDF Properties for not rebuilding after some fires. So you can imagine that I take it seriously when, you have a stove that only has one working burner and the one working burner has sparks that go off, that's a concern to me. The next slide, please. So residents have reported issues, serious plumbing and clogging issues that have gone on for months. We have heard of one case that provided these photos where a resident waited for 4 months for her shower to be unclogged due to decaying pipes and had to empty it out with a bucket the whole time into the sink. Next slide, please. Residents have also reported that a number of units are missing proper smoke detectors. Considering that there was a fire in Valley Palms just this past May, and recent issues with fires at other KDF properties, including Foxdale, this is very disturbing. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to point out a number of residents have complained about things as basic as missing drawer handles. That's just basic stuff. Things like having a door that literally doesn't close all the way as shown in this picture because of the state of the door frame. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. Residents have also had numerous issues with mold, including reports of mold just being painted over rather than removed, which is unacceptable to residents and unsafe to residents who are living in these conditions. Yeah, sorry, the mayor's gonna toss his lunch. So I wanted to point out one other thing. We can take off the mold so we don't need to stare at it. Thank you. So from concerns over lack of security to concerns about the way inspections are carried out to basic maintenance issues, there are also issues about rent payment issues where residents are asked to mail a payment to Irvine or someplace else and their checks aren't cashed. There's also a lack of access for non-English speakers, which you can see represents a significant portion, not just of Valley Palms, but of all of these properties. In fact, at Valley Palms, residents have been told to go and find someone who speaks English. So this is why not only is the city requesting a change to a city-approved property manager, but this is why the city is requiring having leases translated into Spanish and Vietnamese, because that is something that had been denied to the residents when they had requested it previously. So we need to remember that these are public funds that are going to KDF through this bond issuance. And of the $120 million issued, only a small portion, a little over $15 million, is going to the actual improvements of Valley Palms. Is anybody from the CSCDA here? Is John Penkower here? Oh, could you please come up, John?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is John Penkower. I represent the bond issuer, CSCDA.
Thank you for coming here. I know you had a bit of a commute to get here. And so you and I have spoken on the phone, and you have mentioned that you have the CSCDA, which is the Joint Powers Authority, has issued bonds to KDF prior. What I'm going to ask you is that we really look and communicate with the cities in California who have these properties to require security language access. This should be a floor, not a ceiling.
Yeah, we haven't, as the issuer, we haven't received any complaints for any KDF properties. We do maintain compliance as far as rent and incomes that are required under our regulatory agreements. We've issued bonds for probably more than 25 KDF properties in the past. They have an excellent reputation among the affordable housing developer community. And so these issues here in San Jose are also new to us as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to stop you there because I've actually talked to some representatives at other cities, and their experiences with KDF are pretty similar to what you're hearing tonight. So before I finish with you, Mark, I actually had a question for Shasta, if you don't mind. what happens if we vote no tonight?
So the issuance requires council approval. So we have to hold a public hearing, and there has to be an approval. If the council doesn't approve, that's the end. The issuance can't proceed, and then, except in the case that they were able to find another jurisdiction to hold the TEFRA in the amount of remaining time. So if you decided not only not to continue, but decided not to adopt a resolution approving, that would be, for all practical purposes, the end of the issuance.
Thank you. And I don't know if this is...
John, did you want to?
If I may.
Sure.
If I can provide a little more background on what this bond allocation is and how it will expire in a matter of weeks if the bond issuance doesn't close. Valley Palms has a $120 million bond allocation from the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee. The project must close by the middle of April or that allocation is gone. Unfortunately, we could not reapply for an allocation for this project and probably most existing affordable housing projects for the foreseeable future due to the competitive environment and the serious lack of allocation available. We all have a housing crisis. You're all hearing about it. All the allocation is being diverted to new construction projects. There's also other limitations that would prevent any other property owner from coming in and seeking tax credits and bond allocation for this project. No extensions are being provided by the state right now due to this competitive environment. So if the council doesn't approve the TEFRA resolution today, $120 million of bond cap will be wasted.
Thank you. And what happens, Shasta, if KDF does not abide by the agreements in Exhibit E?
So assuming that KDF agrees and that the conditions as are referenced in the resolution are incorporated into the bond regulatory agreement, and then KDF failed to comply, then as a third-party beneficiary and the administrator of those particular conditions, the city could seek relief. So the city could pursue an action in court to obtain relief.
Thank you. And before I get to you, Angel, I wanted to thank you, John. I know especially in the past 2 or 3 weeks, you've worked very closely with the city so that we can have the requirements and the agreement and the follow-up. I don't know, Jackie or Angel, if either one of you would like to talk through Exhibit E and why it's so different and what this means for the rest of the city, not just for Valley Palms.
Yeah, Councilmember Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. You know, given the time constraint that was just mentioned and trying to reconcile that time constraint and that opportunity around the bond issuance with all the disturbing information that we received from the community has been very difficult. And since then, you know, housing staff, city manager's office staff has had some very candid conversations with KDF. And knowing that the clock was ticking, also knowing that what we've been hearing from the community and how disturbing that information is, coupled with information that we've been receiving from the probation department and other folks at NHS, we figured, well, what do we do with all this, right? Because obviously the alternatives are we do nothing, Valley Palms stays the same way. At the same time, we have some pretty horrendous situations that we really need to mitigate and address. So what we did was we negotiated 11 key enhancements, right? And those enhancements include everything from starting with replacing the property management team, which KDF agreed to do, exterior lighting, access to a resource center, conversion of turf from tennis courts to a soccer field, and a number of other things listed on Exhibit E, right? The Exhibit E for this type of bond issuance is pretty unprecedented. And in fact, that's what I would argue was missing all along, is that this level of detail in terms of what we expect and what we would require from an owner such as KDF was absent and missing. Exhibit E actually is a game changer, because what it does is it gives the city more teeth to ensure that what we agree to in through words is actually codified, right? And I think that's what's different. It doesn't change the past. It doesn't change some of the horrendous situations that we've heard about today from the community. But what it does do is it creates a new path going forward, starting with the renovation of that site, and introduces new enhancements to that facility. And so, given all those situations, our recommendation is to go forward with this approval, given that this money, once it's gone, and we have an opportunity to fix things. Now, I would also say that, because this only deals with Valley Palms, we should also, on a parallel track, perhaps convene a meeting with KDF and the council offices that have KDF properties within them, and have a very candid conversation similar to the one that we had around Valley Palms, because I thought it was very productive. And quite honestly, going into these discussions, I wasn't really expecting much from KDF. I thought they were going to kind of blow this off. To their credit, and they did agree to just about everything we've asked for, right? And so I think it's important to say that as well. So I would recommend two things. One is staff's recommendation to proceed with this, and then on a parallel track, convene a meeting where we could have candid conversations around the other property management issues, and then with getting a commitment from KDF in coordination with the city to kind of work through those issues as well. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So, Mark, I want you to hear us, and you too, John, because these are public funds that are going to these projects. I want you to hear and really understand that this city and the county will hold you accountable if you don't do this. If you don't do what you've agreed to in Exhibit E. And before I make a motion, I wanted to ask one question, which is, after this vote tonight, are you willing to sit down with Councilmember Arenas, Carrasco, Jones, myself, as well as the county supervisors, Susan Ellenberg and Cindy Chavez, as well as city and county staff, to sit down and talk about how we can really address the issues throughout the city that you've heard tonight?
Yes, I'm more than willing to do so. And let me add to that, I don't mean to come across apathetic. This is not something that we're taking lightly. It's embarrassing. I don't want to come across as defensive and try to argue our case. I don't know that I have one. It's a difficult position to be in, like I said, to make blanket promises. We don't want to continue to be in this position. We're anxious to do something about it. So, of course, we'll meet with all of you.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a motion tonight to accept my memo with 3 edits. One is the changes to the agreement around security, changes that were the city staff included in the Family Resource Center access, and the changes that the city presented this evening about the resident survey. And then a 4th item, which is that we sit down and conduct a meeting between the city, the county, and KDF properties.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further, Councilmember Esparza? Okay, Councilmember Reyes?
I have a question about, so the pictures that you shared, Councilmember, especially that apartment that had the mold and just the variety of different issues, have all those issues been resolved?
So my understanding is that yes, those issues have been resolved, and part of the money that will go to reinvest into Valley Palms will go not into just expanding the Family Resource Center, but adding security, but also making improvements to the complex.
And did I hear you say earlier that 15 million of the 120 are going to Valley Palms?
Correct. It's a little over 15.
And is that enough to cover all of, from what I understand, the absence in terms of maintenance and the disrepair that we've heard about and that you've shared?
I think that's a question for housing.
Because when we opened up the community center over at Welch, it was like $1 million just to open the door and to get the rats out and fix the bathroom. And that's just one little community room. I can't imagine a whole apartment complex.
So, we're not funding or financing this
No, I understand.
transaction, right? So we haven't had an opportunity to look at all their numbers. They haven't released those to us to really find out how all this financing structure is actually working and how it's all going to be used. So I can't confidently tell you that, whether this is enough to do the work that they're proposing and if it will be sufficient to address the needs.
Is that common practice to not know what the details?
Well, again, because we're not part of the transaction, we're not part
Got
of
it,
the
yeah.
financing. If we
Got it.
were,
Yeah.
we would know every detail.
Yes, no, I'm sure you would.
Councilmember, the CSCDA is here, so maybe that'd be a question for Mr. Pinkauer.
Good evening. So the projects are underwritten by the Tax Credit Allocation Committee and the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee. They have to provide sources and uses for the projects. They have to meet certain minimum requirements for rehabilitation in order to get tax credits and bonds. And both of those agencies have signed off and awarded tax credits and bond allocation.
And how do they make their determination for 15 million just on Valley Palms?
They're just following their regulations for a ACK rehab type project.
So is this just like a standard amount of the total?
I know that there is a minimum amount per door for rehab type projects.
And is the minimum amount being utilized? Yes, I want to.
I'm sorry, the number's much higher than the minimum. The minimum requirement is much lower than what we're doing. I'm trying to read it per unit, but I can't read it. What does it say?
Which one?
34?
40,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Blind. The minimum requirement is, I believe, $15,000 per door. This is $40,000 per door.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting to me. I don't know all the details. I'm going to rely on the experts who are in our housing department to guide us in this conversation. But I think there's an opportunity for us to advocate with the representative that is here to see if there's any opportunity to move or to increase that. I appreciate that it's from $15 million total, and that it's not a minimum, and it's, I think you said 40,000 per unit.
Yes.
So I think maybe what might help the city council is just to better understand, because our memo didn't go into great detail regarding the rehab of the interior units. We spent a lot of time focusing on the exterior, but perhaps you could tell us, are all the interiors being fully renovated, appliances replaced? Since we've heard concerns about older appliances, that would be helpful.
We have our budgeted to replace 100% of the appliances.
Is there any other kind of rehab, replacement of the kitchen?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were provided a renovation budget.
It didn't have all the detail in terms of, I just looked at it just now. I can't tell from the detail the extent. Is this because in the memo it does talk about tenants will stay in place. So would you consider this a minor or major renovation of the interior?
I would consider it about standard. We're not replacing everything, but we're replacing the carpet, vinyl window coverings, painting. There's obviously going to be some drywall repair. If there's any mold abatement, it's going to have to be done. I think the biggest issue is the appliances, so we've got 100% of the appliances. If there's issues with the HVAC, we've got a budget for those. It just depends on what the walkthrough had provided.
Would you do kitchen cabinets as well, and bathrooms, fixtures?
We definitely would be doing the fixtures. Doing the cabinets, I don't see that we have cabinets here.
And is there an opportunity for you to put in those cabinets and some of those other, because it sounds like it's standard, and when I hear standard, I hear minimum. And I think from what you've heard and the pictures that you've seen, the interior of these apartments probably need a lot more.
Well, I think every apartment's going to be different. Obviously, there's going to be some that need to be completely gutted and redone, and others that don't.
Right, but if you haven't had that assessment, how would you know?
We had our contractor walk the property and do the budget for us based on that. I didn't walk it myself.
But he did that walkthrough with your guidance of having a standard, a minimum standard, not a maximum, not a, let's put the kitchen cabinets back on. It was just a standard. That's their guidance, your guidance.
I don't know that we gave them a guidance of doing a minimum. We have a budget of what is really needed to improve the property. Like I said, the minimum is maybe half of what this is here. So this was something that we didn't try to hit the minimum number. We asked for a budget of what was really needed to make the property run and be in good condition for the next 15 years. What's that going to look like? Those were his instructions.
The general contractor.
Yes.
You know,
Councilmember, if I could add one more thing, because the housing department did mention it. So maybe the housing department could also mention that through Exhibit E, the CSCDA has given the city authority, if I phrase that correctly, to do physical inspections of the units at Valley Palms. I don't know if the housing department wanted to add to that. We're okay.
Great.
Let me just address that. That actually is one of the negotiated enhancements as well. It was access. There was two additional ones that had to do with information and inspections. One had to do with the sharing of data and information as it relates to security by the security guards with our own San Jose PD on a regular basis and consistent basis. The second had to do with right of entry and access so that the city can actually do physical inspections of the property to address a lot of the concerns that have come up. And those are two negotiated points in the document. The other thing I want to add too is that we've also asked that all these terms be codified in the actual regulatory agreement. And again, that's another unprecedented kind of move, right? Is these aren't just words on a paper. These are words that will be translated into the regulatory agreement with KDF and as this transaction, should it get approved, go forward.
Yes, and let me just clarify that typically we don't have any rights to inspect these particular sites because even though we're holding a TEFRA, they are getting financed completely outside with no city funding. So there is part of this agreement that now allows us to go inside and do inspections, which we've not had before. So that is very positive change.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. I think that's a step forward. So I appreciate that. And so what would happen when we have this opportunity to step in and take a look at some of the units and make recommendations? How would those be implemented? Or say we find there's still mold, or the door still can't close, or whatever those items that Councilmember Esparza shared.
Sure. So we would send a letter to them saying, here are the places where you failed. Please, do these repairs within a certain period of time. And if they were to fail to do that, we'd probably then begin to partner with Code because Code has more authority to actually enforce. We don't have an enforcement provision, we have an inspection provision. So we can take the lead in conducting those inspections, work cooperatively with the property owner, and for 95% of the cases, it just gets resolved. And so if we were not able to resolve them, then we would bring in our partners in Code.
Okay, great. Well, I'm satisfied if Councilmember Esparza, you're satisfied with that. I would like to have some assurance, Jackie, that maybe we connect with the tenants that are at Valley Palms and make sure that there aren't any repercussions for having their concerns voiced tonight. I would expect not to see anybody evicted or bullied or warned or whatever it is. And I think some of those concerns were expressed by Councilmember Esparza, so they're not strange to this situation. I wouldn't want to continue to see that.
I think that's wonderful. I think Councilmember Esparza has a unique relationship with this group, and so we would want to work with her to ensure that the message really gets delivered in a way that tenants feel safe and heard.
Yeah.
So we'll absolutely work with the council office.
Yeah,
Great.
Councilmember, if I can also add, there's also 3 additional provisions kind of in that vein. One of them has to do with an actual tenant survey to be conducted that would basically solicit feedback, and that survey would also be translated in the appropriate languages, namely Spanish and Vietnamese. We've also requested that we also have requested the establishment of a resident grievance process, a process where
great.
people can actually formally, provide a grievance, as well as a tenant participation plan, because what we also want to see is really the development of community and the building of community. And I think all those 3 provisions there kind of are consistent with a lot of the work that the Valley Palms Unidos people have been doing there at that site, and consistent with kind of really the change that we want to see, which is really building community, a community that is free from fear of retribution or any type of retaliation, where quality of life is enhanced. Crime goes down, quality of life goes up. That's what we expect to see. That's what we're going to hold them accountable to.
Wonderful.
And that's in the requirements.
And that's part of the requirements you just finished saying. Okay. Well, great. I'm glad to hear that. Although I'm still very dubious, because if we haven't changed the property management company, I don't know that with any of these. I don't know how we can have these assurances. I don't know that there's any confidence on my end from what I've learned so far that the property management company would behave any differently. So I would like to hear what the plan is for that property management company.
That's directed at me?
Mm-hmm.
So you're at.
I know that you said that you needed to return to a board or to some of your investors, but what are some concrete steps that you were going to take?
There's an approval process that I would have to go through with our tax credit investor and our lender. And so I would think that, I've been asked to meet with the various council members in the county. I would invite them to that meeting. I would think that may be frustrating to you, but I think to begin with, it would be productive to at least hear their response to it. If there are simple policies and procedures that need to be changed, maybe I would hope that's it. Now, maybe that's not the case.
Sure.
I hope that's not. I hope that it's not a bigger issue than that. But I would imagine it's quite simple. That there are some dated policies and procedures that are being followed, and we're not hearing the concerns of the residents and responding to them in kind. They're just basically going on their old policies and procedures. Well, I suppose that if we had these meetings with housing and so forth, that would be helpful. I haven't been attending a meeting like that. I've never attended a meeting like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more than willing to do so.
Great.
Once again, I'm sorry that you considered that you're considering my response as apathetic. It's a difficult spot to be in. We're not proud of it. It's not something that I can defend.
I can appreciate
We're not happy to see these things. And by no means do I want to continue to stand here and be accused of not caring about the residents in our projects, and I don't want to be considered a poor corporate citizen. That was the term that I had used.
Thank you.
So we'd like to improve that. I think this is the first step. I hope you'll give us that chance.
Wonderful. Well,
Councilmember, I do want to clarify that we have asked them to change the property manager for Valley Palms, so that is in this agreement. That other process that KDF was referring to has to do with the non-Valley Palms sites, right? And which is why I was recommending that we maybe on a parallel track convene the right people with KDF to really address those issues specifically. But at Valley Palms, we have asked and they have agreed to change the property manager.
Great. That is great news. That is really, really great news. So I appreciate that you heard all of our concerns, and we're absolutely very passionate about our community. As you've heard, it was 2 hours worth maybe of testimony from very concerned residents. But there's also, on the other side of this, is city resources that could be going elsewhere. And so subsidizing some of the apartment complexes because of the lack of a good property management company is not a good enough excuse. Well, first of all, it just doesn't lend itself to a good business and a good corporate citizen. And it doesn't lend itself to a thriving San Jose. So I really hope that you take this back to this property management company and you relay some of this messaging, probably in the same spirit that we expressed here, so that they can also hear the message quite clear that we are not okay with them. And we're not okay with what they've been doing with some of the property management projects that we have. And yeah, and I would call them projects. That's as close as we have in this city in terms of projects. These are projects. And so nothing to be proud of. So I really hope that this turns around completely. And I've got to say, I really appreciate Councilmember Esparza for your leadership in this and for the research that you've done and some of the work, the support that our team is leading in this area and providing, really making a difference for our residents. So thank you to everybody who's in the box today. I think this is going to be the start of maybe turning this thing around.
Okay, I know in addition to Councilmember Ransom, there are now 3 more people who would like to speak a second time. I just want to encourage everybody to take a look at the clock. We have another item to consider before midnight, and then ask yourself, is this the question you want to ask? Okay, here we go. I would like to encourage everyone to be as succinct as possible. And we may have to implement the Councilmember Foley time limit very shortly. Councilmember Perales.
I'll try to be succinct. So in the list here, you have a project cost summary in the application. So Mark, you have a couple things listed that just stood out to me. The developer fee is more than the rehab cost. Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, the developer fee is a calculation based on a formula that develops a basis for tax credits. The majority of it has to be deferred. There's a requirement. So it's not that we're paid the entire fee in cash. It's just that we use that to create base. It's an allowable cost.
So what would you expect would actually be the fee potentially? Is there a percentage that it tends to cover of
I don't know.
the allotted amount?
I don't know off the top of my head. There's lots of different sources and uses in the project. I think we have to defer. God, I don't want to say the wrong amount. I'm guessing it's 2/3, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. The other, looks like there's several contingencies, construction hard cost contingency of about 2.3 million, 50,000 soft cost contingency. Then you have some reserves, 1.65 million reserves. So you have some flexibility in there. My interest was the use of those dollars if you don't necessarily need them for those purposes, right? The contingencies don't get used. Is there opportunity to invest that back into the properties? Little discussion came up around the cabinets. I'm thinking anything, right? I'm thinking we were talking about the soccer field for the kids. Could there be other benefits to the property itself that these contingencies could get used for if they're not used for what their line item purpose
If the contingency isn't spent on what was specifically budgeted for, it will be used. Not to go back in our pocket, it will be used on the project.
Okay, and how can we get a contingency list then of potential benefits to the community that would say, hey, here's the things that we know we've committed to fund. Go out and maybe we have a meeting, and so Councilmember Esparza has already talked about maybe meeting with the elected officials, but a follow-up on the community to see what other things may be on the list. These are things that can't be promised, but at least we want to already go out and solicit that interest. Because it could be things like the cabinets, who knows, right? Or it could be things that are, other amenities. So
right. We're open to that. I just on our experience, it rarely happens. The contingency ends up getting used. There's always something else that needs to be done on the inside of an apartment, whatever it might be. So we're not. I don't want to be difficult. We'd be open to talking about it. If there's some room in the budget and there's something else that we need to add, we could do so. But generally speaking, we burn through the contingency. We won't put it in our pocket.
Okay. That was it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Carrasco?
And I'll keep my comments short. I just a few things. I want to thank you for listening to us and for working through what I can imagine is a difficult process. You can imagine we're sitting here really trying to come to grips with how to support this in the face of everything that we've heard and what we've worked through as well. And so I want to thank Councilmember Esparza for including a meeting between the rest of us. I think it's a critical meeting. I think we're at a juncture in our relationship that we need to now be able to deal with each other honestly and forthright, because there's a lot of issues that have not been dealt with. It's been very difficult to get a hold of you, whether it's you or whatever other contact. Your property management company has done a great job of putting up walls and making it very, very difficult to have any other communication. And so that's why this has been such a prolonged effort. And I'm going to support the motion on the floor, but I will tell you that I'm supporting it with a lot of reservations still. So this is not going to be a project that's going to fall off my radar, and it doesn't have to be in my district. We represent the entire city, and we want to make sure that the city is healthy and it's reflected in the lives of our residents, especially those who feel that they haven't been able to have a voice or a seat at the table and have not been able to have these issues resolved. And so, in my opinion, this is the ultimate test, truly. Councilmember Esparza, I think, said it clearly. You'll be held accountable. But I think that I'm really hoping that you, after all this experience, will want to be held accountable. Will expect your company to rise and be a good corporate citizen and a good corporate partner in the city of San Jose. You have a council that has expressed over the last couple of hours really the dismay and the disappointment and the anger because of things that have not been resolved. And so I'm going to give you my yes vote, but I am going to give it to you reluctantly.
Okay, I just had one question. Don't worry, I'm not going to pile on. Everybody else did enough. I'm usually the prosecutor here, but I kind of enjoyed not having to do that this time. I just want to question the staff. Look, I think we got a lot of really positive changes. Appreciate Councilmember Esparza's hard work on this, and I know the staff spent a lot of time here, so thank you. Just the question is, did we consider just requiring as a condition of support of the approval of the bonds that we demand a sale within 12 months after the refinancing? He'd be able to get his money out and go sell it to some other owner, and then we'd have a new property owner to deal with rather than dealing with the same challenging set of circumstances we've been dealing with in several neighborhoods?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is a novel question.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, it didn't come up in these discussions, and as a third party to the transaction, we've sort of focused on the immediate things directly raised by the community concerns, which primarily focused on project management and security. So this just hasn't come up at all, and I would think that perhaps if it would be a lot to ask at this point in the negotiations.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, since we're at 11:20, I'm not going to demand it at this point. But I'm just curious if it had been considered. Okay, thank you. All right, let's vote. All right, motion's unanimous. Or approved unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to our final item. Folks have been waiting very patiently for, which is 10.3, relating to Harker Middle School expansion. I believe we have a short presentation from a very patient and tired Rosalind. Who's been here with us all night.
While we're changing, I just wanted to say happy birthday to Rachel and appreciate all the work she's done.
Happy birthday, Rachel. We'll sing you a song next week.
Mayor and Council, Rosalind Huey, Director of the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. The item before you tonight is an administrative hearing to consider the appeals.
Thank you.
This item is an administrative hearing to consider the appeals of the Planning Director's November 13th, 2019 decisions on the Harker Middle School expansion project located at 4525 Union Avenue. The project includes construction of a new two-story classroom building, in addition to an existing auditorium gym, and site improvements. The expansion will accommodate up to 600 students. Two appeals were filed on the project. First, on November 18th, 2019, there was an appeal filed on the environmental determination. And then on November 25th of 2019, an appeal was filed on the planned development permit. Since the November 13th, 2019 director's decision, several meetings and discussions have been held with the community, the applicant, and the Council District 9 office. Since then, the applicant has voluntarily accepted new conditions of the approval of the project. And I would just note that these new conditions are voluntary. They're not required, but the applicant has worked with the community and has accepted these conditions. These are detailed in the staff memo. They are concerning condition number 15 around pedestrian counts, condition number 16, transportation demand management plan, condition number 17, the public use of the school facility, condition 18, neighborhood intrusion concerns with collection of average daily traffic volumes, and condition 19, additional neighborhood improvements, including a donation to pay for traffic calming of pedestrian improvements. And since the March 9th, 2020 memorandum, since the staff recommendation and memo submitted to the City Council, Councilmember Foley has issued a March 9th, 2020 memorandum, and this outlines additional voluntary conditions that the applicant has accepted. And again, they have worked very closely with the community in coming up with these additional conditions, which includes condition 10 around special events, condition 11, additional considerations around neighborhood coordination, condition number 15 on pedestrian counts, and as well as other new permit conditions related to the school operations, the traffic, and measures to screen the school use from adjacent residential homes. So staff recommendation to City Council is that the council will adopt a resolution denying the environmental appeal and adopting the Harker Middle School expansion project mitigated negative declaration and associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and also adopt a resolution denying the permit appeal and approving the PD permit for the school expansion subject to conditions, including all of the new conditions voluntarily accepted by the applicant. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. All right. Mr. R, are you the applicant? No. Is the applicant here? Oh, it's the appellant. Thank you. It's the appellant, not the applicant. Okay, sure. Who is the appellant? Okay, we have two appellants.
There are two appellants,
Right.
yes.
Okay, so do they split time? Is that the way it works, Ed?
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, between the two of you guys got 5 minutes. And if you don't want to slice it up, you can give 2.5 each. Howdy.
Hi, good evening. Sorry.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, it's no problem. There are a lot of important things to discuss, obviously. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Brian R., and I'm a direct neighbor to Harker. We filed the permit appeal because the city had ignored the neighbors' concerns up to that point. It had been burdensome to us to reach the limited agreement that we have regarding the Harker School expansion. We put in many hours away from our families to make this happen and found most of our neighbors had no idea what was happening. We ask that you improve community outreach for projects like this. We just feel that a lot of the neighbors weren't notified properly. They really didn't know that something was happening just 1,000 feet from their home. This project will have a large impact on our community as a year-round school. The added cars and new traffic light on Union will make it more difficult to get my children to their neighborhood public schools, particularly if San Jose and the county do not synchronize the lights on Union Avenue. There's some lights that are county, some lights that are city, and right now the traffic doesn't flow very well along that corridor. This is a must-have. Also, I am dissatisfied that San Jose does not support Keep Clear signage at Union and Barrett Avenue, despite Harker, Pam Foley, and community in support of this. Although it was an unusual day during recent construction on Union Avenue, there was one lane open, and that intersection was blocked. I had to honk my horn and force myself across traffic to get to my house. My concern is that a new light, asynchronous lights on Union Avenue, and added traffic increase the risk that this will be an everyday occurrence. I think that Keep Clear signage at that intersection is essential. On the bright side, thanks to the appeals and the initiative and hard work of my neighbors, many of the 2012 permit items have been added to this memorandum, among other protections for the neighbors. In our new partnership with Harker and the city staff, we have crafted a memorandum that I support, reserving my mentioned concerns. I thank Harker and the city for responding to the community and hope that we can continue to shape Cambrian Park for the better. I also hope that I could read a few words from a neighbor who decided she couldn't come for all the health things that are going on, if that's all right. It's also rather short.
Yeah, you're at 2.5 minutes. Did the other
sure.
appellant give up her time? There are two appellants, I'm told. You have a total of 5 minutes.
If you want to.
So if the other appellant would like to speak 2.5 minutes, now would be the time to begin. You could have a separate 2 minutes to speak instead on public, as a matter of the public. Okay, sure.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go quickly. Sonia asks, we agreed with Harker that there would be no outdoor activities on weekends and no outdoor activities after 6 p.m. on weekdays. We would like this to be a part of the memorandum, as this has been agreed between Harker and the community. We recently found out that the 2-story building has side doors that will be used by the students to go in and out of the building all day. This creates noise all day at the period change and will be very noisy for immediate neighbors. We would like Harker to reconsider their building plan and place the doors toward the field. Thanks, Sonia. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll go on with other members of the community. As Sujatha. And I believe it's Ann O'Donovan and Blair Beekman. No, I'm sorry, Blair's here for open forum. Or he's not here at all. All right.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm the resident of San Jose, and I live very close to Harker. I take Barrett and Union for school drop-off every morning. I have 2 kids, one in Carlton Elementary and Union Middle School. I deal with traffic on Union every day between 8 to 8:15. And the Harker expansion to the middle school, I'm only anticipating the traffic solution to get worse. We have worked very collaboratively in the last month with Harker, and I've come up with a lot of agreements and a lot of solutions. Traffic is still unresolved, and we need the city to help the residents in regard to this. We need that clear sign and the synchronization of light on Union. Already we have 6 lights. Without this, the Harker expansion project will have a negative impact on all Cambrian residents, including the employees of Xilinx and the Harker parents. So we hope you take into consideration the traffic issues which is unresolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Anya O'Donovan. I live on Tomrick Avenue, just a few blocks away from Harker. So we wanted you to know tonight that that this has been a very difficult and challenging and very time-consuming process during these last few months regarding the Harker School expansion. There was no coordination amongst any of the stakeholders, the neighbours, Harker, or the city, or even within departments within the city. It was incumbent on us, the neighbours, to actually arrange meetings with the city and with Harker. Because the neighbours stood up, and under our own initiative, we met with Pam Foley, Councilmember Pam Foley, we met with Planning, we met with Department of Transportation, and we met with Harker to reach the agreed upon items in the memorandum. How we reached this agreement was challenging and exhausting, more than it should have been. I personally was part of the team that worked with Don Rocha in the 2012 permit. Our neighbours at that time worked really hard to have the permit amended to include measures to mitigate the impact of the project in our community. It is very unfortunate that due to change in city policy, none of these measures carried forward to the 2018 permit. We were then forced to appeal the permit again, and only as a result of this appeal and the many meetings we asked for and the many, many hours of work we put into this project over the last few months were we able to reinstate most of the original agreed upon measures. The entire process should not have been this difficult, and it should not have been solely up to the neighbours to make all of this happen. Our ask tonight is for you to improve this experience for future projects. We're very grateful to Harker for their willingness to create an agreed upon set of amendments and to work with our community on this. We've built a constructive and a positive relationship with Harker, and we look forward to continuing this as we move forward. I also want to thank Cassandra, Ty, and Manjeet for sharing their insights and expertise at City Planning and for always being available to answer all of our questions. Thank you to Pam Foley for taking our agreed upon amendments and presenting them to you tonight, and we hope you support them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy. All right, other members of the community, I believe those are all the cards we have. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for staying up so late at night, and thank you for the residents and the Harker folks who are here and have been here for the last several hours. Thank you, Rosalind, and your team for working with us and the appellant and the applicant to come together with agreements on stated in my memorandum, which will codify most of the agreements that were reached. Some were not. Some were not reached, or some were not part of the permitting process. So just a little background. At the director's hearing in November 2019, members of the neighborhood raised concerns that they hadn't heard about this project and they hadn't been engaged. Our office reached out to them immediately and attempted to meet with them over several times, which eventually we did. It was the holidays, so it's kind of hard to get together during the holidays, but we did arrange meetings, and then we had community meetings, both small and large, both out in the community, both in our city council offices. Through that time, we met both with Harker and we met with the residents. The meetings were essential to the progress and the success that we really achieved. Harker, there was a lot of concern from the neighbors about a prior arrangement made with Harker that they hadn't been met through the 2012 permitting process. So through the meetings and the conversations they had, they were able to come to a meeting of the minds over the things that were most concerned to them, which was primarily noise, transportation, or traffic in their areas, and then some sight lines. I want to thank, through this collaboration, and you met some of the residents here, there are other residents who obviously couldn't be here this late at night. Many of them worked very hard, and I want to thank both the Harker School and particularly the residents, many of whom took time away from their jobs and families to work on this issue and attend multiple meetings to ensure the success of the project. I also want to acknowledge city staff, Cassandra from Planning, Jason and Majit of Public Works. My staff and I are grateful for their expertise and contributions to this project. I do have a couple of questions for you. There was some comments made about some of the things that the residents wanted that were not able to be added into the permit, such as restrictions on indoor and outdoor activities. So, Rosalind, can you tell us why that should not have been included in the permit?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Foley. So as staff had shared with the residents, we know that they were quite interested in activities within the building. And unfortunately, it's not under the purview of the PD permit to actually dictate the times of the use of the building. And quite frankly, it would be, even if the applicant would voluntarily accept it, it would be very difficult for our department to enforce it. So I think that some new permit condition language came to be that satisfied the community in terms of usage of the building and the time frame. I think that was the most concerning issue for the residents.
I think you're right, and I would continue to encourage the residents and Harker to continue to work on those things that cannot be included in the permit. I do want to mention one other thing, and the neighbors referenced this in relation to the Keep Clear sign that you see stamped on streets occasionally. We approached the Department of Transportation about that, and they told us that that only occurs at intersections across from fire departments. But I can tell you that on Kirtner, near Meridian, right across from Sweetbriar, I think is the intersection, there's a sign that says Keep Clear stamped in the street. So I would encourage Department of Transportation to once again take a look at possibly stamping that at Barrett. It's a small intersection and it really could back up. We don't know how it will back up until Harker expands to the 600 students, and synchronizing the lights will be hugely important as well. We can synchronize them at the city, but there is one county light, I believe, that we have to make sure we coordinate with them and get them to synchronize those lights too. So anything you can do to investigate and see if we can get that Keep Clear stamping at Barrett would be greatly appreciated. And with that, I would encourage my council members to support my memo, and I move the staff recommendation and my memorandum.
Many seconds and a motion from Councilmember Foley. Any questions? Let's vote. Congratulations on the expeditious vote. We finished 21 minutes early. Thank you, everyone. Means adjourned. No.